Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2658. Qinlu looked at the cloud flow stone, speechless for a long time. Everyone had underestimated the primordial space. They had thought that they were working together with Xia Xinji to scheme against the primordial space, but the primordial space had already sent people to the Six Direction Guild. What was Xian Qi's status in the origin space? He had been in the Six Paths Association for so long, had visited the Six Paths training grounds, joined the Void God universe, and captured so many spies. What was he trying to do? Wait, Mu Jun. Qinlu remembered Mu Jun's disappearance. At that time, this person seemed to be in the Three Sovereigns universe. If Xian Qi was just Xian Qi, he wouldn't have suspected anything. But now, he couldn't help but suspect that this person was related to Mu Jun's disappearance. In other words, Mu Jun's disappearance was most likely related to the primordial space. Then, was it related to the Yu family? Oh, is there? He was at a loss. Lu Yin stood in the courtyard, calmly looking into the distance. If he could, he would not have let Qinlu guess his relationship with the origin space so early. However, something had happened to the passageway. Since Lord Luo had the confidence to open the passageway, he would not speak without thinking. This was the most important thing. Nothing could happen to the passage. Otherwise, when the Fifth Mainland opened a portal to the Three Monarchs spacetime and faced the Three Monarchs spacetime and the starry sky of trees, they would be attacked from both sides. This was something the Fifth Mainland could not bear, especially when the Eternals were still in the Three Monarchs spacetime. If the Three Monarchs spacetime could not hold on, the Fifth Mainland would also be in trouble. He did not want to be restrained by the Three Monarchs. For this reason, it was acceptable to take the risk of letting Qinlu guess his identity. Unless this person wanted to die or had the confidence to undo the evil aura and the death god seal, he would never betray him. Lu Yin thought about it for a long time, but he did not want to leave his fate to speculation. He wanted to be prepared for the moment that Qinlu betrayed him. It wasn't that no one in the Six Direction sect could dispel the evil aura. A Grand Empyrean could definitely do it. It all depended on whether Qinlu would fight to the death. No scheme could ever be perfect. Lu Yin had just made use of Qinlu, and now his identity might be exposed. In the universe, all things had their weaknesses and no one would ever have a smooth sailing. This was the law of the universe. Qinlu had just broken through to the peak realm and enjoyed the same status as the Three Sovereigns. He was worshipped by countless people in the Three Sovereign spacetimes and was even congratulated by the Six Paths Society's experts. No matter what, he wouldn't risk giving up on all of this. At least not for now. He did not care about the Three Monarchs universe. Otherwise, he would not have joined Freedom Palace. Mu Jun's disappearance and the battle between the Three Monarchs universe and the primordial space had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to regain his freedom. Both Lu Yin and Qinlu were thinking. The next day, Qinlu appeared in the passageway. Here he saw Xia Xinji. Xia Xinji had not expected Qinlu to come. What are you doing here? Qinlu was also puzzled. Senior, shouldn't you be defending the Eternals at the Rainbow Wall? Why is it here? Xia Xinji said, This is my business and Lord Luo knows about it. Why are you here? Qinlu casually replied, Just passing by. Xia Xinji frowned and stared at Qinlu. Qinlu left very quickly. Xia Xinji quickly contacted Luo Jun and informed him of this matter. Luo Jun told Xia Xinji not to worry about it and that he would ask Qinlu. Qinlu received a call from Luo Jun and said, Uncle told me about opening the passageway, so I came to verify it. This passageway is of great importance, so I can't tell outsiders like Xian Qi. Luo Jun praised, Not bad. It's better to be cautious. Does Xian Qi know about this passage? Qinlu said, he knew there was a passage, but he didn't know that the passage was connected to the primordial space. That person was quite cautious. Don't let him know, but get rid of that uncle for me. He confessed so quickly, I don't need him anymore, Luo Jun ordered. Qinlu hurriedly nodded. After ending the call with Luo Jun, he went to Lu Yin's location to meet him. Xia Xinji? Lu Yin raised his brows. Something had indeed happened. Luo Jun had confirmed that the passageway could be opened, and Xia Xinji was there as well. Qinlu said, It's not just Xia Xinji. Many cultivators from our spacetime continuum have gathered there as well. There's also a stranger that I've never seen before, but he seems to be chatting happily with Xia Xinji. His status isn't much lower than Xia Xinji's and he looks very young. What about his appearance? Lu Yin asked warily. Qinlu met Lu Yin's gaze. You're from the primordial space and you're so young. You also have the support of an extremely strong powerhouse. If I'm not wrong, you might be the Tao Master of the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze trembled, but he didn't say anything. Qianlu stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Maybe not. I don't care, I just want freedom. The control that you and that powerhouse planted in my body must be removed. I can't be controlled by you for the rest of my life. Are you trying to negotiate with me? Lu Yin's tone became much lower. Qianlu said, there's no need to threaten me. I've already made a backup of everything that happened. If anything happens to me, your identity as Xianqi as well as everything you've done, along with my guesses, will immediately appear in Lord Luo, the Void God Spacetime Continuum, and even Mu Jun's disappearance. Everyone will know that you're Xianqi's hidden identity. Lu Yin remained silent. Qianlu frowned. I'm very grateful that you opened the door for me and allowed me to break through. I know about your situation and you know about mine as well. I've sided with Freedom Palace, and if Lord Luo finds out, I won't have a good ending. No one likes a traitor, so even if you remove your control over me, I won't betray you. We'll work together. I'll help you investigate the situation on the other side of the passage. There will be many opportunities for us to work together in the future, but the prerequisite is that you remove your control over me as well. Otherwise we'll all die together. Lu Yin was amused. He didn't believe that Qianlu would die together with him, but he didn't want to fight to the death either. Xianqi's identity was too important, and it was only getting more and more important. It involved Su Wuji, Su Heng, Su Lung, Yufang and many other powerhouses. What would they think of him if he was exposed? Even if he had to be exposed, he would do so on his own initiative, not by someone else. The Six Direction Association's attitude towards the Genesis space had never been good to begin with. Qianlu took advantage of this threat, and while it was a threat, he also wanted to help Lu Yin. What he wanted was cooperation, not one-sided control. Lu Yin exhaled and smiled. I didn't think it through. I wanted to control an extreme powerhouse and didn't respect Senior Qianlu. I apologize. Qianlu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Lu Yin's attitude. He was afraid that Lu Yin wouldn't fight to the death with him because of his identity as Xianqi. It wouldn't be good for anyone, so this was the best outcome. When will you remove my control? Lu Yin replied, let's end this. Qianlu wanted to say something, but Lu Yin interrupted, Senior, what's there to worry about? You forced me to remove my control because you already guessed my identity and knew that Mu Jun's disappearance was related to me, not this passage. No, it has to be done immediately, Qianlu replied. Lu Yin said, no one knows what the passage is like. I need an extreme powerhouse to oversee it. Senior, are you willing to come with me to the Genesis space to help you remove it? Of course, Qianlu wasn't willing. He wasn't stupid and he wasn't worried about being silenced. Once the passage is opened, the Genesis space will be unobstructed, and my identity as Xianqi will be meaningless. Since that's the case, I might as well take you down with me. In any case, even if I want to remove your control, it has to be after the passage is over. Qianlu naturally wanted to remove the control as soon as possible, but Lu Yin was right. Once the passage was opened, Qianlu would have to return to the Genesis space to protect it. His identity as Xianqi would be gone, so it didn't matter if he kept it or not. The Six Direction Association had never been friendly to the Genesis space, and if he guessed correctly, Mu Jun's disappearance was related to this person. Perhaps he was dead or perhaps he was still alive, but this person had the ability to threaten the Six Direction Association. With him and Mu Jun, even if the passage was opened, this person was enough to threaten the Six Direction Association, or at least the three sovereign spacetimes. It was better to wait until the passage was over. As long as the passage wasn't opened, this person's identity as Xianqi would be useful. Qianlu cared about Xianqi's identity, which was why he had removed his control. Of course, removing my control is one thing, but I also need you to swear that you will not reveal my identity under any circumstances. Violators. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. May the heavens and earth destroy you. Qianlu looked deeply at Lu Yin. All right, let's both swear that I will not reveal your identity or my speculations, and you, Xianqi, will not reveal my relationship with the Repose Palace. From now on, you and I will work together. Lu Yin nodded. Not long after, Qianlu left, leaving behind information about what he had seen at the passage. Lu Yin now knew why Luo Jun was so certain that the passage could be opened. The person who had been chatting happily with Xia Xinji was none other than one of the four origin array heavenly masters of the cosmic tree, the youngest heavenly master, Mu Shang. Lu Yin and Mu Shang had many grievances, but he had never expected that Mu Shang would come to the three sovereign spacetime and help them open a passage to the fifth mainland. Shenwu continent was overseen by Mu Xie, and the cosmic tree had given up hope of opening a passage there. Instead they had come here. Could Mu Shang break the luck path array from the three sovereigns spacetime? Lu Yin did not know, but he did not dare to take the risk. Mu Shang was not a match for Heavenly Master Gu Yen, but the three sovereigns spacetime had not prepared for nothing. Six Directions Society might also have the assistance of an origin array Heavenly Master, so the most reliable method was to prevent these people from attacking the passage. Rainbow Wall. Elder Chan still did not know that the three sovereigns spacetime was planning to attack the passage. He was focused on resisting the Eternals, and if not for the grudge between the Genesis Space and the Six Directions Society, he would not have cared about anything else other than blocking the Eternals for humanity. As he was thinking, the wireless goo vibrated in his pocket. The wireless goo could communicate across space, and as long as they were in the same parallel universe, Lu Yin could directly contact Elder Chan without worrying about being monitored. Through the wireless goo, Lu Yin informed Elder Chan of the situation and asked him to leave. A few days later, the Eternals attacked the three sovereigns spacetime. The battle was intense, and Elder Chan suddenly left without warning. Luo Jun was the first to know, and he shouted that Elder Chan did not care about the safety of humanity and was a traitor. Elder Chan's departure left a gap in the defense. The Progenitor Realm Corpse King appeared at Elder Chan's position and attacked the Rainbow Wall. The Forgotten Ruins God also took advantage of this opportunity to attack Luo Jun and Star-Lord, and the Rainbow Wall was on the verge of collapse. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2659. Xia Xinji had no choice but to return from the passage and fight the Progenitor Corpse King. However, because of Elder Chan's sudden departure, the Eternals increased their attacks and more Progenitor Corpse Kings appeared. Qinlu was forced to join the front line. The Forgotten Ruins God rarely went all out, and Luo Jun and Star-Lord were unable to resist him. Xia Xinji had no choice but to help. The three of them joined forces and barely managed to resist him, but Qinlu could not stop the Progenitor Corpse King and the Progenitor Corpse King. At that moment, a Yuan sage appeared from the three monarchs spacetime and blocked the Rainbow Wall. Qinlu did not expect Yuan sage to appear. He did not know that Yuan sage was also in the three monarchs spacetime. Not only him, but the Forgotten Ruins God and the Progenitor also did not know that Yuan sage was one of the 9 sages of the reincarnation spacetime. Why would he appear in the three monarchs spacetime? Luo Jun and the others were not surprised, but they were surprised by Elder Chan's sudden departure. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yin appeared outside the passage and looked into the distance. He saw a familiar figure. It was Mu Shang. Now was the time to test his divine power. Lu Yin changed his appearance and imagined the scene of the three monarchs spacetime enslaving the fifth mainland when the passage opened. His familiar family and friends would all become demi-humans, and the people he cared about would die, wail, and despair. He could not let this happen. Gradually, Lu Yin's eyes turned red. It was the red dot in his heart. Red filled the air with cruelty, killing intent, brutality, and an indescribable sense of devastation. In an instant, a terrifying scarlet energy spread out in all directions. His consciousness was blurred and Lu Yin did not know what he was thinking. He only knew that there was a face that had to be destroyed. He could not control his desire to kill. In the distance, Mu Shang was staring at the passage in a daze. The Luck Path Array was a sourcebox array created by Heavenly Master Gu Yen. He understood that although he was confident that he could break it, it was unlikely that he could do it alone. He had to rely on the power of an origin array Heavenly Master who was comparable to Heavenly Master Gu Yen and more than one progenitor to open the passage. He had to open it and connect the fifth mainland to the three monarchs spacetime. Lu Yin, this is what you deserve. The Lu family should have disappeared long ago. Mu Shang's eyes burned. He would do everything he could to break the Luck Path Array. Suddenly, a dark red light flashed past. His scalp went numb as he turned around and saw a red dot in the distance getting closer and closer. What was that? There was a loud boom as the void exploded. Lu Yin's body was covered in a scarlet radiance, and no matter how much Sovereign's aura attacked him from all directions, he was completely unaffected. With a sweep of his hand, a cultivator in one direction was annihilated. He then took a step forward, stared at Mu Shang and attacked. Mu Shang was shocked. Corpse King? He instantly set up a sourcebox array and took out a power vessel, but Lu Yin tore it apart. During the battle in the Heavenly Realm Treasury, Lu Yin had drawn upon Gui Chuan's deathly aura in an attempt to use Go Lian's death god power to kill Madman Lu. However, Madman Lu had used the eyeless transformation, and his physical body was far more powerful than Lu Yin had imagined. He was far stronger than Xia Xinji, but Lu Yin's divine force had still left a huge wound on his body. That was something that death god Golien could not do even if he used his left arm to draw in the deathly aura. Only god power could do it. With the support of his divine power, all of Mu Shang's techniques were as weak as a piece of paper and were torn apart by Lu Yin. Lu Yin grabbed Mu Shang's head and instantly disappeared with him. Xia Xinji and Yuan Sheng were not around, so no one could stop Lu Yin. Lu Yin grabbed Mu Shang and disappeared from the tunnel, reappearing in a corner of the three sovereigns' spacetime. Mu Shang crashed to the ground, all of his bones shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he stared in horror at the figure in front of him. The figure stood there. Lu Yin found it difficult to maintain his consciousness. He stared at Mu Shang's face and tried to control his godly power, but the frenzied killing intent permeated the air, and he could not control it at all. His entire body trembled and there was only one word in his mind: kill, kill, kill. Mu Shang coughed up blood and tried to escape. Lu Yin suddenly moved closer and stared at Mu Shang as he said, "It's over." Mu Shang's pupils shrank as he recognized Lu Yin. "Lu Yin, you're Lu Yin." With a bang, Mu Shang was crushed into the ground, his bones shattered. Lu Yin did not show any mercy as he punched. When Mu Shang died, the killing intent in Lu Yin's mind miraculously disappeared, allowing him to regain his consciousness. He sat on the ground, panting heavily. It had been too dangerous. He had wanted to test his divine power and use it to leave behind traces of the Eternals, but he had not expected it to be so dangerous. If he had been careless, he could have been devoured by the killing intent. This was the power of the one true God. It was no wonder that the Eternals were the mortal enemies of the human race. Their minds were filled with killing intent and enslavement. However, the killing intent had disappeared after Lu Yin killed Mu Shang. Lu Yin looked at the ground. Was it because Mu Shang was the cause of his killing intent? Was Mu Shang the key to this killing intent? Lu Yin pondered as he looked at his heart. The red dot was still there, like an eternal red star that illuminated the continent formed by the Fates, and the power in his body was too strange. Lu Yin could not understand it, and even Mr. Mu was surprised. He used his divine power, but it showed no signs of decreasing. It was like a seed had been planted in his body. Lu Yin was worried that one day, his divine power would control him uncontrollably, which would lead to a disaster. He thought about the future he had seen in his destiny divination. Would he really kill his family and friends one by one? Every time he thought about this, he felt uneasy. Shenjiu was right. He was an unlucky person. If he wanted to change the future, he must change it. While Lu Yin had successfully killed Mu Shang, Luo Jun and the others had also defended the Rainbow Wall. With the addition of Yuan Sheng and Chen Lu, there was no reason for the Rainbow Wall to fail, even if the Eternals had an additional progenitor. As the battle on the front lines slowed down, the incident at the passage was reported to Luo Jun. Luo Jun was furious and immediately rushed to the passage. Xia Xinji and Yuan Sheng followed him. "Why are you here?" Yuan Sheng narrowed his eyes. "You came back to retrieve a power vessel?" Elder Chan nodded. "Before the Eternals completely attacked the Rainbow Wall, I wanted to throw gluttony to them to see if it would have some effect." Yuan Sheng frowned. "What is gluttony?" It seems that the reincarnation spacetime does not know much about the Genesis space. Gluttony is one of the disasters of the fourth mainland during the era of the above heaven. It is a metal that evolves by devouring flesh and blood. Elder Chan took out gluttony. Naturally, Lu Yin had placed it in the above heaven after he had advanced. This was also the reason why Elder Chan had returned. Don't underestimate this metal. It was able to bring disaster to the fourth mainland in the past. As one of the three sovereigns and 9 sages, you should have heard of it even if you did not experience that era. Yuan Sheng's expression turned solemn. Of course, he had heard of the fourth mainland during the era of the above heaven. There were not many historical records of the Genesis space itself. Instead, there were many records of the reincarnation spacetime, such as the fourth mainland. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2660. Yuan Sage knew that the fourth mainland was dominated by giant galactic beasts. The above sky sect had enslaved the giant galactic beasts and carved out a continent for them. The ruler of that continent was called the Desolate God, one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms. He was an expert on the same level as the 3 sovereigns and would definitely rank among the top 5 in the reincarnation spacetime. Even as one of the 9 sages, Yuan Sage did not dare to underestimate such an existence. This metal can actually bring disaster to the fourth mainland? Yuan Sage was surprised. Old Chan held gluttony, which was constantly twisting and turning. The sharp spike tried to pierce Old Chan's skin and absorb his blood, But this upgraded gluttony only had the power of a first tribulation origin emissary. How could it hurt old Chan? Yuan Sage stared at old Zen. Even so, you should not have left the spacetime battlefield of the three sovereigns without permission. Do you know how much danger your departure has brought to the battlefield? Old Zen put away gluttony. As far as I know, someone from the three sovereigns spacetime has broken through to the progenitor realm. This means that even if I am not around, the three sovereigns spacetime will still have one less progenitor. If that's the case, why do I have to protect the three sovereigns spacetime? This is the agreement I made with Lu Yin. If you are unwilling, let him go. In short, the above sky sect must have an progenitor enter the spacetime battlefield of the three sovereigns. Otherwise, don't blame the six paths for attacking you again. With that, he left. This time, he was mainly there to test if old Zen's departure was related to what had happened at the passageway. Now it seemed that he had left because he was dissatisfied with the fact that Chenlu had broken through to the progenitor realm in the three sovereigns spacetime but still needed him to guard the front line against the Eternals. This was the biggest reason for his departure. As for gluttony, Yuan Sage did not believe it at all. However, he could basically rule out the possibility that old Zen had anything to do with what had happened at the passageway. In fact, no one believed that the above sky sect had anything to do with the Eternals. It was too unbelievable. If the above sky sect had colluded with the Eternals, the origin space would have already fallen and the Eternals would have opened the passageway to the three sovereigns spacetime. This was a contradictory guess from the beginning. Even Xia Xinji, who hated Lu Yin, could not have guessed it. It could only be said that the Eternals knew the six paths and had attacked the six paths. After leaving the origin space, Yuan Sage went to the three sovereigns spacetime and told Luo Jun. Is it really a coincidence? Luo Jun didn't believe it. How could there be such a coincidence? The one who benefited the most from Mu Shang's death was the above heaven sect. It was that Dao Master Lu Yin, but the one who was least likely to collude with the Eternal Tribe was the above heaven sect. What exactly happened? No matter what happened in the outside world, no one disturbed Lu Yin. Lu Yin had already returned and he looked at Song Bai, who was loyally standing guard outside. As a half-ancestor, she didn't even have the qualifications to interfere with the matters of the outside world. Since when had half-ancestors become so cheap? He had to think of a way to let the above heaven sect's half-step ancestors break through to the ancestor realm one by one. Only then would the primordial space have the ability to confront the Six Directions gang. If he could obtain the power of a Grand Empyrean that granted him a seat in the ancestor realm, how good would that be? If all of them were sealed in the ancestor realm, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone. The time and space of the three sovereigns calmed down. Luo Jun and the others were still investigating why Mu Shang was targeted by the Corpse Kings. Elder Chan had returned to the Rainbow Wall. Luo Jun and Xia Xinji had tried to find him and probe him, but they couldn't get any information from him. Lu Yin also increased his efforts to search for spies, making a big show of searching for the person who was selling information. His performance was completely normal. At the same time, Chen Lu saw a stranger. He only had the cultivation of an emissary, but his expression was solemn. It was Mu. Mr. Daheng sent his regards on behalf of this lowly one. Congratulations to Lord Chen Lu for breaking through to the sovereign realm and becoming a powerhouse worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. The newcomer was a young woman. Her appearance was ordinary, and her cultivation was ordinary. Everything about her was ordinary, but it was this ordinary person that caused Chen Li's mood to drop. He hadn't expected Mr. Daheng to contact him at this moment. He had thought that after he had opened the door and broken through to the sovereign realm, Mr. Daheng would no longer bother with him. After all, he had relied on himself to open the door and break free from Mr. Daheng's control. Generally speaking, Mr. Daheng shouldn't have contacted him, and the two of them should have even become enemies. Lord Chenlu, are you surprised? The woman's eyes lit up as she looked at Chenlu. Chenlu looked at her gloomily. What else did Mr. Daheng say? She respectfully replied, Mr. Daheng only congratulated Lord Chenlu and didn't say anything else. He just wanted me to hear what Lord Chenlu wanted to say. Chenlu frowned. What did he want to say? What could he say? Become enemies? He wouldn't dare. Even if he broke through to the sovereign realm, he wouldn't dare to become enemies with Mr. Daheng. But what did it matter if they weren't enemies? For a moment he didn't know what to say. After breaking through to the sovereign realm, he hadn't expected to come into contact with anyone from the Hall of Freedom. It was probably because of the stone. Mr. Daheng cared too much about the stone, but it wasn't in his hands. Otherwise he could have just given it to the woman. He wasn't afraid that the Hall of Freedom would tell Lord Luo. If they did, the Hall of Freedom would be in trouble. He had thought that unless he fought to the death with Qianqi, this matter would disappear forever. He hadn't expected the Hall of Freedom to come looking for him. What does Mr. Daheng want from me? Qinle asked again. The woman still wanted to hear what Qinle had to say. In the end, Qinle didn't say anything and the woman left. Mr. Daheng said that if you don't want to say anything, you can go to this place to find him. The woman seemed to have only come to leave behind an address. Qinle looked at the address in a daze. Should he go or not? If he didn't go, he might really become enemies with the Hall of Freedom and become enemies with a terrifying expert like Mr. Daheng. If he went, what would he gain? He looked at his body. Breaking free from Qianqi's control? Would he be controlled by Mr. Daheng again? He didn't know. He had broken free from the portal's control, and the moment he saw Mr. Daheng again, Qinle hesitated. This hesitation lasted for half a month, and after that he went to find Lu Yin. Lu Yin hadn't expected Qinle to come looking for him so late. He had thought that Qinle would come looking for him as soon as the matter at the passage was over. What's going on? Why was Mu Shang killed by an Eternal? Qinle questioned. Only he knew the answer to this question, and no one else knew that Lu Yin was the one who had dealt with Mu Shang. Lu Yin confidently replied, "So the Eternals are allowed to use spies against us humans, but I'm not allowed to use them?" Qinle stared at him. "You're using the Eternals?" Lu Yin replied, "What, do you think I'm a spy? Haven't you already guessed my identity? Why are you still so suspicious?" Qinle's eyes flashed. "According to our agreement, remove your control over me." Lu Yin nodded. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Mu Xie walked out and stood a few meters away from Qinlu. Qinlu was apprehensive, as he was almost certain that these two were from the Primordial Space's Supreme Sect. That Supreme Sect had more than one monarch, so it was no wonder that they could fight against Xia Xinji and the others. When people fought, even a Yuan sage could only hold them accountable and couldn't suppress them. "I can help you remove your control, but you have to do one thing," Lu Yin said. Qinli's gaze turned cold. "This is the condition that we agreed on. Once the matter at the passage is resolved, you'll help me remove my control. Are you going back on your word?" "What I want to do will only benefit you, Senior. Why don't you listen to it?" Lu Yin asked calmly. Qinlu only wanted to remove Mu Xie's control and didn't want to complicate matters. However, he looked at Mu Xie and knew that if he didn't listen, it was unlikely that he would be able to remove Mu Xie's control. He could threaten Lu Yin to remove his control, but that would only be a threat and not a life-and-death struggle. If the two of them didn't give in, then they would only end up in a life-and-death struggle. "All right, speak." Qinli's face darkened. Lu Yin raised his hand, and in his palm was the landscape painting stone. Qinli's eyes narrowed when he saw it, as this was what Mr. Daheng valued the most. "I hope that Senior can personally hand this stone over to Lord Luo," Lu Yin said. Qinlu thought that he had misheard. "Hand it over to Lord Luo? You want me to confess without being pressed?" Lu Yin laughed. "Senior, you can come up with a reason, any reason, as long as you can obtain this stone and hand it over to Lord Luo. Lord Luo doesn't know how important this stone is, and neither you nor I do. It seems that only Mr. Daheng knows. Since that's the case, it won't be difficult for you to hand it over to Lord Luo." "Why?" Qinle didn't understand. Lu Yin asked, "Senior, do you think that Freedom Hall has given up on you?" Qinlu raised his brows and looked at Lu Yin suspiciously. Was this person watching him? Lu Yin blinked. "From Senior's expression, it seems like someone from Freedom Hall has come looking for you? How do you know?" Qinlu looked at Lu Yin with increasing apprehension. Lu Yin laughed. "Mr. Daheng has been plotting against you for so many years and even used his door to block your path to the Lord Realm, all for the sake of more people finding this stone. Senior, you've already captured someone from the Bai family, so it's very likely that you've already obtained the stone. How could Mr. Daheng give it up?" Qinlu frowned. He was well aware that Mr. Daheng cared about the stone, but he was also an extreme powerhouse. Normally, if an extreme powerhouse were to be compared to a stone, the extreme powerhouse would naturally be more important. However, it seemed like Qianqi was right. In Mr. Daheng's eyes, the stone was more important than an extreme powerhouse like him. "Someone from Freedom Hall has come looking for you, and you won't be able to shake them off. Why don't you give the stone to Lord Luo? That Mr. Daheng is very low-key, so it's unlikely that he would expose the fact that you've joined Freedom Hall. Lord Luo doesn't know about this either, so let Mr. Daheng cause trouble for Lord Luo. It'll be even better if he misunderstands that you've joined Freedom Hall because of Lord Luo's orders. Of course, the chances of that happening are low, but no matter what, it'll be easier for you to escape if Mr. Daheng focuses his attention on Lord Luo, right?" Lu Yin said. Qin Li's eyes flickered. This was a good idea. If Mr. Daheng cared about that stone the most, then he could just give it to Lord Luo. He had tried to probe Lord Luo before, but Lord Luo did not understand the importance of the stone. Lu Yin could just give it to him and have Mr. Daheng keep an eye on Lord Luo. As long as Lu Yin did not come into contact with Freedom Hall, he should be fine. The only problem was that he would be in danger if he ran into someone from Freedom Hall in the endless battlefield. Thank you. Zhang Daming Yuanfei 1985. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll add more chapters, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2661. He had to think of a way to divert Mr. Daheng's attention away without offending the Hall of Freedom. You don't want this stone anymore? Qin Li looked at the stone in Lu Yin's hand. Lu Yin weighed it in his hand. I don't know what it's for. Then why don't you just give it to Mr. Daheng? Qin Li did not understand. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I told you to give it directly to Mr. Daheng and get rid of your worries. What about me? Qin Li's gaze was cold. Lu Yin continued, unless you continue to be controlled by me, then I'll let you hand the stone over to Mr. Daheng. Otherwise you'll have to hand it over to Lord Luo. Once my control over your body is removed, I'll be able to use it to threaten you. If you dare to fight me to the death, then I won't let you off easily. Before this, if Lord Luo discovered that you had joined the Repose Palace, you could have explained that you had been threatened, but after you gave the stone to Lord Luo, that explanation was invalid. Qin Li's gaze hardened. Not only is this ineffective, but this action is also suspected of sowing discord between Lord Luo and the Hall of Repose. Lu Yin smiled. It's not that serious. It depends on what you think. Qin Li looked at Lu Yin and then at Mu Xie. You're ruthless. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Actually, you still have another option. You can go directly to Mr. Daheng and explain the situation, or you can go directly to Lord Luo and ask them to help you remove the control. On the surface you'll agree with me, but in reality once you're in front of them, they won't even know what you'll choose. You might even be able to plot against me. Senior Qin Lu, what do you think of this option? Qin Lu wasn't stupid, and he had already thought of this path before coming to Lu Yin. He could do this, but if he went to Mr. Daheng he would have to risk being controlled. If he went to Luo Jun he would have to risk revealing that he had joined the Repose Palace. After weighing the pros and cons he would rather go to Luo Jun. At worst he would just have to confess everything he had done. After all, he had never harmed any of the three monarch spacetimes. Now that Mu Jun was missing and he had broken through to the monarch realm, Luo Jun couldn't do anything to him. But the biggest hesitation in looking for Lord Luo was whether Lord Luo could really remove the control. Qin Li did not understand Luo Jun's strength at all. In fact, no outsider knew about it. He could not be sure that Luo Jun could definitely remove the control, and Mr. Daheng could definitely help him remove the control. However, the possibility of him being controlled by Mr. Daheng was also very high. This was Qin Li's biggest problem. He had no choice. There were too many difficult questions in a person's life that they could not choose from. In the end it was because they did not know the answer. If he was sure that Lord Luo could help him remove the control, or if he was sure that Mr. Daheng would not control him, then things would be simple. But now how should he choose? Furthermore, Lu Yin had taken the initiative to mention this path, which made him even more hesitant. Could this person have left some sort of backup plan on him? Lu Yin's words echoed in Qin Li's mind. This person was very cautious in his actions. It was unlikely that such a person would leave a way out for him, so why did he specifically remind him? Various thoughts were constantly entangled in his mind, causing a monarch realm expert like Qin Li to be in a mess. Lu Yin looked at Qin Li's flickering eyes and knew that he was making a choice. No matter what Qin Li chose, it would be difficult for Lu Yin to control him in the Three Sovereigns universe. If he really killed Qin Lu, Lord Luo would definitely find out, and Xian Qi's identity would be exposed. Actually, there's another option, Lu Yin said slowly. Qin Li looked at him. What? Lu Yin smiled. Working with the Above Heaven sect. Qin Li's pupils shrank. Above Heaven? Lu Yin raised his head. Yes, the Above Heaven sect. It's a powerful organization with several powerhouses and a deep foundation. Even the Six Paths Association is afraid of it, and the Three Sovereigns and 9 Sages don't want to provoke it directly. It's also plotting against the Three Sovereigns universe to replace it. This is also your choice. This was the first time Lu Yin had admitted that he was from the Above Heaven sect, which was different from Qin Li's guess. Qin Li stared at Lu Yin in a daze. Who are you? Lu Yin smiled. Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin. Qin Li's expression changed slightly. Luyin? That Tao Lord? You're really him? Qin Lu, are you willing to work with the Above Heaven sect? Luyin spoke bluntly. Qin Lu was even more confused now that there was another Above Heaven sect. Luyin said, whether you join the Repose Palace or stay in the Three Sovereigns universe, you won't have a good ending. Mr. Daheng will control you and Lord Luo is good at enslaving others. They have a use for you now so they won't care about what you've done. But if they don't need you one day, what will you do? Mu Jun is in my hands. Do you want to talk to her? Qin Lu was shocked. Mu Jun's disappearance is really related to you? She's still alive and she's willing to help me scheme against the Three Sovereigns universe. One is Mu Jun and the other is you. The Three Sovereigns universe is too weak, and with the Above Heaven sect as your backing, you don't need to fear anyone. Even Mr. Daheng, would he dare to come to the Genesis space? The Sixth Direction Association clearly forbids anyone from entering the Genesis space without permission. What I'm doing now and what I can accomplish in the future isn't something that Mr. Daheng can compare to, much less a mere Lord Luo. Chen Le couldn't argue with his words, but he didn't agree immediately either. Besides, my Above Heaven sect is hidden in the shadows. As long as you cooperate, you can get Mr. Daheng to target Lord Luo. Once we replace the Three Sovereigns universe, you'll be the master of this universe. I don't need that, I just need the Above Heaven sect to join the Sixth Direction Association. Lu Yin's words weren't very provocative, but there was one thing that Chen Le cared about. Replacing Lord Luo was something that could be done. After all, Mu Jun was missing, and the Three Sovereigns universe was already struggling to stop the Eternals, let alone the Above Heaven sect. Will Mu Jun really help you? Qin Lu was doubtful. Lu Yin smiled. She doesn't have a choice. If she doesn't help me, she'll die. Qin Li's eyes flickered. It was this sentence again. He had been threatened by this sentence before. How are you going to scheme against the Three Sovereigns universe? How are you going to replace Lord Luo? The reincarnation universe won't agree, Qin Lu asked. Lu Yin replied, that's my business. Do you think that Su Wuwei, Su Heng, Su Lung and Su Wuji are just acquaintances? When I faced Lotus Reverend's disciples, Su Heng and Su Lung blocked my path. Su Wuji once said that he would shoulder everything for me. Senior Su Wuwei even taught me the Taishan domain and I even met Master Su. Qin Lu was stunned. Right, this person wasn't just a Above Heaven sect disciple, he was also Xian Qi. This identity involved too many people and there were even a few extreme powerhouses. I'll give you time to think about it. Take this. Lu Yin tossed the stone to Qin Lu. You can choose to hand it to Lord Luo and do as I say, or you can choose to confess. You can also choose to hand it to Mr. Daheng in exchange for my trust. But don't forget that you don't know my senior's strength. Can Mr. Daheng really remove his control? Have you forgotten how terrifying the Above Heaven sect era was? Qin Lu was astonished. Everything he had thought of was based on the premise that Mr. Daheng could remove his control. If even Mr. Daheng couldn't, then what would happen to him? Mr. Daheng definitely wouldn't trust someone who was being controlled, and Qin Li's fate would definitely not be good. If Lord Luo couldn't remove his control, then his first reaction would be to kill Qin Lu. Who would trust someone who was being controlled by someone else? Qin Lu sobered up as he had forgotten about this matter. He looked at Mu Xia. This person was an extreme powerhouse from the primordial space, and no one knew exactly how strong he was. That Xia Xinji wasn't weak, and he shouldn't be inferior to Lord Luo. Even if this person could remove Mr. Daheng's control, it didn't mean that Mr. Daheng could do the same. Removing control and defeating were two completely different concepts. He had to take a gamble, and winning the gamble was what he had been hesitating about. If he lost, he would lose everything. Qin Li's mind was in a mess and he needed to calm down. Before he left, Lu Yin added, I'll participate in the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. Qin Lu was stunned. What? Lu Yin replied, I'll participate in the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. Grand Empyreans won't be able to touch me. Qin Li's eyes narrowed and he felt that this was absurd. Grand Empyreans won't be able to touch you? It's up to you to believe it or not. Lu Yin then let Qin Li leave. Qin Li disappeared. He had received too much information today, so much that even an extreme powerhouse like him didn't know what to choose. However, there was one thing that was certain. The choice he made today would affect his future. He hadn't considered the fact that Lu Yin had promised Old Crazy to take revenge for the 100 Family Clan. In his opinion, how could someone like Lu Yin care about the 100 Family Clan's revenge? Compared to the value of an extreme powerhouse like him, such a small grudge was too childish. After Qin Li left, Lu Yin sighed. How tiring. Mu Xie looked at Lu Yin with admiration. Junior brother, your eloquence is amazing. Lu Yin smiled wryly. Don't tease me, senior brother. I'm not that eloquent. If it weren't for your unfathomable mysteriousness, he wouldn't have dared to guarantee that others would be able to break free from your control. But he didn't immediately ask me to remove the control, Mu Xie said. Lu Yin nodded. It wasn't that he didn't want to keep his promise, but the implications were too great, and he felt like he was dancing on a knife's edge. This was the first time he had threatened and tempted a progenitor, and a quasi-enemy at that. If he wasn't careful, it would be a life-and-death struggle. This was even more tiring than fighting a progenitor. What do you think he'll choose? Mu Xie was curious. Lu Yin replied, I don't know. I can't guess what a progenitor is thinking. After all, he's a powerhouse who can change the world. Also, I don't understand Mr. Daheng's position in his heart. If he thinks that Mr. Daheng is comparable to a Grand Empyrean, then we should quickly escape. Mu Xie nodded. Yes, we're not afraid of a life-and-death struggle, but we're afraid of ignorance. We'll go to the Eternal Kingdom and wait. No matter what, we can't stay in this space-time. I'll have someone wait for him here. If he cooperates with us, we'll take the risk and go to the Eternal Kingdom. If he doesn't, Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, he should give up on his identity as Xian Qi. Nothing could be smooth sailing. He had used the Bai family to fish out Qinlu and had just taken control of the three sovereigns' spacetime to plot against them. They were one step too late and had almost opened up the passage. If not for Qinlu, he wouldn't have known that the situation was so dangerous. Qinlu had played a role, but if they fought to the death, he would have to sacrifice his identity as Xian Qi. There were gains and losses. Compared to opening up the passage between the three sovereigns' spacetime and the fifth mainland, he would rather lose his identity as Xian Qi. At worst, he could come back later. Once the passage was opened, the consequences would be unpredictable. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2662. Lu Yin did not know how much mental struggle Qinlu had gone through. This was a choice that could not be reversed. Luo Jun, Mr. Daheng, and Lu Yin. If he chose one of the three parties, he would not be able to deal with the other two once he was exposed. It was equivalent to staking his life on this choice. If it was someone who had just come into contact with the Repose Palace, Qinlu would definitely choose Mr. Daheng. However, after his conversation with Lu Yin, he had many more misgivings, and these misgivings caused his mind to be in chaos. Half a month later, Qinlu met Luo Jun. Luo Jun sized up the stone in his hand. Is this the supreme treasure you were talking about? Qinlu continued, back then I obtained it by accident, but I encountered experts at the same level as me fighting over it in the endless battlefield. Even the corpse kings of the Eternals had their eyes on me. Perhaps it was because of this item that I studied it for a long time, but I couldn't find anything. I could only ask Lord Luo Jun to give it a try. Luo Jun looked at the stone with a puzzled expression. Send someone to investigate the location of the landscape painting on this stone. If it really is a supreme treasure, then the secret should be in that direction. However, this stone is only a part of it and we still don't know how big the main body is. It'll be difficult to find the location just by looking at the painting. He then tossed the stone to Qinlu. Go look for it if you have time. Qinlu did not expect Luo Jun to not want it. How could this be? He had to give the stone to Luo Jun, otherwise, Mr. Daheng's gaze would always be on him. He hurriedly handed the stone back to Lord Luo again. Lord Luo, please accept this. The location represented by the pattern on this stone might not necessarily be the spacetime of the three sovereigns. I don't plan to leave this spacetime for the rest of my life. If it's possible, Lord Luo should look for it. Luo Jun thought for a moment. That's fine too. After saying that, he took the stone. Not long after, Qinlu left the Rainbow Wall. Elder Chan and Xia Xinji were working together here. Luo Jun and Xing Jun did not need him. If possible, Lord Luo would rather have him guard the Rainbow Wall on his behalf. However, the Rainbow Wall required the Great Three Lords Array to maintain. Qinlu was currently unable to participate in the Great Three Lords Array. But after some time, when he stabilized his power as a lord, Lord Luo would allow him to participate in the maintenance of the Great Formation of the Three Lords. The most important thing for him right now was to investigate the spy in the Yu family. This was the mission that Luo Jun had given to Qinlu. He couldn't investigate the Yu family himself, so he let Qinlu do it. Luo Jun had always believed that Mu Jun's disappearance was related to the Yu family. On that day, Qinlu summoned the woman from the repose hall. Stone, I've already handed it over to Lord Luo. You can go back and report to Mr. Daheng, Qinlu said. Since he had already made his choice, he wouldn't hesitate. Among the three parties, Mr. Daheng was most likely to help him break the control, but he was also more likely to exert his own control after breaking the control. For Chun-Lu to be able to cultivate to an extremely strong level, he already had the spirit to fight against the heavens. How could he be willing to be controlled by others? Lord Luo might not be able to help him get rid of the control. Right now, the best person to cooperate with was Xian Qi. He didn't believe in Xian Qi's words, but he believed in his own value. As an extreme warrior, he was worthy enough to make Xian Qi cooperate with him. Releasing the control was a must. This was his bottom line. In an instant, everything in the surroundings disappeared. The pool of wine, the forest of meat, and the beautiful women all disappeared in an instant. The surroundings turned into a bamboo forest. The melodious sound of a flute came from afar. This was the enjoyment of 2 different limeters. It was luxurious and peaceful. The instantaneous change didn't change Mr. Daheng's mood at all. He listened to the sound of the flute and looked at the lake in the distance. He broke through on his own? What a joke. He doesn't even know what kind of power that is. How can he break through on his own? Did he give it to Luo Shan? Then did Luo Shan help him? Or was it Luo Shan who asked him to enter the Repose Palace from the beginning? But why would Luo Shan do that? He shouldn't be clear about the stone's use. Strange. Does Luo Shan know? Or does he not know? Luo Shan, you're not simple as always. Hee. In the hyperspace, Zijing was brought to a new place. This place wasn't much better than the previous one. The equipment was the same. Teacher, why are we here? Zijing was curious. She had been unconscious since 2 days ago, and when she woke up, she had come here. The slightly crazy old man smiled proudly. Zijing, don't you feel that this place is different from the hyperspace? Zijing was surprised. This isn't the hyperspace? She looked around and raised her head. There were no stars in sight. This was a sealed research area. What was different? Suddenly she felt that something was wrong. Were there too many clocks here? Ah, you can see now. This is a parallel space where the flow of time is different from the hyperspace. The crazy old man laughed. Zijing's expression changed. The flow of time is different? The crazy old man nodded excitedly. You should know what this means. Zijing was shocked. How much is the difference? The crazy old man said, not much, but 100 times. Zijing's eyes narrowed. 100 times difference? How did you find it? Doesn't this only exist in theory? The order is wrong. I found this parallel universe first, then I have the theory, but it's just my theory. In the reincarnation universe, there is actually a parallel universe theory of time passing differently. Maybe other parallel universes have similar theories, but there are very few that can be confirmed. This is one of the biggest secrets of my hyperspace. Studying here, 100 years is only a year in hyperspace. How about it, ha? The crazy old man laughed. Zijing didn't expect the hyperspace to find such a parallel space. A long time ago there were several guesses about the theory of parallel spacetime. For example, one could find another person in a parallel space, or there were big and small parallel spacetimes. The big ones could be the entire universe and the small ones could be just a house or even a speck of dust. There were also guesses that the flow of time in parallel spacetimes was different. Perhaps 10,000 years in a parallel spacetime was just a second in one's own spacetime. There were too many guesses about parallel spacetimes. Zijing thought that parallel spacetimes were just guesses, but she didn't expect to see it with her own eyes. Teacher, how long can this spacetime exist? Zijing was excited. According to the theory of parallel spacetime, even if this kind of parallel spacetime existed, it wouldn't last for too long. The difference in the flow of time meant that it had completely different rules from other parallel spacetimes. These rules couldn't be broken. Once another parallel spacetime creature entered and broke the rules of this spacetime, it would cause chaos in the parallel spacetime and disappear. This was the same as the sequence of particles they were currently researching. Every parallel spacetime was a fixed sequence of particles. Entering another parallel spacetime was equivalent to messing up the sequence of that spacetime. Most parallel spacetimes were fine. Only time and space, which formed a parallel spacetime, had errors in the sequence of laws. Countless parallel spacetimes were a sequence of particles that surpassed everyone's knowledge. It could repair such problems on its own, but it couldn't change people's thoughts. For example, when they entered this parallel spacetime, the rules couldn't make them leave voluntarily. The only way was to make the parallel spacetime disappear. The crazy old man's expression calmed down. I can't tell. Maybe it will disappear soon, or maybe it will never disappear. Isn't this the direction of our current research? Zijing nodded. That's great. With the flow of time 100 times faster, who can be a match for my hyperspace? The crazy old man laughed. Don't be happy too early. If we can find it, won't other parallel spacetimes be unable to? There are so many powerhouses in the reincarnation spacetime. I suspect that a Grand Empyrean found a parallel spacetime with an exaggerated flow of time and let them cultivate there. Zijing's eyes flashed. It's not impossible. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2663. Zijing suddenly thought of the fifth mainland. When she had first arrived there, she had looked up the theory of parallel spacetime and found that the flow of time was different. If it was the same as the hyperspace, did that mean that someone from the origin space had already entered a similar parallel spacetime? Let's research in peace here. No one will disturb us. There are only a few people in the hyperspace who know about this spacetime. As for the others here, the crazy old man scanned the area and counted at least tens of thousands of people. They will never have the chance to return. Zijing frowned. She wasn't worried that she wouldn't be able to return. The research of the sequence particle couldn't be completed without her. Even if the research was completed, she would need to control and repair it herself. No one could trap her here. However, if she wanted to leave, she would have to wait until the research was completed. What about the Tao Lord? Would he be able to find her? There was also Bai Qian. Their alliance was over. That was the most troublesome part. In the Eternal Kingdom, Lu Yin and Mu Xie waited for Chen Lu. It was someone from the Thunder Sealing clan who had brought him here. They weren't worried that Chen Lu would bring Lord Luo or Mr. Deheng here. At worst, they could just leave the Eternal Kingdom. This was only a transit point and not the fifth mainland. Senior Chen Lu, you didn't disappoint me. Lu Yin saw Chen Lu smile and heaved a sigh of relief. Xian Qi's identity was safe. Chen Lu said, I've already given the stone to Lord Luo and vowed to work with you. Please fulfill your promise and remove your control over me. From now on I'm free. We don't owe each other anything. Even if we can't work together, we can keep each other's secrets. Lu Yin nodded, of course. He then looked at Mu Xie. Not long after, the two extracted the Grim Reaper's seal and evil energy from Chen Li's body. After the two forces disappeared, Chen Lu immediately felt relaxed. He had taken a risk by coming to the Eternal Kingdom. Even though he was sure that Lu Yin wouldn't fight to the death, he still felt apprehensive. After all, he only had one life. Now that his control was removed, he was finally free. Lu Yin's gaze was complicated. The world was ever-changing. He had thought that he had controlled a progenitor, but it was gone in the blink of an eye. Was there really an invisible existence that prohibited certain things? He looked up at the dusky sky of the Eternal Kingdom but couldn't see anything. I want to see Mu Jun, Chen Lu said. Lu Yin raised his brows. Not yet. Didn't you say that Mu Jun worked with you? Chen Lu frowned. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'm saying that she'll definitely cooperate with me, and that she'll die if she doesn't. But she hasn't done so yet. Maybe after a while, I'll need your help to persuade her. Chen Lu was puzzled. Where is she? Are you sure you can trap her? Don't worry, you don't have to worry about that. How could Lu Yin allow Chen Lu to meet Mu Jun right now? Even if the possibility of that happening wasn't high, he still had to be wary of Chen Lu siding with Luo Jun. Even if the possibility of that happening was only 1 in a billion, Lu Yin still didn't want to take the risk. Chen Lu did not insist. Now that they were working together, he told Lu Yin everything he knew about the three sovereigns. This discussion went on for several days. In the distance, Feng Lei Guanqing saw Chen Lu. He had never thought that even the Mo Courtyard's courtyard master would side with Lu Yin, and his respect for Lu Yin grew. He didn't know that Chen Lu had broken through to the monarch realm. Otherwise he would be even more shocked. Through Chen Lu, Lu Yin knew a lot about the three sovereigns. He knew about Lord Luo and Hiranha. He knew where the resources from the three sovereigns' realms were shipped to, and he also knew that the source of some of the bloody cases in the transdimensional universe was Mo Courtyard. Bai Qian had supporters in the decision-making team, but many of them had died, all at the hands of the three sovereigns' Mo Courtyard. Now that he knew the location of the transdimensional universe energy research group, Lu Yin guessed that Zijing should be there. He also knew that Lord Luo and Lord Tai Bai were not husband and wife. Not husband and wife? Lu Yin was shocked. The entire Six Paths gang knew that Lord Luo and Lord Tai Bai were husband and wife, which caused countless people to be envious. Even the fifth mainland knew about this. Now that he had been told that it was fake, Lu Yin was stunned. Chen Lu said, "It's unbelievable, right? But it's true. Lord Luo naturally hopes that it's true. He likes Lord Tai Bai, but Lord Tai Bai has never been with him. The reason why he maintains this relationship is for the sake of the three sovereigns' spacetime, and also for Lord Taibai's own spacetime. The three sovereigns were not from the three sovereigns' spacetime. This spacetime had been harmed by the time poison, and the original cultivation system had collapsed. On this foundation, the three sovereigns had arrived with the cultivation method of the sovereign king's chi. They had joined forces to fight against the Forgotten Ruins god and brought the three sovereigns' spacetime to the height of one of the Six Paths gang. Among them there were husband and wife as well as cooperation. The Starshine spacetime is now one of the 62 parallel spacetimes of the endless battlefield. Although it's a battlefield, the people inside have been transported to the three sovereigns' spacetime. This is also the reason why Lord Taibai maintains a superficial relationship. In reality, no matter which spacetime it is, it can't escape the war with the Eternals, Qinlu said. Lu Yin asked, what kind of person is Lord Taibai? Qinlu thought for a moment. She's the complete opposite of Mu Jun. Mu Jun is a stubborn and overbearing person. He wants everything to be under his control. Xing Jun is too calm and doesn't fight for anything. As long as the people from the star-reflecting universe are safe, it's fine. Her talent is extremely high. Mu Jun relied on Luo Jun's help to reach the monarch realm. What about her strength? Lu Yin inquired. Qinlu thought for a moment. She's about the same as Mu Jun. It's mainly because of her personality. In the battle against the Eternals, it's always Luo Jun who rushes to the front. Lord Taibai maintains the three sovereigns' great array, and Mu Jun oversees the overall situation. Lu Yin nodded and had a general understanding of Lord Taibai. Don't have any ideas about Lord Taibai. Unless you bring everyone in the Starshine spacetime to the origin space, you won't be able to affect her, Qinlu said as a reminder. It was mainly those people in the Starshine spacetime who could affect Lord Taibai. Lu Yin didn't want Lord Taibai to do anything. If she was really the kind of person Qinlu said, such a person was similar to the blood ancestor, and he would be embarrassed to make a move. Qinlu wanted Lu Yin to understand the three sovereigns' spacetime more, but Lu Yin actually wanted to understand Luo Jun more. However, Qinlu didn't know much about Lord Luo. Didn't you hear that Lord Luo came out of the world of nothingness and is a legend? You don't seem to think that Lord Luo is very powerful and can't compare to Mr. Deheng? Lu Yin asked. Qinlu smiled bitterly. That's fake. Lu Yin was surprised. Qinlu said, if you don't say that, how would the six parties care about Lord Luo? In fact, coming out of the world of nothingness was just a show by Lord Luo. Along with this show, Lord Luo collected tea leaves and gave them to the Grand Empyrean. The outside world must have said that the Grand Empyrean respected Lord Luo, right? Lu Yin felt like his worldview had been refreshed. The world of nothingness, the respect of the Grand Empyrean, has caused the outside world to misunderstand Lord Luo. This is what the three sovereigns want. Otherwise, how could the three sovereigns' spacetime become one of the six parties? Qinlu said, a long time ago there was a parallel spacetime that was stronger than the three sovereigns' spacetime. Because of Lord Luo's disguise, that parallel spacetime couldn't become one of the six parties and merged into the endless battlefield. In the end, all the experts died at the hands of the Eternals. If it wasn't for Lord Luo's disguise, that spacetime would have ended up like the three sovereigns' spacetime. Qinlu looked at Lu Yin. Lord Luo is very good at disguise. Was that so? Why did the Grand Empyrean cooperate? The Grand Empyrean didn't cooperate, he just didn't care. Lu Yin let Qinlu return while he went to find Mu Jun. He still had to ask Mu Jun about Lord Luo. Mu Jun's answer was different from Qin Li's. Disguise? Oh. Once you enter the world of nothingness, you can't come out. Do you think this is a game? You can even go in and walk around? Giving tea leaves to the Grand Empyrean will earn him respect? Do you know how many people give tea leaves to the Grand Empyrean? All of them are extremely strong. Let me tell you, Lord Luo definitely doesn't have good intentions. Lu Yin looked at Mu Jun's unbridled mockery and was somewhat speechless. Qinlu should not have lied to him, but this Mu Jun might have lied to him in order to make him fear Luo Jun. However, Lu Yin had seen Luo Jun in action in the Zio realm, and it had given him a vague sense of danger. Luo Jun's attacks had not been that terrifying, and at the very least they were far less mysterious than Su Wuwei's. Who was telling the truth? He ran and Uncle Amo should not have lied to him, and Qinlu should not have lied to him either. However, these two parties had said the exact opposite. Lu Yin left, and it was time to return to the Three Monarchs universe. After Lu Yin left, Mu Jun's expression turned ugly. Someone had betrayed him in the Three Monarchs universe, and it had definitely been someone from the upper echelon. Who could it be? Lu Yin returned to the Three Monarchs universe, and the first thing he did was to check out the passage. Mu Shang had been killed by the Corpse King, and this matter was also within the scope of the Horizon Manor's investigation. Lu Yin had not appeared for a long time, and there were already people talking about it. If he did not look at it from beginning to end, it might raise suspicions. Fortunately, Qin Lu had already covered for him, saying that he was investigating a spy. As for the passage, there was no rush. It involved the power of a god, and it was not something that Shen-Qi could investigate. However, he still had to go. When Lu Yin returned to the Three Monarchs universe and headed to the passage, Suji told him that Yao Lan had been punished to enter the endless battlefield. The reincarnation universe caused a lot of trouble because of this matter. The disciples of the Great Stone Holy Sect believed that Yao Lan had harmed the Great Stone Holy Man, and they kept asking the new Great Stone Holy Man to uphold justice. Lotus Reverend's disciples all defended Yao Lan, saying that Qingfen had framed her. Now neither side is willing to back down. Lotus Reverend has punished Yao Lan to enter the endless battlefield, which is equivalent to admitting to this matter. The Great Stone Holy Sect is even angrier. And your side has also angered many of Lotus Reverend's disciples. After all, Yao Lan had unintentionally revealed the Great Stone Holy Man's whereabouts, and it was not intentional. Otherwise, Lotus Reverend would not have punished her like this. Many of them have threatened to make you pay the price. Lu Yin was calm, they were right. He had done it on purpose. If he did not cause a disturbance, how would he be able to spread his name? How would he be able to cause trouble in the reincarnation universe in the future? The Shaoyin divinity had exiled the Lu family, and the reincarnation universe had treated the primordial space badly. He had many things to do. Thank you. Mr. Jin's tomorrow. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll add more chapters, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2664. Let them be. Although there are many disciples of Venerable Lotus, as long as I don't betray humanity, they have nothing to do with me. On the contrary, they should be worried about being captured by me. Lu Yin looked at Suji and smiled. Believe it or not, Qing Feng isn't the only disciple of Venerable Lotus. Suji's expression changed and he stared at Lu Yin in shock. This person was truly fearless and dared to say anything. If any of Venerable Lotus disciples heard this, it would attract a bunch of enemies. It's a pity that I can't openly question Yao Lan, Lu Yin said as they arrived at the tunnel ahead. Suji's face twitched as he really wanted to openly question Yao Lan. She was a publicly acknowledged demi-saint, but he had never seen her so ruthless in six-direction training rites. This trip to the tunnel was just for show, and Lu Yin couldn't possibly find anything here. Actually, he could find out where Mu Shang had died, but that place might attract Luo Jun's attention. He wasn't confident that he could hide his appearance in front of Luo Jun, and Luo Jun should have seen his face before. If they met face to face, they would be exposed. Thus, this trip was destined to end in failure. Lu Yin had originally planned to go through the motions, but he had not expected to meet someone unexpected here, Celestial Sovereign. The Astral River was like a mirror, and her bare face was even more beautiful than makeup. The entire Astral River fell silent the moment they saw Celestial Sovereign. It was a kind of spiritual peace that was difficult to describe, but if one had to describe it, it would be a kind of thirst-quenching. Lu Yin looked at the distant Celestial Sovereign, who was lost in thought, and he felt like he was quenching his thirst in summer. It was a very comfortable feeling. Songbai greets Lord Celestial Sovereign. Songbai hurriedly stepped forward to greet Lu Yin. The tunnel was surrounded by the three sovereign spacetime cultivators, but no one dared to raise their heads in front of Celestial Sovereign. Lu Yin was the only exception, and he stared straight at her. Celestial Sovereign turned to look at Lu Yin, and the two exchanged glances. You're Shen-Qi. Lu Yin reacted and bowed. Shen-Qi greets the Star Lord. He was apprehensive as he did not know if this Star Lord could see through his death mask disguise. She probably could not, and if he was not mistaken, her strength was comparable to Su Wuwei's. She definitely could not reach Su Wuwei's level. Only someone at that level could see through his disguise. But if she could see through it, then it meant that he had to hide his strength. Are you here to investigate the appearance of godly energy? Lu Yin respectfully replied, yes. This is a dereliction of duty on my part as I allowed the Corpse King to run amok. This junior is responsible. Lord Taibai Jinxing retracted his gaze. It's not your fault. Even if Sister Mu is still here, she can't do anything about it. Lu Yin didn't know if he should investigate, but he decided to wait until Taibai Jinxing left before doing so. He raised his head and looked at Star Sovereign again. What he saw was her side profile. This woman could not be considered too beautiful, but she gave him a sense of security. In the starry sky of the universe, everyone was themselves. There were no two identical leaves and there were no two identical people. Even progenitor Chen's 9 clones had his own thoughts. The star sovereign was different from all the other women he had met. She was like a calm, peaceful lake without any wind or waves. "Can you do me a favor?" Lord Taibai Jingxing suddenly spoke up and looked at Lu Yin again. Lu Yin was astonished. "Please tell me, senior. If Qingfen is no longer of any value to you, give him to me." Lu Yin was stunned, as he had not expected her to say such a thing. Everyone else had heard it as well, and Lord Taibai Jingxing had not concealed anything. Lu Yin did not know what they were thinking, but perhaps he knew Lu Yin did not know what kind of person Lord Taibai Jingxing was, but the feeling she gave him was completely different from what she had said. "Senior, why do you want Qingfen?" Lu Yin did not understand. Lord Taibai Jingxing just looked at him and did not answer. Lu Yin met her gaze, and he looked into her calm eyes without any fear. "This junior is not trying to pry into anything, but Qingfen is still a spy, and he is involved with the shaman spirit god. He is extremely important, and if there is no special reason, even we would not deal with him on our own. He is still useful to us, so it would be unreasonable for senior to ask for him." Song Bai's heart trembled. How ruthless. No one in the 3 sovereign spacetimes had dared to speak to Lord Taibai Jingxing in such a manner. Even Mu Jun and Lord Luo had been polite when speaking to her. Many people around them subconsciously glanced at Lu Yin. The universe was silent as Lord Taibai Jingxing continued to stare at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared back fearlessly. "Must you explain?" Lord Taibai Jingxing asked, her tone as calm as ever. Lu Yin persisted. "Must. I like his voice," Lord Taibai Jingxing explained, which was beyond Lu Yin's expectations. Generally speaking, such an extreme powerhouse would not be able to explain herself so easily when questioned in such a firm manner. However, she had still managed to explain herself in such a calm manner. Lu Yin did not understand. "Just his voice?" Lord Taibai Jingxing asked. "Have you heard his voice before?" "Yes." "Then why are you asking?" Lu Yin was stunned. To be honest, Qingfen's voice was perfect, and it could even stir up his thoughts. Even Venerate Lotus had invited him to listen to it several times. However, asking for a spy like Qingfen just because of his voice seemed unreasonable. He still wanted to ask more questions, but Lord Taibai Jingxing had already left. She did not wait for him to answer as if she did not need him to. Lu Yin could not understand this woman, and he recalled Qin Li's words. This woman was willing to publicly acknowledge Lord Luo as her husband for the sake of her own spacetime. For such a powerhouse she had sacrificed a lot. Then was she essentially the same type of person as Qingfen? Qingfen had preserved his hometown, and no matter what those people thought, he had trapped them forever in that small world. Then what about Lord Taibai Jingxing? "Acting Academy Master, do you still want to investigate?" Songbai asked, startling Lu Yin. Lu Yin asked, "What kind of person is Lord Taibai Jingxing?" Songbai's face paled. "Acting Academy Master, we do not dare to talk about Lord Taibai Jingxing. Please do not ask such questions again as no one can answer you." Lu Yin was helpless. "Then tell me, is Lord Taibai Jingxing angry at me?" Songbai's face twitched. "We do not dare to talk about Lord Taibai Jingxing." Lu Yin looked at her. "Lord Luo asked you to follow me, but you did not seem to be of any use." Songbai was speechless. How could this be blamed on him? Lu Yin pretended to investigate for a bit before leaving. This involved divine power, and no matter how he looked at it, it was not within the scope of his investigation. Elsewhere, at the Rainbow Wall, Lord Taibai Jingxing had returned. Luo Jun had been waiting for her for a long time, and when he saw her return, he gently asked, "How was it?" She was calm. "I couldn't see anything. My divine power has disappeared without a trace." Luo Jun nodded. "It's normal." He then looked at Lord Taibai Jingxing's back as she faced outside the Rainbow Wall with a complicated expression. He had waited for this woman for so many years, but he still had not been able to obtain her heart. A fake was still a fake. "I heard that you asked for Qing Feng from Heaven's Reflection Hall?" Luo Jun asked. Taibai Jingxing's back was facing him as he said indifferently, "Yes." "How was it?" Luo Jun asked. Taibai Jingxing asked, "Don't you already know?" Luo Jun's tone was gentle. "I'll ask for it for you. I'll definitely get it." She was calm. "That's my business. Qing Feng is still a spy." "I know." Luo Jun helplessly looked at her back, not knowing what to say. This woman was always like this. Although she was not as prickly as a hedgehog, she still wrapped herself up tightly. Even after so many years, he had not been able to open a single gap. "I'm leaving." She did not say anything. Instead, she calmly looked into the distance. A gentle breeze blew past, causing her hair to flutter. A few days later, Kujian found Lu Yin and informed him that there had been an accident with the home of the gods. "Zijing can't go?" Lu Yin was astonished, as this was the accident that Kujian had told him about. When the deal had been made with the home of the gods, it had been clearly stated that the home of the gods would only trade with Zijing and not Kujian. Zijing had to be present at the site of the deal, but she had not been present. Kujian had gone to the home of the gods, but the deal had not been successful. Kujian was furious. "If not for you, Xianqi, I would not have been so courteous to the home of the gods." Lu Yin frowned. "Senior, don't underestimate the home of the gods. On the surface they don't seem to have many experts, but they have a very deep foundation. Their ability to create something out of nothing comes from an extreme powerhouse, and that extreme powerhouse must have left behind a backup plan. When the Sixth Mainland attacked the Fifth, that extreme powerhouse known as the Symbol Progenitor covered the heavens and prevented the experts from displaying their full power. This led to the Sixth Mainland's defeat, and one of their powerhouses almost died. If you don't believe me, you can check the Fifth Mainland." Kujian was apprehensive. "Something like that happened?" Lu Yin nodded. "The Symbol Progenitor's methods are unimaginable. Senior, how did you feel when you first came into contact with Void God's power?" "The Symbol Progenitor's methods are similar to Void God's power. Although the nature of their powers is different, they are both unfathomable. Furthermore, that's the Fifth Mainland. Once Senior takes action, there's no guarantee that the home of the gods won't be able to find someone who can fight against Senior. It would be troublesome if the Above Heaven sect was drawn out." Kujian said, "That's why I didn't do anything to them. Xianqi, you were the one who requested the deal with Zijing and—" He suddenly paused, feeling a little awkward. Zijing's presence had been Lu Yin's request to ensure Zijing's status. But now, the hyperspace organization wanted to bypass Zijing and make the deal directly, which was the same as bypassing Lu Yin. This was not something to be proud of. It would have been fine if the hyperspace organization had done it behind his back, but now, the hyperspace organization had actually said it in front of Lu Yin, which put Kujian in an awkward position. Lu Yin lowered his voice. "Senior, please continue." Kujian's expression turned ugly. "Xianqi, it's not that we don't want to bring Zijing along, but she can't go right now." Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. "What's wrong with Zijing?" Kujian replied, "Don't worry, Zijing is fine. It's just that the cultivation technique she's involved in is too important, and no one is allowed to communicate with the outside world, let alone speak of it. That's why we can't bring her along for the deal. Please understand." If this had been the first time they had met, then there would have been no need for Kujian to speak to Lu Yin in such a manner. However, things were different now. Lu Yin's status was extremely high, and he had multiple powerhouses backing him. Kujian could no longer afford to offend Lu Yin, and even he had to speak to Lu Yin courteously. "Hasn't Zijing always been researching important cultivation techniques? Why are you keeping it a secret now?" Lu Yin did not understand. Could it be that the research on the sequence particles had reached a breakthrough? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2665. Kujian was unable to answer, so he could only say, "In short, Zijing can't meet anyone right now, but I promise you that she'll be fine. Even if you don't believe us, you should believe in yourself. Lord Hiran has to consider your influence and you're his little brother." Lu Yin sighed. "I know." Kujian continued, "Don't worry, Xianqi. When you see Zijing again, she'll be completely different. She'll shock you enough. That's all I can say. I don't even know where she is. Lady Hiran told me all this." Lu Yin was helpless. "I understand. But Zijing can't meet anyone right now, right?" Kujian nodded. "Senior, do you want me to talk to the home of the gods and let them continue the trade?" Lu Yin asked. Kujian replied, "There's no need for that. Although the primordial space is rich in resources, it'll attract too much attention. We don't want to attract anyone's attention right now, so I hope that you can contact the Scenic Cloud clan. It would be best if you could also contact the Void Yang and Void Yin clans to buy resources from the Void God Spacetime. With your influence in the Void God Spacetime, this should be easy." "Does the Void God Spacetime have all the resources you need?" "Some of them, but we can figure out how to get the rest ourselves." Lu Yin knew that the three Monarch Spacetimes had always sold resources to Hyperdrive, and now that the Void God spacetime also had some, they should be able to gather enough resources. Alright, I understand. Don't worry, Senior. Ku Jian heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you. After Ku Jian left, Luin thought about it for a long time, but he still felt that he had to meet Zijing no matter what. At the very least, he had to know how she was doing. When he had first arrived at the Six Direction Society, he had been called Senior everywhere. Now, it was time for them to recognize him again. The next day, Luin went to Hyperdrive and found Ku Jian, asking him to bring him to Hiran. Ku Jian was confused. You want to see Lady Hiran? Luin nodded. Ku Jian wanted to ask what was going on, but after some thought, he decided against it. No matter what, he still called Hiran Sister Ran, and this wasn't a relationship that he could casually ask about. Ku Jian brought Luin to see Hiran, and she was very happy that Luin had come looking for her. Are you in trouble? Tell me, I'll definitely help you. Luin was vexed. Sister, I miss Zijing. Ku Jian's expression changed. Hiran was also stunned. Yesterday she got a report from Ku Jian that Xianqi agreed to contact the virtual god universe, and he didn't ask much about Zijing. She thought it was over, but she didn't expect him to come in person so soon. Ku Jian. Ku Jian bowed. Yes, sir. Didn't you tell little brother Xianqi about Zijing? Hiran asked calmly. It was impossible to tell if she was happy or angry. Ku Jian hurriedly replied, I already told you. He then looked at Luin. Luin smiled and replied, Big Sis Ran, Senior Ku Jian already mentioned it, but after thinking about it for a long time, I feel that I should still meet Zijing. After all, she's my woman, and meeting her will make me feel at ease. Hiran smiled faintly. Little brother, the cultivation technique that Zijing is currently researching is very important, so she really can't go out. Otherwise, we wouldn't have given up on such a huge amount of resources in the origin space and purchased them from the Void God universe. Do you know that this will cause us a lot of trouble and make it easier for people with ulterior motives to target us? Even so, Zijing can't go out. He looked up at Hiran with a resolute gaze. Sister Ran, is Zijing dead or alive? Hiran's expression changed slightly. Ku Jian shouted, How dare you, Xianqi? Uncle Amo walked out and looked at Luin sternly. There was a moment of silence. Hiran and Luin looked at each other and saw the coldness in each other's eyes. This was the first time that Luin had shown off his strength in front of Hiran, and she felt that he was a stranger. She had seen this person many times, but the deepest impression she had of him was that he had boldly looked at her for the first time. If not for Bai Qian's appearance, this person would not have had a future. Since then, this person had been respectful and obedient, which made her feel very comfortable. She had even forgotten about his unbridled arrogance at the beginning. Even if this person had the backing of several extreme powerhouses, he still had to call her Big Sis Ran whenever he saw her and would not go against her wishes. The Six Direction Training Rites also had a very good opinion of him. But this time Hiran felt like a stranger. She thought back to the first time they had met, and it seemed like this was the real Xianqi. Ku Jian looked at Luin with a strange gaze. Uncle Amo also stared at Luin. He wanted to suppress him, but he was also afraid. Even an extreme powerhouse like him was afraid of Luin. Hiran's position in the Transcendence universe was extraordinary, but how could Xianqi not be the same in the Void God universe? After a long silence, Hiran spoke first with a smile. Little brother, you're thinking too much. Luin continued to look at Hiran. Then let me see Zijing. Big Sis Ran, I'm very worried about her. Hiran smiled, her perfect face dazzling Luin. He remembered Bai Qian's words, profane her, just profane her. Zijing is so lucky to have such an infatuated person like you care about her. Alright, let her come out this time. Luin was grateful. Thank you, Big Sis Ran. Go to the Fenghua Mound and wait for me. I'll have Uncle Amo bring her here. Hiran said and had Ku Jian bring Luin to the Fenghua Mound. After Luin left, Hiran's face sank and her eyes were filled with anger. Who in the Six Direction Society dares to speak to me like that? Who dares to question me? If not for me, he would have died in the stomach of a giant beast. Uncle Mo's face was gloomy. My lady, this kid is not mature. Hiran's gaze turned cold. If it had been anyone else, they would have already died. However, this was Xianqi, someone who had the backing of several powerhouses. He was currently a popular person in the Void God space, and even she couldn't do anything about him. Uncle Amo, spread the news that this Xianqi was the one who sold the information to Lord Luo, Hiran said. Uncle Mo's eyes brightened. My lady is wise. This kid is from the Heaven's Reflection Manor, let the Yu family deal with him. Hiran said, consider it a lesson. He really thinks that he's strong enough to care about everyone. Don't forget your origins. As long as I'm willing, I can reveal that he's from the Genesis space and he'll have nothing. Uncle Mo hurriedly stopped her. My lady, you can't do that. Zijing will be in trouble if you do that. I know. Ran's words were spoken in a fit of anger. Luyin smiled. Long time no see. I wanted to look for you but I didn't expect to see you here. Brother Xianqi, may I join the Heaven's Mirror Manor? Shu asked. Luyin was surprised. You want to join the Heaven's Mirror Manor? Ran was surprised as well. Little Shu, you want to join the Heaven's Mirror Manor? Shu replied, spies have caused too much damage to the human race. After seeing Brother Xianqi's ability to capture spies, I want to give it a try. Luyin smiled. Sure, the Heaven's Mirror Manor welcomes you. After exchanging a few more words, Luyin bade farewell. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I've been updating for 3 consecutive days but I need to take a break. There's still more than a month before the baby is born. Your support is the greatest blessing for Winborn. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2666. After Xianqi left, Shu asked, Sis, why is Xianqi here? Ran didn't answer and instead looked at Xiao Qingfeng. Did Chu Jian send you? Xiao Qingfeng replied, Xiao Zun doesn't want anything to happen to Bai Qian. Shu's expression changed and he stared at Xiao Qingfeng. What do you mean? That wasn't what you said before. Are you threatening my sister? Uncle Mo's expression didn't change. If Luyin had been the one to say such a thing he would have suppressed him, but since it had come from Xiao Qingfeng, which meant that it was the perfect Xiao Zun. Ran wasn't angry either. Little Shu, wait for Qingfeng to finish. Xiao Qingfeng looked at Ran. Xiao Zun wishes for a complete Bai Qian both physically and spiritually. I hope that Sister Ran can give him some face and not hurt her too much. Ran smiled, causing Xiao Qingfeng's heart to race. This woman's beauty was just like Xiao Zun's strength. They were both perfect. Unfortunately, even though he was Xiao Yin's disciple, he couldn't have such delusions. However, it had to be said that every time he saw this woman, he found it hard to control himself. Chu Jian is making things difficult for me. If I don't hurt Bai Qian, how can I win? Ran asked. Xiao Qingfeng forced himself to look away. Xiao Zun can help Sister Ran as long as Sister Ran needs it. Ran propped up her chin, seemingly lost in thought. Nobody disturbed her and she waited quietly. I have a way. As long as Chu Jian can do it, I won't have to fight with Bai Qian, and I can guarantee that she won't be hurt at all. Ran smiled at Xiao Qingfeng. Xiao Qingfeng looked up. Please speak. Ran's lips curled up in a mesmerizing smile, stunning Xiao Qingfeng. Chu Jian can do it himself. Find Bai Qian. Xiao Qingfeng didn't understand and he looked at Ran in confusion. Ran smiled. Blasphemy. Xiao Qingfeng's expression changed. Sister Ran, are you saying? Ran made a shushing gesture. Neither Uncle Mo nor Shu had seen such a mischievous gesture before, and it made her seem even more beautiful. You should understand. Go back and tell Chu Jian that I've already given him the method, and that whether he can do it or not is his own business. If he can't do it, then don't ask me to do it. Even if he's a perfect, he's still a Xiao Zun. Don't be too domineering or no one will like you. Ran, Ran. She nod. Ran nodded and watched Xiao Qingfeng leave. You, tis, use? She. Shu was unwilling to accept this. Everyone knew that he liked Bai Qian, and he had even quarreled with Ran before. Now Ran had actually allowed that Xiao Zun to profane Bai Qian. Ran said in a low voice, I don't care what you think. Bai Qian can't stay in the hyperspace. Even if she doesn't belong to Xiao Zun, she still has to die. She can never be yours. Little Shu listened to me clearly. After saying that, she let Shu leave. Is. Once he finds out your side, Ran said, won't be found out. I know exactly when to say what. This is the fastest and most effective method. First, this person is too domineering. He really thinks that everyone should. He's like a grand empyrean. Rumor has it that one of the 3 sovereigns is reserved for this young sovereign. He'll definitely replace one of them, Uncle Mo said. That's why many people are afraid of him, but that's a matter of the reincarnation spacetime. Even if he becomes a sovereign, the 3 sovereigns aren't to be trifled with. Even the one that the Grand Empyrean dislikes the most is publicly recognized as the leader of the 3 sovereigns. He won't be easy to deal with and it has nothing to do with us. Even if First Jian becomes one of the three sovereigns, it won't affect us. Once the research on the sequence particle is completed, who cares about the three sovereigns and 9 sages? Uncle Mo vigilantly released his energy to prevent others from hearing. I'm going to rest. Iran was exhausted. Uncle Mo disappeared. Fairies danced among the petals on the stairs. It was a beautiful and dreamy scene. After Luin left, he didn't go to the Zio realm or the three sovereigns spacetime. Instead, he went to a secret place and brought Luo Lauer with him. Everyone in the hyperspace was being monitored, but thanks to Yufeng, Luin knew where it was safe and where it could be monitored. With his strength, he could escape even if he was being monitored, but doing so would alert the hyperspace, so it wasn't worth it. Contact that person. I want to buy information, Luin said. That person had betrayed Luo Lauer and bought information from Luo Jun, causing Luo Jun to go to war with the Yu family. Not counting Luin, Luo Lauer had been betrayed by that person. Now he could contact that person again. They didn't talk about that matter. Luo Lauer had his own needs, and the other party also had a need to sell information. It was just a matter of whose methods were better. I want to buy information on Luo Jun, Luin said. He still didn't know what Luo Jun was like. Qin Lu, Uncle Mo, and Mu Jun had all said different things. If he wanted to make a move on the three sovereigns spacetime, he naturally had to understand Luo Jun. On the other side, under the dim light, a tired person looked at the screen. This Luo Lauer still wants to buy information. There's no way he doesn't know that I've betrayed him. It seems like the information he's buying is really important. He continued reading. Buying information on Luo Jun? Is he trying to turn the tables on Luo Jun? It should be the person behind Luo Lauer. He kept looking for Luo Lauer's location. He's not in the Zio realm anymore. That's meaningless. It seems like he's much more cautious. Fine, I'll just treat it as a normal transaction. But why would I have information on Luo Jun? Not long after, Luo Lauer received a message. Brother-in-law, he only has information about the hyperspace. He doesn't have information about anything outside of the hyperspace. Luin was disappointed. Even though he wanted to find out who this person was, information on Luo Jun was also very important. It was a pity that he didn't have any information. I want to buy information on Zijing, Luin continued. Luo Lauer contacted the other party. On the other side, the person frowned and was rather irritated. Zijing's location? I'm also looking into it. Why is everyone forcing me to look into this? I want to know everything. He replied. Luo Lauer was helpless. Brother-in-law, he doesn't know. How can he not know anything? Luin was dissatisfied. Luo Lauer sent this message over at the same time. The person on the other side gritted his teeth but couldn't refute. Actually, he couldn't be blamed. Zijing's location was now a secret of the entire hyperspace. How could he find out? As for Luo Jun's matter, it didn't even belong to the hyperspace. He really wanted to refute, but he held himself back. On the other side, Luin said, tell him to find out why Xiao Qingfeng was looking for he ran today. His goal. Luo Lauer was just about to send the message over when he suddenly paused. Brother-in-law, won't that expose your identity? It's fine, Kajian knows about it too. Plus, they didn't hide their tracks. Many people saw them, Luin said. Since he wanted to investigate, he naturally had to think about this. Not long after, 3 words came from the other side. Not found. Curses continuously rang out from the dark space. Who is this Luo Lauer working for? He's definitely not an ordinary person to know that Xiao Qingfeng was looking for he ran so quickly. He must be from the Yu family. Only the Yu family has this ability in the hyperspace, or is it someone else? I need to find out who went to Hiran's place, but that place is very difficult to find. Luo Lauer mocked again. The person on the other side was furious. That bastard isn't taking revenge, is he? On the other side, Luin frowned. Let him investigate Shen Qi. Luo Lauer was shocked. Investigate yourself? See how much he knows about me. The more detailed, the better. Infuriate him, Luin said. Luo Lauer nodded. Understood. He then began to discuss the deal. When the person on the other side saw that he wanted to investigate Shen Qi, he heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, there was someone who could be investigated. He told Luo Lauer to wait. Luo Lauer said to Luin, he said that he can investigate, but he can only find out about Shen Qi in the hyperspace. He promises to be absolutely detailed. Luin nodded and waited quietly. An hour later, the information regarding Shen Qi appeared in front of Luin. He skimmed through it and found that it was indeed very detailed. There was even information about him being thrown into the Colosseum when he first appeared. The information about his time in the drifting cloud space was also very detailed, and there was even information about him at the Hexway training hall. This person had worked hard to prove his abilities. Suddenly, Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he saw a piece of information. Xian Qi met with Zi Jing at the Hexway training hall. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he recalled the details of his meeting with Zi Jing. If he remembered correctly, Zi Jing had just made some progress in her research on the sequence particle that he ran had rewarded her. Only a few people knew that Zi Jing had gone to the Hexway training hall to meet him. This wasn't something that could be found through the analysis of the information. From then on, Zi Jing's whereabouts had been kept a secret, and it was impossible for outsiders to find out. It was even more impossible for someone to find out that she had met with him at the Hexway training hall. The only possibility was that this person had been able to get close to Zi Jing and even converse with her. Was he also from the energy research team? It wasn't impossible. What do you think this person's identity is in the hyperspace training hall? What's the most likely identity? Lu Yin asked. Luo Lauer thought about it. Based on my understanding of the hyperspace training hall, to be able to gather so much information, they either have a high status like the Yu family who can monitor the entire hyperspace training hall, or they have the technology or their job is to monitor the hyperspace training hall. However, the possibility of the latter is very low. Those people are strictly monitored by others, so it's impossible for them to sell information. The Yu family is a behemoth that can monitor the hyperspace training hall, so there's no need for them to sell information in such a way. The most likely possibility is that they have the technology to use the hyperspace training hall's surveillance network. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at the sky. Technology? In the hyperspace training hall, the most talented people in the hyperspace training hall were probably with Zi Jing. Research on the sequence particle was the most important field in the hyperspace training hall, and all the talents in the hyperspace training hall were gathered there. It was very likely that this person was with Zi Jing, but they hadn't gone to the parallel universe where the flow of time was different. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2667. It seemed like it was time to go to the place where Zi Jing had researched the sequence particles. Lu Yin knew the location through Qinlu, and it seemed like Lu Yun was still being held captive there. At that moment someone contacted him. He opened the cloud connection stone, and a screen appeared. It was Zuiyu. Xie Wu sent me a name by Qian. Zuiyu sent a message. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Ever since he had saved Xie Wu and allowed him to return to He Shu's side, Xie Wu had sent some information to Zuiyu from time to time. Zuiyu had also sent some to Lu Yin when he arrived in the hyperspace. Lu Yin didn't mind. Xie Wu didn't know what information was useful to him, so he would send whatever he thought was important. He had wanted Zuiyu to remind Xie Wu not to send any more information to prevent He Shu from finding out. Xie Wu wasn't that important, and Lu Yin had only saved him out of pity. Keeping him by He Shu's side was a habit of his. However, the information he received this time made Lu Yin realize that his unintentional actions had paid off greatly. He sent Luo Lauer back and used the wireless goo to contact Bai Qian. The wireless goo was very useful in the Six Directions Association. Although it couldn't transmit information through parallel spacetime, it could be transmitted through the same spacetime. This was a method that only the Above Heaven sect could use to transmit information. This was the first time Lu Yin had contacted Bai Qian in the hyperspace. Bai Qian looked at the wireless goo's changing password and was rather surprised. This was the first time she had used it after learning how to use it from Lu Yin. What's your relationship with the Earth sect? Lu Yin asked. Bai Qian replied, there are very few people in the decision-making team who can support me. My people in He Shu's circle sent me two names, Earth sect and Bai Qian. Bai Qian was surprised. You're monitoring He Shu? Sort of. Two names, nothing much. I'll be heading to the Earth sect in 3 days to discuss recruiting a member of the decision-making team. Either he knows about your meeting and wants to ruin it, or there's something wrong with the Earth sect. What can I do? Bai Qian replied, use your own methods to ruin this meeting. Regardless of which guess it was, this meeting couldn't be carried out. After all, He Shu had already targeted him, which was the same as being targeted by He Ran. Lu Yin kept the wireless goo and recalled the scene of Xiao Qingfeng and He Shu meeting He Ran today. Could this matter be related to Xiao Qingfeng? Thinking about it, it did not seem very likely. How could Xiao Qingfeng interfere with ultra spacetime's matters? He did not have the qualifications to interfere. Was he going to sabotage the meeting in his own way? Lu Yin's greatest advantage right now was the Heaven's Mirror Manor. 2 days later, Lu Yin led Suji Guanlaoda and the others to a planet called Lucky Star. They landed on the planet and headed straight for Tuk's family. Luin had the authority to mobilize the people from the ultra-spacetime Horizon Manor, and of course they were all from the U family. The cultivators of the Heaven's Reflection House surrounded the Tuk family and shook Jixing. Tuku was one of the members of the decision-making team and had a very high status in transdimensional. Jixing was famous in transdimensional because of him. Now there were actually people surrounding Tuk's family. Putting aside Tuk, Jixing would not agree. Without saying a word, the defense on Jixing's body directly bombarded it. Guan Lao used his virtual god power to suppress Jixing easily. How could the power of a mere planet suppress their boss, who was at the peak of the void luminous realm? White energy soared into the sky from the Tuk family's residence. Luin raised a brow, as Tuku was the only person in the decision-making team who supported Bai Qian. Luin was afraid of He-Ran's methods because he had the ability to use white energy, which meant that he was a half-ancestor. A half-ancestor was not weak, and even He-Ran could not easily deal with one. The white energy shot towards Guan Lao. Guan Lao's expression turned solemn beneath the white clouds. He had the power of a half-ancestor, and he immediately used his virtual god power, which was several times greater than his own. He could temporarily block the attack. Guan Lao was only a step away from becoming a half-ancestor, and he could use several times his own virtual god power to resist Tuku, who only used pure energy. One used virtual god power while the other used pure energy. In Lu Yin's opinion, these two were the weakest progenitors, and any half-ancestor from the fifth mainland could defeat them. However, if Guan Lao broke through to the half-ancestor level, then things would be different. His virtual god power alone would be able to suppress many half-ancestors. "Who are you people? How dare you attack me?" A middle-aged man shouted. His gaze was fierce like that of a furious beast. This person was Tuku. Guan Lao stared at Tuku. Heaven's Mirror Manor. Tuku was shocked and retracted his hand, causing the white energy to dissipate. "You're from the Heaven's Mirror Manor?" Countless people watched from afar, afraid that they would be affected by the battle. Luin stepped forward. Heaven's Mirror Manor's acting manor head, Xian Qi. "Senior Tuku, nice to meet you." Tuku looked at Luin. "You're Xian Qi? What are you doing here?" Luin smiled. "What do you think of the Heaven's Mirror Manor's work? You suspect that I'm a spy?" Tuku was furious. Luin shrugged. "It's just a suspicion. Senior, it's best that you don't resist. Let us investigate." "Impudent. I'm a member of the decision-making team. How dare you frame me?" Tuku raged. Guan Lao barked. "The Heaven's Mirror Manor has the duty to investigate anyone who is suspected of being a spy. Anyone who resists will be treated as a spy, and they will be killed without mercy." Tuku was so angry that he laughed. "What a joke. You're the acting manor head of the Heaven's Mirror Manor, while the manor head of my ultra-space dimension manor is Lord Yufeng. I didn't say anything when Lord Yufeng investigated me, so how can you rely on yourself, Xian Qi? Get lost. Everyone knows what happened to Tuing. If you don't have any evidence, then don't bother me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Tuing was also a member of the decision-making team, but because he had been suspected of being a spy, he had been taken to the Zio realm for investigation. Even though there had been no evidence to prove that he was a spy, he had still been kicked out of the decision-making team. If Tuku had been investigated today, then He-Ran might have been able to use this against him and kick him out of the decision-making team. This was not something that Luin wanted to see. He wasn't sure if Tuku truly supported Bai Qian, but if the only person who supported Bai Qian was kicked out because of Xia Wu's name, then the losses would outweigh the gains. It seems like Senior Tuku won't cooperate. Fine, we'll just wait. The Ultra Space Dimension Manor, the Three Sovereigns and the Heaven's Mirror Manor are all investigating. Actually, I don't want Senior to be a spy, but I hope that Senior won't leave, Luin said. Only then did Tuku's expression lighten up. He had been afraid that the Heaven's Mirror Manor would forcefully search his house, which would make it difficult to explain himself. Now was the perfect time for him to wait. As long as there was no evidence and he had not been taken away for investigation, no one would be able to touch him. Xian Qi's investigation and Yu Fang's investigation were two different concepts. The reason why He-Ran kicked Tuing away was most likely because Tuing had been taken away by the Yu clan. It was very likely that he was no longer one of her people. Luin had achieved his goal, so he just had to wait. Bai Qian definitely wouldn't be able to come tomorrow. As for the result, it would depend on who was more anxious. The next day, Bai Qian was supposed to meet with Tuku. On the auspicious day, Ishu arrived on Lucky Planet. Luin was surprised but not surprised. When he saw He Shu appear, Lu Yin's expression did not change. "Why are you here?" He Shu replied, "Let me take a look." "Brother Shenqi, are you sure that Tu Ku is a spy?" Lu Yin softly replied, "Of course not. He's just looking for trouble." He Shu was stunned. "Looking for trouble? What?" Lu Yin coldly replied, "This person openly supports Bai Qian. Shouldn't he be looking for trouble?" He Shu stared at Lu Yin blankly. "You're surrounding Tu Ku's family because of this?" Lu Yin pulled He Shu to the side and whispered, "You know that I offended Sister Ran a few days ago and my tone wasn't very nice. She's probably angry, so I'm thinking of ways to make up for it. I heard that this Tu Ku supports Bai Qian. Isn't Sister Ran's greatest enemy Bai Qian? So if I'm looking for trouble with him, it's best if I have a reason to get Sister Ran to kick him out of the decision-making team. It can be considered as helping Sister Ran." He Shu was stunned, and he looked at Lu Yin with an indescribable gaze. "What's with that look?" Lu Yin was puzzled. He Shu coughed. "Nothing. How are you going to deal with Tu Ku?" Lu Yin was vexed. "This person has a white energy source, so I can't just charge in. I'm also from the Void God universe, so it's best for Senior Yu Fang to deal with him. It'll be like capturing Tu Ying. Otherwise, it'll cause a lot of dissatisfaction." He Shu was speechless. "Then what's the point of surrounding him?" Lu Yin replied, "I didn't expect him to have a white energy source. If I had known, I would have made a plan. I was going to charge in and capture him, even if it would cause a lot of dissatisfaction. I'm willing to do that for Sister Ran. But now it's troublesome. I can't retreat or advance. What do you think I should do?" He Shu's face twitched and he replied in an unpleasant tone, "I don't know." Lu Yin looked at him, almost certain that there was a problem with Tu Ku. If Tu Ku truly supported Bai Qian, then He Shu should be thinking of a way to help him deal with Tu Ku. This expression made it seem like Lu Yin was being more of a hindrance. If that was the case, then there was a problem with Bai Qian coming to Tu Ku's house. But what could it be? Lu Yin continued to stare at Tu Ku's house. He Shu looked at Lu Yin's back with a complicated expression. This person had ruined his plan, but he couldn't do anything about it. However, this plan wasn't something he had wanted to do in the first place, so all sorts of complicated emotions started to fill his heart. The news quickly reached He Ran's ears. He Ran was stunned and her expression turned ugly. Just like He Shu, she didn't know what to say. She couldn't openly help Tu Ku, but Lu Yin had destroyed He Shu's plans by dealing with Tu Ku. His excuse was that he was helping her, which made He Ran even more furious. In the shadows, Xiao Qingfeng wanted nothing more than to kill Lu Yin. That bastard just had to cause trouble at this time. "Shenqi, what you're doing is useless. You'll even alarm Bai Qian. Don't worry about Tu Ku." He Shu had received He Ran's instructions, and he tried his best to persuade Lu Yin to leave. But how could Lu Yin leave? "No, this guy supports Bai Qian. I'll use him to establish my power and let others know the consequences of offending Sister Ran. Don't worry about it. Even if I can't do anything to him, I'll make sure he can't leave and embarrass himself." He Shu replied, "That's useless." Lu Yin replied, "Just treat it as helping Sister Ran vent her anger." He Shu was helpless and he thought to himself, "My sister wants to slap you to death." Of course he couldn't say such things out loud. They couldn't force Lu Yin to leave at this time, or else Bai Qian would definitely become suspicious. They could only wait. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2668. He Shu had thought that his plan was flawless, but he hadn't expected to run into something like this. He could only accept his bad luck, but he was also relieved that Bai Qian wouldn't be in trouble again. In the distance, Xie Wu quietly observed all of this with excitement in the depths of his eyes. He did not know if Lu Yin's actions had anything to do with the two names that he had provided, but he understood He Shu well. He Shu was definitely feeling extremely stifled at this moment, and the more He Shu acted this way, the happier Xie Wu was. Bai Qian had arrived as she had originally planned to visit Tu Ku's house today. Everyone bowed to her, including He Shu. He Shu's eyes burned with passion as he watched Bai Qian walk over. Today was supposed to be his day of heartbreak, but because of Xianqi his plan had failed. He didn't know whether this was a good or bad thing, but he could still breathe a sigh of relief. Bai Qian's arrival caused the situation to escalate, and many important people in hyperspace looked over. Even though He Ran was furious that Lu Yin had ruined her plan, she still wanted to see what Bai Qian would do. Bai Qian had always kept a low profile in hyperspace, as she was completely different from He Ran. One was born in hyperspace and had been raised as the mistress of hyperspace since young. Even someone like Uncle Mo, who could use a black energy source, had to address her as Your Excellency. Uncle Mo had been raised by he ran on her own accord, and she had done everything she could to obtain a black energy source for him. Bai Qian had come from a parallel universe, but she was a breath of fresh air to countless people. Even the reincarnation universe's young sovereign had been attracted to her. He ran was a perfect woman, as if she had been born to be a woman. Bai Qian was a different kind of woman. She was a Valkyrie who could live for herself and pursue herself. She was full of heroic spirit and unparalleled wisdom. She was good at cultivation and fearless. This kind of quality won her the support of many people. However, that support had gradually disappeared under he ran's pressure for so many years. Now, there were only a few people left, and these people were also gradually disappearing. Bai Qian wouldn't allow anything to happen to Tu Ku, but Tu Ku was being investigated by the Horizon Manor, and he ran couldn't directly interfere. She wanted to know how Bai Qian would deal with this. We've met 3 times and each time you've been different, Bai Qian said indifferently. Tu Ku walked out from his house and whispered behind Bai Qian, Your Excellency, there's no need to waste words with him. I'm not a spy and I'm not afraid of investigation. Bai Qian looked at him calmly. But you're still so cold. I really don't understand how someone like you can compete with Sister Ran, and what makes you think you can win? Shen-Chi, this has nothing to do with you. You're too presumptuous. Tu Ku shouted. He Shu raised his head. Tu Ku, Shen-Chi calls my sister, Sister Ran. My sister has already acknowledged him, so he's not an outsider. Tu Ku glared at he Shu. You guys were behind this, weren't you? You want me to follow in Tu Ying's footsteps? I'm different from that piece of trash, so don't even think about kicking me out of the decision-making team. Lu Yin found it funny, as such confidence naturally came from he ran. This person seemed to support Bai Qian on the surface, but he was secretly supporting he ran on the inside. The two of them were already on the same side, and everyone else in the decision-making team could withdraw, except for he ran. Bai Qian looked at he Shu. Give me an explanation for what happened today. He Shu was helpless. This has nothing to do with us. It's the heavens' reflection Manor's actions. Lu Yin continued, Tu Ku is suspected of being a spy. Of course, he's not the only one. There are many other people in hyperspace who are also spies. However, his position is the highest, so we have to keep an eye on him to prevent him from escaping. So you're saying that you're not sure if Tu Ku is a spy? Bai Qian retorted. If I was, you wouldn't be able to see him anymore. How likely is it that he's a spy? Bai Qian asked. Lu Yin thought about it. 10%. Bai Qian grew colder. Do you know how much of an impact this place will have on Tu Ku? Lu Yin retorted. Then do you know how much of an impact he'll have on humanity if he's a spy? The two stared at each other, neither willing to back down. Tu Ku was furious. This Shen-Chi wasn't easy to deal with. Bai Qian looked around and saw that everyone was looking at her with respect. It didn't matter who won or lost in the end. It didn't even matter to most people in hyperspace. They couldn't even determine who would win, so they looked at Bai Qian the same way they looked at he ran. Speaking of impact, don't you think about yourself? Bai Qian suddenly asked. Lu Yin didn't understand. Who are you talking about? Bai Qian looked at him. Lu Yin was astonished. Me? Bai Qian was calm. What impact do I have? Lu Yin was confused. Bai Qian sneered. You don't know? Lu Yin looked at he Shu. He Shu's expression was ugly as he whispered, There's a rumor going around that Lord Luo is certain that Luo Ho is in the Zio realm and that Mu Jun's disappearance is related to the Yu family. Lu Yin's eyes widened. What was going on? Someone had actually guessed that he was being spied on? Impossible. It looks like you really don't know. Think about how to deal with the Yu family first. If they get angry, you'll have to scram back to the Void God realm. It's none of your business here, Bai Qian said coldly. He Shu and the others thought that she was mocking Lu Yin, but Lu Yin knew that she was trying to get him to think of a way out. This matter could be big or small, and she really did care about him. After all, they were allies. Lu Yin's mind was in a mess. How had this rumor come about? Had someone really guessed that it was him? He didn't believe it, and spying on him was also impossible. Could the Yu family have spread the rumor themselves? From start to finish, the only ones who had ever suspected him were the Yu family. They didn't look at the process or the evidence, only the results. He Shu saw that Lu Yin didn't speak, and his expression didn't seem right. He was pleased. This was naturally he ran's doing. Her goal was to beat Shen-Chi, and it seemed like it was working. He whispered, Don't worry too much. It's just a rumor, and it might have been done by a spy. Your ability to capture spies is obvious, so it's normal that the eternal spies don't want you to stay in the hyperspace dimension. Luin looked at Hishu. Could it have been he ran? If no one had guessed that it was him or was spying on him, then the only possibility was to deal with him. The biggest powers in the hyperspace dimension were he ran and the Yu family, but it wasn't likely that the Yu family was involved. They had long since confirmed that there was something wrong with Luin, so there was no need for them to spread such rumors. After all, the Yu family had no choice but to do something or they wouldn't be able to answer to the Zio realm. Was it her? It wasn't impossible, but what was her goal? Luin thought about it and looked at Bai Qian. You did it, right? Bai Qian's eyes flashed, but he didn't answer. Hishu wasn't surprised, as the only person Qian could suspect was Bai Qian. From his perspective, Bai Qian was the only person in the entire hyperspace dimension who didn't want Qian to stay. Qian had temporarily taken over the Heaven's View Manor, and he had been of great help to their side. The rumor had also started when the Heaven's View Manor had surrounded the Tuku family. I'm asking you, did you do it? Lu Yin's eyes were cold as he stared at Bai Qian, even revealing a hint of killing intent. Tuku hurriedly stood in front of Bai Qian. What are you doing, Qian? Don't be too presumptuous. This is the hyperspace dimension, not your void god's hyperspace. Hishu was also afraid that Lu Yin would attack Bai Qian. If it was possible, Uncle Mo would have killed Bai Qian long ago, but no one could do that in the hyperspace dimension. If Lu Yin attacked Bai Qian, the ruler would think that it was Ran's doing and that would be troublesome. Bai Qian, on the other hand, was fearless. So what if I did? So what if I didn't? Would you believe me? Lu Yin angrily shouted, You definitely did it. You sure have some tricks up your sleeve to force me away, but they won't win against Sister Ran. Bai Qian was displeased. You don't have to worry about that. She then looked in a certain direction. Your trouble is here. Lu Yin looked over and saw that Eulele had arrived. Hishu and the rest saw him as well. The people on the Lucky Planet had encountered a rare event, and with so many important people gathered here, it was quite lively. Eulele's expression was unsightly, and his hair was disheveled. He walked up to Lu Yin and didn't look at anyone else. Father is looking for you. Lu Yin frowned. I'm keeping an eye on Tuku. He's suspected to be a spy. Leave it to someone else. Father is looking for you. Eulele's tone was even lower, as if he was suppressing his anger. Hishu stepped forward. Lele, the matter between Luo Jun and the Yu family can't be Qian's doing. How could he have the ability to participate in Mu Jun's disappearance? Eulele glared at Hishu. You have no right to interfere in the Yu family's matters. Hishu was displeased, but he didn't say anything else. Ran and the Yu family had always been at odds with each other, and aside from Yu Ting, the rest of the Yu family had always been hostile towards them. Eulele was the same and his mood fluctuated. After rebuking Hishu, Eulele looked at Lu Yin. Are we leaving or not? He had no choice but to instruct Guan Laoda and the rest not to leave the encirclement and to keep an eye on Tuku to prevent him from escaping. These words almost caused Tuku to explode, and Hishu felt helpless as well. Before he left, he looked at Bai Qian. I hope you're not a spy or I'll personally capture you. Tuku snorted. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You have no right to tell us what to do in the hyperspace continuum. Scram. Eulele glanced at Tuku. Don't drag me into this. Tuku's expression changed. I'm talking about Qian. It has nothing to do with you. Eulele rolled his eyes. I'm going with him to the Zio realm. What do you mean by scram? Tuku resentfully retracted his gaze and didn't say anything else. Soon after, Lu Yin left with Eulele. Compared to Ran, I'm not worthy of your trust. Yu Fang casually opened a screen that showed the various places where the rumor had originated. Ran underestimates the Yu family. She thinks that the surveillance we have is far from the true number of people under surveillance. These people spreading rumors are outside the scope of the Yu family's surveillance, but in reality they're all within range. Take a look for yourself. Maybe you know some of them. If you don't believe me, I can give you more evidence. Lu Yin looked at the people spreading the rumors. He didn't know any of them, but he had to go with the flow. Her people. Lu Yin's expression darkened. Eulele sneered. This Ran is getting more and more stupid. Qian actually knows some of them. Yu Fang continued. We haven't fought with her over the past few years, and Bai Qian was almost eliminated. She thinks that she can control space-time, so she's naturally more unscrupulous and arrogant. Lu Yin's expression darkened. Why is she doing this? Yu Fang looked at him. I told you, you've crossed her bottom line. Luin replied, I just want to see Zijing. Although I've offended her, I've also dealt with Tu Ku and helped her slap by Qian's face. Why is she still doing this? Yu Fang sighed. 16 years ago, a member of the decision-making team offended He Ran, and his entire family disappeared. 13 years ago, He Ran ordered the destruction of a planet that wasn't connected to the universe. That planet only knew of itself and it didn't even know that aliens existed. It was destroyed because someone on the planet had accidentally created a face that resembled He Ran's. Of the 4 billion people on the planet, not a single one survived. Even in death, they didn't know that a face was the cause of their deaths. 7 years ago, Yu Fang spoke of many things that Luin remembered very clearly, and they were all related to He Ran. This woman is full of herself and thinks that she's better than everyone else. She doesn't even want to breathe with others and she sees herself as a god who transcends spacetime. She enjoys the bliss of controlling everything, and anyone who disobeys or contradicts her doesn't have a good ending, especially those who are promoted by her. Yu Fang looked at him. In her heart, you're that kind of person. No matter what you do or how much you help her, as long as you make her feel that you're uncontrollable, she'll think of ways to control you. She thinks that she's above everything, and even her face can't be easily seen. That's He Ran. Do you really understand her? Luin clenched his fists. Why are you telling me all this? Eulele asked. Why did you approach the Yu family? Luin looked over. Eulele raised his head. Don't deny it. You deliberately approached the Yu family, and it should have something to do with He Ran. Now that she's making a move against you, why are you still helping her? Yu Fang spoke up. Qian, you don't need to care about He Ran. You have several powerhouses backing you and even the 3 monarchs have Qinlu supporting you. In Transcendence, the Yu family can protect you. With your current status, you're on the same level as He Ran. She's not the true ruler of Transcendence, far from it. Why help her? Zijing is in her hands. Luin asked. Yu Fang explained. Zijing is researching a very important cultivation technique. She's not working for He Ran but for that person. That ruler? Luin was astonished. Yu Fang waved a hand and surveyed the entire Transcendence. With He Ran's abilities, it's difficult for her to hide anything from me. Only that person can hide anything from me. Zijing was taken away by that person, not He Ran. You have to be clear about this. Where is Zijing? Luin asked anxiously. He really wanted to know where that parallel spacetime flow was. Yu Fang shook his head. I can't find her. I already said that as long as that person wants to hide her, no one will be able to find her. In other words, if Zijing is hidden, it means that she's already caught that person's eye. He Ran won't be able to do anything to her. I guarantee this in the name of the Yu family. But I saw Zijing not too long ago, Luin said. Eulele rolled his eyes. I knew it. Something must have happened to make He Ran pay a price for attacking Qian in anger. Yu Fang's lips curled up. Zijing is hidden by that person, which means that no one can touch her or influence her, including He Ran herself. Since that's the case, she still allowed you to see Zijing. What do you think she paid for it? This price is enough to make her hate you and attack you. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Was that so? Perhaps. Uncle Mo and Ku Jian's attitudes towards him were different, and even He Shu's gaze towards him was different. Perhaps He Ran was one of the reasons. We've said everything that needs to be said and we've even told you who attacked you. You should at least show some sincerity, Eulele said. Luin sighed. Yes, He Ran told me to get close to the Yu family. The two weren't surprised and they calmly looked at him. My goal, Luin looked at Yu Fang, is to unify the heavens reflection manner. Yu Fang and Eulele were shocked. What did you say? Luin said, there was someone from the Yu family called Yu Xian, right? Yu Fang's expression turned ugly and so did Eulele. Yu Xian was Yu Fang's grandfather and Eulele's great-grandfather. This person had been mocked by the Sixth Direction Association and caused the Yu family to decline for a generation. This was all because he had wanted to unify the heavens reflection manner and become a giant that enjoyed the privileges of the Sixth Direction Association while standing outside of it. In the end, he had failed and become a laughingstock. This was a taboo topic for everyone in the Yu family. Outsiders said that the Yu family had taken control of the heavens reflection manner because the Hyperspace Association wanted to share the family's authority, but in reality, Yu Xian's generation had also wanted to take control of the heavens reflection manner. This was the truth. When he saw their ugly expressions, Louis knew that Uncle Mo was right. Yu Xian's actions had dealt a huge blow to the Yu family. I'm naturally good at capturing spies. He ran hopes that I can take over the Heaven's Reflection Manor from your Yu family and use my abilities to unify the Heaven's Reflection Manor. Who knows, the Yu family might even help me out because of Yu Xian, Luyin said. Yu Fang sneered, what a scheme. She knows what my Yu family cares about and sent someone like you here. If she didn't suspect you, then perhaps my Yu family would have helped you. At least for now, my Yu family doesn't want to control the Heaven's Reflection Manor. It would be best if you could take over. Eulele gritted his teeth. That evil woman. Luyin found a place to sit down. I'm telling you guys because I'm returning the favor. Since the rumors have already spread, Ran knows that you guys won't trust me, much less help me. She's probably already given up on her plans to unify the Heaven's Reflection Manor. This plan was originally just a random thought and it wasn't a secret plan. Otherwise, you guys wouldn't have seen through me so quickly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2670. What do you want to do now? Yu Fang asked. Luyin sighed. I just want to take Zijing away. I don't care about transcendence, cultivation technique, or Ran. I just want to take Zijing back to the Void God universe. Brother Su Heng, Big Sis Su Ling, Su Wuwei and Senior Su Wuwei are all there. I just want to help the Void God universe get rid of the spies, and I don't care about anything else. But you can't take Zijing away, Yu Fang said. Luyin frowned and stared blankly at the ground. Yu Fang and Eulele looked at each other and walked towards Luyin. I can help you take Zijing away. Luyin looked at Yu Fang. I didn't trust Ran and I don't trust you either. Yu Fang replied, you won't lose anything. Just because I don't see any losses doesn't mean there won't be any. Yu Fang said, without my help you'll never be able to take Zijing away. Luyin smiled. You said that Zijing is now working for Dominator Transcendence, not Ran. I'm worried about her, but as long as the cultivation technique is successful, Zijing will be the next Yu family. Why should I interfere? If it doesn't work, I'll just wait. Eulele rolled his eyes. Now that he was smart, this guy's reaction was quite fast. Yu Fang was stunned. If Luyin was really willing to wait, he wouldn't be able to convince him otherwise. Ran schemed against you and you're just going to let it go? Yu Fang was unhappy. Luyin said, didn't you say that I'll make Zijing pay the price if I see her? Consider it a deal. Eulele sneered. He'd already said everything he wanted to say. Now that Xianqi was using their words to refute him, he was speechless. Yu Fang glared at Eulele before looking at Luyin. If Zijing is the next Yu family, then you'll never be able to be with her. Luyin raised a brow. Yu Fang continued, I know you don't believe me, but think about it. Can the Yu family join the Void God universe? Luyin's gaze froze. This was true. Do you think Transcendence will let Zijing go for such an important cultivation technique? Once the research is successful, Zijing's status will be extraordinary. She can do anything but leave Transcendence. That's reality. You won't be able to take her away, even if you become an extreme. Unless you're a corpse. Luyin fell into deep thought. It's up to you. Do you want Zijing alive or a corpse? Yu Fang left with Eulele, giving Luyin time to think. Of course he wanted to cooperate with the Yu family, but he couldn't just do it like this. He had to take the initiative, and the more Yu Fang tried to persuade him, the more important his status as Xianqi would be in Yu Fang's heart. This would also give Yu Fang more weight in their future cooperation. I want to take Zijing with me, but why should I trust you? You might just sell me out. Yu Fang smiled bitterly. You're right. I want to take Zijing, but why should I trust you? Yu Fang laughed. To whom? Do you have enemies in hyperspace? Luyin replied, just treat it as a game. Your Yu family plays games all year round and normal people like us can't beat you. I need to make sure that I'm safe. Yu Fang looked at Eulele. Eulele asked, what kind of guarantee do you want? I haven't thought about it yet. Yu Fang nodded. Alright, I'll give you a guarantee. You should be worried about Ran. You're cooperating with me because of my Yu family's position and your goals. Ran is an obstacle. If you're worried about her, I'll give you a guarantee that you won't be worried about. What do you think, Bai Qian? Luyin stared at Yu Fang blankly. What do you mean? Yu Fang clasped his hands behind his back and looked very confident. Ran's greatest enemy is Bai Qian. Although it seems like Bai Qian has been eliminated, things will be different if my Yu family fully supports her. With Bai Qian as a guarantee, can you trust her? This was the mutual trust that the Yu Fang had found, as well as a target that would restrict each other. Ran would never cooperate with someone who supported Bai Qian, let alone the Yu family. Yu Fang also needed to confirm that Lu Yin was sincere about cooperating with them, so Lu Yin had to support Bai Qian as well. This would put both sides at ease. Lu Yin was speechless. He suspected that this was all part of Bai Qian's plan, but she wasn't that capable. No matter how smart she was, she wouldn't be able to influence the Yu family. In other words, this was a coincidence that allowed him and the Yu family to openly support Bai Qian in dealing with Iran. Back on Earth, Lu Yin had talked to Bai Qian about the situation in hyperspace. Bai Qian had said that as long as she had the support of the Yu family, she would not have to fear Iran. Now it had actually come true, and Iran had even helped her achieve it. The affairs of the world were unpredictable, and even Lu Yin wanted to sigh. I have to support Bai Qian? Lu Yin hesitated. Yu Fang nodded. You're worried about us and we're worried about you. If Iran has received guidance from an expert, then everything from the moment you approach the Yu family has been part of the plan. Our Yu family will be doomed, so we have to support Bai Qian. Only Bai Qian can dispel our doubts. You have to publicly support Bai Qian, and the Yu family will do the same. We'll be even more thorough. The moment we support Bai Qian, at least a third of our people will follow suit. Lu Yin remained silent. Eulele mocked, you're a grown man, yet you're so wishy-washy. Iran has already made a move on you, so what are you afraid of? Don't you want to save your own woman? Or do you think that Iran can help you? She's been lying to you since the beginning. Once Zijing's research succeeds, she won't be able to be with you unless you join the hyperspace continuum. Yu Fang said, Iran made a move on you behind your back and lied to you on the surface. What are you worried about? Lu Yin looked at the two. Publicly supporting Bai Qian is the right thing to do? Yu Fang smiled. So you're worried about Bai Qian. Don't worry, the Yu family has been keeping an eye on her. She has no background or connections, and Iran has already dealt with most of the people who supported her. There's definitely something wrong with Tu Ko. She has no power in the hyperspace continuum, and she's not an expert either. She's an excellent puppet, and it's better than Iran winning. Eulele continued, I've interacted with Bai Qian before. She's too arrogant and no one can help her. We're not really supporting her, we're just letting her replace Iran. It's better than a woman like Iran attacking us behind our backs. Bai Qian isn't worried about that at all. Lu Yin nodded. That's true. But Bai Qian has a problem to deal with, Yu Fang said. Have you heard of the perfect young master? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The one from the reincarnation spacetime. I've heard of him. Back in the Reincarnation Tao Academy, someone compared me to him. Yu Fang's expression turned serious. This young master has taken a liking to Bai Qian, which means that he's working with Iran. We have to be wary of this person. Lu Yin suddenly had an idea. Tu Ke's family, Bai Qian, He Shu, Xiao Qingfeng, and this perfect young master. Could there be a connection between them? Although this person doesn't belong to the hyperspace continuum, Ying has a lot of influence. Iran's younger brother, He Shu, often follows him around. There's also that Xiao Qingfeng and a large group of powerful juniors from the Six Paths Association. This person has clearly taken a liking to Bai Qian, which is troublesome. Lu Yin was puzzled. Iran and Bai Qian are both favored by the hyperspace continuum's ruler. Doesn't that young master care about them? Yu Fang shook his head. Perhaps that person is already planning to use Bai Qian to get something from that young master. That young master is a disciple of a grand Empyrean and will become one of the three sovereigns in the future. Sacrificing Bai Qian would be easy in order to get closer to him. Then if we support Bai Qian, wouldn't that mean that we're going against that young master? Is the Yu family willing to make such a losing deal? Lu Yin didn't understand. Yu Fang explained, in any case that young master is working with Iran and doesn't support Bai Qian. He can't get closer to the Yu family, so we're not on the same side. So, we need to stabilize the hyperspace continuum. Even if that person becomes one of the three sovereigns, what can he do to the hyperspace continuum? The current 3 sovereigns and 9 sages can't control the entire Six Paths Association. Lu Yin understood. The Yu family had seen through the situation too clearly. Hiran was unlucky to have met such a smart family. If I stay by Hiran's side and maintain a cooperative relationship with her, it should be more beneficial for you. Yu Fang and Eulele laughed at the same time. Shen Qi, don't tell me that you still haven't seen through the Yu family? You want to curry favor with both sides without offending either? That's not realistic. Lu Yin said, I mean, I have other ways to make you trust me. Oh, let's hear it. Yu Fang was interested. Let me tell you first, you don't understand the hyperspace continuum as well as I do. Don't try any tricks, they're useless. Lu Yin looked at the location where the entire hyperspace continuum was being monitored. He walked over and stood in the center looking for something. Yu Fang and Yu Lele were in no hurry and watched him search. Not long after, Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Found it. He zoomed in on a certain location and pointed out, "Do you know anything about this place?" Yu Fang and Yu Lele stared at the direction Lu Yin was pointing at. It's an abandoned mine that was abandoned after an accident. It's surrounded by liquefied minerals and poisonous liquid. It's a forbidden area. What else? Lu Yin asked. Yu Fang looked at Yu Lele, but the latter shook his head. Nothing special. There are too many forbidden areas like this in the hyperspace continuum. Lu Yin continued, "What if I told you that this is the place where Zijing used to work with the Energy Research Group? What would you think?" Yu Fang and Yu Lele were shocked. Here. The Energy Research Group seemed ordinary, but it was actually a mysterious group. Before Zijing had joined, the group had been open and transparent. After Zijing had joined, the group had turned secretive. However, Zijing had escaped halfway through, which had led to the disbanding of the research group. In reality, the Energy Research Group had never been disbanded, but it had been purposely disbanded to divert the attention of others so that they could return once they found Zijing. Several years ago, Zijing had returned, and the Energy Research Group had worked seamlessly to make up for the losses caused by Zijing's escape. Now, they had caught the attention of the hyperspace continuum dominator and had been brought to a parallel universe with a different flow of time. During this time, even Yu Fang couldn't find the Energy Research Group's location, let alone their research direction. Yu Fang had been searching for the Energy Research Group's location for the past 2 years, but it was hidden too well. Iran couldn't hide it, but the hyperspace continuum dominator could. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2671. Qinlu was the one who had told Lu Yin this location. Only he ran, Uncle Emo, and a few others in the hyperspace dimension knew about the research team's location. Qinlu and the 3 monarchs were the only ones who knew about it. Are you sure it's here? Yu Fang asked Lu Yin with a serious expression. Yu Lele took a closer look, never expecting it to be here. Lu Yin replied, I'm absolutely sure. You can use your own methods to investigate, but Zijing is no longer here. I don't know where she is either. You said that I can take her away if I cooperate with you, so show me your abilities. I've already told you the location, it's up to the Yu family to find out more. Yu Fang instructed. Yu Lele retreated, but Lu Yin didn't know what to do. Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry and simply waited. A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and Yu Lele walked over with dark circles under his eyes. There really are traces of the hyperanalysis model. Regardless of whether it was in the past or present, there shouldn't be any hyperanalysis model in that place. Lu Yin didn't understand. Hyperanalysis model? The hyperspace dimension had done a lot of research using cultivation techniques. Aside from the energy source and the gift technique that everyone knew about, there were also battle navigation systems, energy search systems, and so on. Now, there was a hyperanalysis model that no one had explained, so Lu Yin didn't understand. You should have heard that the hyperspace dimension can analyze the entire spacetime. No one can hide in the hyperspace, Yu Lele said. Lu Yin nodded, I have, but it's just empty talk. I believe that the hyperspace dimension can analyze the material in this spacetime, but it can't monitor every direction. That's right. It can't be used to analyze the entire spacetime, but it can be used in a certain area. Yu Lele looked at the screen. Lu Yin looked over as well. Are you saying that there's a hyperanalysis model in that area? Yu Fang stepped forward and stared at the area. The cost of using the superanalysis mode is very high, and even that person wouldn't be able to use it so casually. If the superanalysis mode can be used in that place, then I believe that it should be the place where Zijing was once part of the research team. He then looked at Lu Yin. How did you know that location? Zijing couldn't have told you. I have my ways. Yu Fang stared deeply at Lu Yin. If you really did use your own methods, then you should be thankful that you didn't go looking for Zijing on your own. Otherwise, you would have definitely been targeted by that person. No one can hide from the superanalysis mode, not even an extreme powerhouse, not even the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages. However, I don't believe that you can use your own methods to find her. Even my Yu family can't. As they spoke, Yu Fang and Yu Lele looked at Lu Yin strangely. How could an outsider like Lu Yin use his own methods to find the location? What could he do? Yu Fang couldn't accept it unless there was someone behind it. He could work with Xianqi on the surface, but he couldn't work with a mysterious Xianqi. Lu Yin replied, My method is to be a spy. Qingfen, that's how I know the location. Qingfen? Yu Fang and Yu Lele were shocked. Lu Yin explained, you should have heard of Qingfen's importance. For him, I even offended Lotus Sovereign's disciple. Her eldest disciple, Yaolan, was sent to the endless battlefield as a punishment. Qingfen's value is simply too great. Regardless of whether it's the Ultra Spacetime Continuum, the Three Sovereigns Continuum, the Wood Continuum or the Void God Continuum, Qingfen has connections to all of them. He knows many secrets, which is why I was forced to bring him to the Red Domain. Yu Fang didn't believe it. The range of connections between spies is extremely small. I don't believe that Qingfen even knows the location of the energy research team. Qingfen has the witch spirit god behind him, Lu Yin said. Yu Fang still didn't believe it. Lu Yin thought about it. How about this? If I kill He Shu, would you believe me? Yu Fang's expression changed in disbelief. Yu Lele blinked and stared blankly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. If you still don't believe me, then there's nothing else I can do. Yu Fang nodded. All right, if you can kill He Shu, then I'll believe you. After you announce your support for Bai Qian, I'll find a time to take action. I'll make sure you see it with your own eyes. Lu Yin then left. This time he had discussed many things with the Yu family, but the results had been rather good. Everything had been going in a direction that was beneficial to him, but the Yu family knew that they were holding each other back. The only problem was killing He Shu, but he couldn't kill him. He had to kill someone else. The Yu family's actions were swift and huge. A few days later, while Lu Yin was still keeping an eye on the Tuk family, news of the Yu family supporting Bai Qian exploded. It shook the entire Ultra Spacetime Continuum, and countless people were stunned. Bai Qian and He Ran had been competing for many years, but the Yu family had never expressed their support. It wasn't just them. There had been many similar competitions between Bai Qian and He Ran for countless years, but the Yu family had never expressed their support. This was why Bai Qian had never thought that she would one day receive their support. Bai Qian was confused. Why was the Yu family supporting her? He Ran was furious when she heard the news, and she immediately stood up and walked down the stairs. Why is the Yu family supporting Bai Qian? No one knew the Yu family's power better than she did. In the entire Ultra Spacetime Continuum, the Yu family was an existence that could contend with sovereigns to a certain extent. The Yu family's support had pulled Bai Qian back from the brink of elimination, and it had also given Bai Qian unprecedented support. When the news spread, at least a fifth of the Ultra Spacetime Continuum's members had turned to support Bai Qian. This was too troublesome for He Ran. Uncle Mo's expression sank. I don't know. Our people are guessing that it might have something to do with Shen-Chi. Yu Lele took Shen-Chi away from Lucky Planet, and after Shen-Chi left the Zeo realm, news of this spread. We should ask Shen-Chi. Ask him immediately. He Ran lost her composure. She had always been high and mighty with the authority to control everything, but now she realized that this authority was weak. At this time, Kujian arrived in a panic. My lady, a third of the council has changed their stance to support Bai Qian. He Ran was furious and clenched her fists. This was the power of the Yu family. They were the ones who could truly control the Ultra Spacetime Continuum. She, on the other hand, was just a competitor that the sovereign had pushed forward. She could not be compared to the Yu family. The council was not stupid. Elsewhere, outside Tuku's home, Uncle Mo contacted Lu Yin and asked him what he had discussed with Yu Fang. Lu Yin told him that he had been trying to explain that he had not instigated Luo Jun and the Yu family, but he did not say anything else. Uncle Mo asked again, but Lu Yin gave the same answer every time. He Ran's face fell and her gaze turned cold. Uncle Mo ended the call and looked at He Ran. He hesitated for a moment. Could it be related to this matter? From the Yu family's point of view, Shen-Chi is one of our people. If he instigated Luo Jun to attack the Zeo realm, then that means that we ordered him to do so. At this time He Shu arrived anxiously. Sis, why is the Yu family suddenly supporting Bai Qian? Does it have something to do with Shen-Chi? Everyone was guessing that Shen-Chi could not have gotten the Yu family to support Bai Qian, but He Ran was behind him. He had schemed against the Yu family, and to many people, it was He Ran who had schemed against the Yu family. The Yu family naturally had to retaliate, and supporting Bai Qian was their greatest counterattack. He Ran had not expected this. She had targeted the Yu family more than once, but they had never cared. This time she had mainly wanted to warn Shen-Chi, but she had not expected the Yu family to react so strongly. I miscalculated, He Ran admitted in a low voice. I didn't expect Yu Fang to react so strongly. He Shu said, Sis, that might not be the case. Uncle Mo also said, That's right, that might not be the case. I'll go talk to Yufeng. Ran looked up. I'll go myself. Not long after, Ran went to the Zio realm to look for Yufeng. No one knew what they talked about, but when Ran came out, her expression became even uglier. Uncle Mo's expression was also extremely gloomy. Little Shu, find Xiao Qingfeng and start that plan again. We can't let Bai Qian have any chance. Ran contacted Shu. Shu nodded. Ran looked back at the Zio realm. Since the Yu family wants to support Bai Qian, I'll eliminate him himself. Let's see what they do. With that, she left. On the other side, outside Tuku's home, Yufeng contacted Lu Yin. Ran came looking for me. She thinks that I'm venting my anger on her because of what happened with Lord Luo, which is why I publicly supported Bai Qian. Lu Yin smiled. That's not bad. I don't have to waste my breath. I can see that although she's angry, she hasn't lost her rationality. The rest is up to you. I hope to see a completely irrational and crazy Ran. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'm looking for an opportunity. It should appear soon, but I'll need you to push the fire. Oh? What is it? Yufeng was curious. A few days later, Yu Ting arrived on Lucky Star with the Yu family's intentions. They wanted Lu Yin to leave the hyperspace dimension and remove him from his position in the hyperspace dimension. Guan Lao shouted angrily, "What is the meaning of this? You invited us to help capture the spy, and now you're chasing us away?" Yu Ting calmly replied, "Don't make it sound so bad. The matter of capturing the spy is over, so please return to the Void God spacetime." Lu Yin and Yu Ting exchanged glances. This is the Yu family's intention? It's the hyperspace dimension's intention, Yu Ting replied. Lu Yin pointed ahead. What about Tuku? He's suspected of being a spy. Yu Ting replied, "We'll investigate. Please return, acting governor." In the distance, Tuku had been paying attention to what was happening outside. He wasn't happy to see this situation but rather gloomy. No matter why Xianqi had targeted him, this person was still on Ran's side. Now that he had been chased away in public, Ran was the one who had lost out. The Yu family's actions were too big and there was no way out. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2672. It would be strange if Lu Yin hadn't been implicated. After all, he had been invited by the Yu family, and there was no reason for them to keep him around. However, this matter infuriated Su Wuji. He went to the Zio realm and caused a ruckus with the Yu family, which left Yufeng helpless. You come and go as you please? What do you take our Heaven's Reflection Manor for? Let me tell you something. The Heaven's Reflection Manor can go to the Sixth Direction Association without your permission. My Xianqi can come and go as he pleases, and if you dare to stop him, I'll tear down your Zio realm. I can't do it alone, so I'll ask Su Heng and Su Lung for help. If that doesn't work, I'll ask Senior Su Wuwei for help. I don't believe that you'll be able to chase Xianqi away. Just you wait, I won't let this matter rest. Su Wuji blocked the entrance to the Zio realm and cursed for an entire day and night. He wore the everlasting mirror and acted without restraint, shocking many. He no longer maintained his image as an extreme powerhouse. He was truly angry this time. Su Heng and Su Lung wanted to come as well, but they were stopped by Lu Yin. If they went, the Yu family would suffer great losses. Su Wuji was just making a ruckus, and at most he would embarrass the Yu family without suffering any losses. However, this incident was recorded by some busybodies, and it was labeled as the most bizarre incident of the year. An extreme powerhouse blocking the entrance to another extreme powerhouse's home and cursing for an entire day and night was something that had never happened before. This Su Wuji is crazy, Yufeng gritted his teeth. If he hadn't discussed this with Lu Yin, he would have used the feeding technique to kill this bastard. Eulele scratched her head, causing white dandruff to fall like snowflakes. It seems that this Su Wuji was a scoundrel even before he became famous. But that's fine, it makes things more realistic. Yufeng glared at her and fell silent. He swore to himself that if Xianqi didn't trust him, he would make this kid pay the price. The Yu family had been blocked at the entrance and cursed, and even their ancestor had come back to life. In the red domain, Su Wuji returned, his anger still lingering. Guan Laoda and the others looked at him as if he was a god. Lu Yin felt the same way, as if this was his first day meeting Su Wuji. Su Wuji put his sunglasses back on. You're not angry? Why don't you join me? There's a lot of useless words. Manor Lord, who did you learn this from? Lu Yin leaned over and asked. Limitless Void raised his head. Self-taught. Lu Yin was speechless. What was with this inexplicable pride? Did someone praise him? Although Su Wuji was a bit of a scoundrel, Lu Yin liked him very much. Su Wuji had refused to show himself when faced with Lotus Reverend's disciple, and Lu Yin had thought that he was someone who knew how to protect himself. This time, Lu Yin had seen a different side of Su Wuji. Su Wuji had his own way of thinking, and he was even more protective. He believed Ji Wuji's words. If Lotus Lord's disciple had harmed him, he would not have let it go. He was not a bad person. What happened in transdimensional universe was spread out because of nothingness, and the internal competition in transdimensional universe also attracted a lot of attention. At this time, He Ran needed to completely eliminate Bai Qian's threat and humiliate the Yu family. Half a month later, Lu Yin received news that He Shu had secretly gone to the Tuk family. After Lu Yin left, the seal on Ji Xing was lifted. The Yu family didn't investigate Tu Ku at all. On the surface, Tu Ku was someone who supported Bai Qian, which was equivalent to being on the same side as the Yu family. Naturally, nothing would happen to him. Both of them could use the power of the white energy source, which was the power of a half-progenitor. This was the advantage of a spacetime warp. Even if one's own cultivation was far from reaching this level, they could still borrow this power. The three streams of white energy collided. He Shu was the first to be defeated. After all, his cultivation was not high enough, so he could only barely use the white energy once. Xiao Qingfeng's expression turned ugly. Although he could use it continuously, his opponent was clearly an expert, and he definitely would not be able to win in a battle of attrition. Let's leave quickly. This person isn't someone we can deal with, Xiao Qingfeng said. He chose to tear through the void and return to the reincarnation spacetime. He Shu also tore through the void and escaped. People like them were protected. They had many tricks up their sleeves. Just as they thought that they would definitely be able to escape, a card appeared between the two of them, creating a vortex that tried to drag them in. He Shu was shocked. The Lost Clan. The pulling force was very strong, and more importantly, it had appeared so suddenly that they could not sense it at all. It was too late for them to escape even if they wanted to. At that moment, Xie Wu grabbed He Shu, and a grade 4 lotus bloomed on the surface of his body. He tore through the void and disappeared with He Shu while Xiao Qingfeng was sucked into the card. In the Zio realm, Yu Fang and Yu Lele watched on. The person who had attacked was naturally Lu Yin. He had used Xie Wu to determine He Shu and Xiao Qingfeng's location at all times. As for Xie Wu taking He Shu away, that was naturally Lu Yin's order. Killing He Shu was worthless, but Xiao Qingfeng was different. He was the disciple of Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin, who was the one who had suggested that the Lu family bear the responsibility for the sins of the above heaven sect. As for obtaining the Yu family's trust and killing Xiao Qingfeng, Lu Yin did not believe that Yu Fang would not trust him. His weakness was not He Ran, but rather Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin. Lu Yin was also gambling that the Yu family would cooperate with him. He had to cooperate with the Yu family in order to have a chance of plotting against the spacetime warp. Otherwise, he would not be able to do anything in the spacetime warp. He would not even be able to use possession, and he would not even be able to catch a spy. The spacetime warp was not something that the three sovereigns could compare to. Furthermore, Yu Fang was not afraid of Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin. Lu Yin did not know what Yu Fang wanted, but he could guess that it was related to the ruler of the spacetime warp. Someone like Yu Fang would not give up on cooperating just because of Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin. It's a pity that He Shu escaped, Yu Lele commented. Yu Fang's eyes flickered. He Shu escaped. He won't be able to convince me no matter what he says. Without Shenqi, some things will be difficult to do. Let's wait and see. If we can't cooperate, we can still use him. They did not think that Lu Yin would kill Xiao Qingfeng. Xiao Qingfeng had Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin behind him, and from what they knew, this placed too much pressure on Lu Yin. There was no need to offend Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin just to gain the Yu family's trust, and it was even more impossible to give this weakness to the Yu family. In outer space, a card floated in the air. It was the 7-star Hidden Mountain card. Under Yu Fang's watch, he could only use the power of the Hexagon Association. As for the card, it could not be seen from its appearance. Otherwise, if someone could recognize it, they would naturally be able to confirm that it was Lu Yin who had done it. Xiao Qingfeng was sucked into the card, and a heavy mountain pressed down. Yu Fang waved a hand, causing a white energy to wreak havoc and shatter the mountain peak. Although the 7-star Hidden Mountain card was powerful, it was still an ancient card and could only trap envoys at most. Xiao Qingfeng's white energy had already reached the destructive power of a half-ancestor, and the Hidden Mountain card could not trap him. At that moment, Lu Yin entered. Now that he was here, there was no longer any need for him to disguise himself. He raised a hand and struck out. Xiao Qingfeng used the white energy to attack. The destructive power of a half-ancestor was the strongest power that he could display, but it collapsed under Lu Yin's palm. The wind from the palm swept past and pressed Xiao Qingfeng into the ground. Xiao Qingfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, and the surface of his body cracked. He looked up in shock. An extreme powerhouse? Only an extreme powerhouse could heavily injure Xiao Qingfeng while he was trapped by the white energy. Lu Yin took a step forward and appeared in front of Xiao Qingfeng. He looked at the man who was half kneeling on the ground, his golden robes in tatters. It's been a long time, Xiao Qingfeng. Xiao Qingfeng's eyes flickered as he stared at Lu Yin. He coughed up another mouthful of blood and tried to activate his power, but the astral energy vortex within his body had been scattered, and the white energy was completely ineffective. It's you? Shenqi, where did you get this power from? Were you hiding your cultivation? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Let's see who I am again. He then returned to his original appearance. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2673. Xiao Qingfeng watched as Lu Yin's appearance changed, and his expression changed as well. He was shocked as if he had just seen something unbelievable. Lu Yin. You're that Lu Yin from the primordial space? Lu Yin smiled. That's why I said long time no see. Xiao Qingfeng was shocked. Shenqi is also you. How did you hide from ultra spacetime and the void god spacetime? That's impossible. So many powerhouses have seen you, so there's no way they couldn't tell. Lu Yin replied, that's the difference between you and me. Now you can die knowing why. Wait, why did you kill me? I didn't offend you. Xiao Qingfeng's lips were bleeding, and he suddenly took out a power vessel to try and break free from the card. However, all his attempts were futile in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin shattered the power vessel and pressed a hand against Xiao Qingfeng's head. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being so arrogant. Who was the one who said that the primordial space would be conquered sooner or later after offending the reincarnation spacetime? You wanted to use the people around me as an appetizer and watch the people closest to you be auctioned off and turned into demi-humans? Do you have the ability to do so? This was what Xiao Qingfeng had said when everyone from the Hexway training grounds had gathered before heading to the primordial space. He had been high and mighty at the time, looking down on everyone and wanting to trample on Lu Yin. Now, however, he had become like this. Xiao Qingfeng suddenly remembered. Right, he had mentioned it before. He remembered that he had even asked Shenqi what he thought. He had looked up and met Lu Yin's eyes. Back then, Lu Yin had smiled very happily and had even said, sure. At that time, Xiao Qingfeng had truly been happy. And that master of yours, I'll have him look for you. Lu Yin then exerted more force and Xiao Qingfeng slowly knelt down before finally lying down. Even as he died, his mind was filled with Lu Yin's smile. Why hadn't he seen it back then? Lu Yin arrived at the Zio realm. Yu Fang's expression was cold. Eulele looked at him curiously, waiting to see what he would say. He Shu had not been killed, and this person would not be able to win their trust no matter what. Lu Yin walked forward and casually tossed Xiao Qingfeng's corpse aside. Sorry, he Shu escaped. I didn't expect him to have Lian Bao, but this Xiao Qingfeng didn't escape. Let's see if I can kill him along the way. Yu Fang and Eulele were shocked, and they stared at Xiao Qingfeng's corpse. You killed Xiao Qingfeng? Yulu exclaimed. Yu Fang was shocked and he looked deeply at Lu Yin. Lu Yin shrugged. Don't look at me like that. I didn't do it on purpose. Who told him to recognize the hidden mountain card? I was hoping to kill He Shu in one blow, so I used the 7-star hidden mountain card that I obtained from the Hexagon training hall. Unfortunately, He Shu ran away, and this Xiao Qingfeng entered the hidden mountain card and immediately recognized it. Yu Fang nodded. I see. Eulele also understood. No wonder they didn't believe that Shenqi would intentionally kill Xiao Qingfeng. It was too crazy. The Yu family could ignore Xiao Qingfeng, but what right did Shenqi have? He had just offended Lotus Lord's disciple. If he killed Xiao Qingfeng now, wouldn't he be going against reincarnation time and space? Even Su Wuwei could not protect him. What do you think? Is this price credible? Lu Yin asked. Yu Fang laughed. This is more believable than killing He Shu. It's possible that He Ran has abandoned He Shu to plot against the bigger picture, but even He Ran wouldn't dare to touch Xiao Qingfeng. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. I wouldn't have dared to touch him if it wasn't absolutely necessary, but since I've already done so, then so be it. Yu Fang personally inspected Xiao Qingfeng's corpse and then disposed of it. From now on we're considered to be working together. Right, we're still missing one person. He clapped his hands and a figure walked out of the void. It was He Ran's Bai Qian. Lu Yin was not surprised by Bai Qian's arrival. He had been keeping Bai Qian in check, but Bai Qian himself had to come. Lu Yin watched as Bai Qian slowly walked over, and Bai Qian's gaze landed on him as well. Everyone in the hyperspace dimension believed that these two were not on good terms, especially when Lu Yin had brought people to surround the Tuk family, which was a slap to Bai Qian's face. Even Yu Fang felt the same way. Now that Bai Qian had arrived, his attitude was freezing. Bai Qian walked over to Yu Fang's side, and at this moment, the four of them stood in the hyperspace dimension's territory. Screens of light surrounded them, and it was as if they were the rulers of the hyperspace dimension. Yu Fang smiled. Bai Qian, the Yu family and Shen Qi will fully support you in dealing with He Ran from now on. All past grievances will be cleared. Do you have any objections? Bai Qian's eyes flashed as he stared at Lu Yin. No. Yu Fang looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. Actually, I helped He Ran in the beginning mainly because I thought that Zijing was in her hands. Bai Qian was cold. You think too highly of He Ran. Lu Yin retorted, it's your own fault. You don't understand, Bai Qian replied. Lu Yin sneered, then tell me what I don't understand. Enough, Yu Fang interrupted, glancing at Lu Yin before looking at Bai Qian solemnly. I don't care what dissatisfaction you have with Shen Qi, but he's supporting you now. There are many things that can't be done without him. If you want to defeat He Ran, you'll need his help, or you can choose another option. Compared to Bai Qian, Yu Fang naturally valued Lu Yin more. In his opinion, Bai Qian was just a puppet to defeat He Ran. It could be Black Qian or Blue Qian, but it didn't matter who it was. If not for He Ran's deep roots and the fact that she had nurtured a powerhouse like Uncle Amo, Yu Fang wouldn't have needed to make a move against her. Bai Qian was indifferent. I don't trust him. He doesn't need your trust, Yu Fang said sternly. My Yu family trusts him and that's enough. Bai Qian and Yu Fang looked at each other. Yu Fang's gaze was equally cold. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. He had to admit that Bai Qian was smart and good at acting. No, she wasn't acting at all. She had a naturally cold face and didn't need to act. In the end, Bai Qian gave in and softened her tone. I understand. Yu Fang looked deeply at Bai Qian. We can help you defeat He Ran and that's the best thing we can do for you. You don't need to worry about anything else, just do your best. Otherwise you would have been eliminated long ago. Will anyone support your decisions? There's something wrong with that Tuku, he's He Ran's man. Bai Qian was shocked, but before she could speak, Lu Yin was shocked. What, Tuku really is He Ran's man? Eulele was amused. Did you think we were joking? If we weren't sure, we wouldn't have said that Tuku was problematic. We can tell you now that Tuku is He Ran's man. Bai Qian's expression turned ugly. Evidence. Yu Fang said, no need. If my Yu family says he's He Ran's man, then he's He Ran's man. You should believe me. Lu Yin was annoyed. I want evidence. Otherwise won't I be fooled like a clown? I thought we were helping He Ran, but we're actually targeting her. They're probably going to die of laughter. Eulele rolled his eyes. They won't be able to laugh even if you beat them to death. You've ruined He Ran's plan. Although we don't know what the plan is, don't you think there's something wrong with Tuku inviting Bai Qian to his home? Bai Qian replied, there's a problem. He's never invited me and we've always discussed things elsewhere. Yu Fang said, Shen Qi, you've unintentionally ruined He Ran's plan. If you don't cooperate with us, you won't have a good ending. He paused. More accurately, it's in the transcendence. Of course, it won't affect your position in the void god spacetime. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. That's a wise choice. After that, Yu Fang explained the situation in the transcendence to Bai Qian and Lu Yin as they discussed how to deal with He Ran. In the outside world, Xiao Qingfeng's death had shaken the Six Direction Society. After He Shu was taken to the Six Direction Training Hall by Lian Bao, he immediately returned to the transcendence to ask for help. However, by the time they arrived at the location of the attack, there were no traces of the attackers, and Xiao Qingfeng was nowhere to be found. Countless people in the Six Direction Society looked towards the transcendence. He Ran immediately ordered the transcendence to search for Xiao Qingfeng's whereabouts. Xiao Qingfeng was Divinity Xiaoyin's disciple, and nothing could happen to him. Otherwise, Divinity Xiaoyin would not let this matter go. He Shu's face paled and He Ran clenched her fists in front of him. Nothing had gone smoothly during this period of time, and just as they were about to start another plan, Something had happened to Xiao Qingfeng. Could this be related to the Yu family? The Yu family had publicly supported by Qian, so they would naturally help her. However, aside from them, no one else knew about this plan. Unless Tuku betrayed them, but that was impossible. Besides, would the Yu family really kill Xiao Qingfeng? It was meaningless. Suddenly, Uncle Imo walked out and looked up in shock. "Sir, there's an extremely strong powerhouse." He ran and Shu both looked up. The space above the staircase they were on cracked open, and an unparalleled pressure crashed down on them. In an instant, the three felt the world spin, and Uncle Imo hurriedly used a black energy source to block Ran's path. Shu was crushed to the ground and fainted. Ran half knelt on the ground, her entire body trembling. Uncle Mo's skin cracked, and his eyes widened as he stared in disbelief at the domineering figure above. He had never felt this kind of pressure before. He had clearly used a black energy source and could fight against many extremely strong powerhouses, but in front of this person he was as tiny as an ant. This person was Divinity Xiaoyin. Divinity Xiaoyin. A grand voice rang out from outside the staircase. At that moment, the pressure disappeared, but Ran and Uncle Imo had both fainted. Up above, Divinity Xiaoyin looked up. There was nothing, but he could see that there was something else in that space. "I need an explanation." The grand voice rang out again. "Cultivators fight against the heavens for their lives, and we humans fight against the Eternals for our lives. There is no need for an explanation as long as it was not done by transcendence." Divinity Xiaoyin frowned. "How can you be sure that it wasn't done by transcendence? What's the point?" Divinity Xiaoyin pondered. "If you want to use this to cause trouble in transcendence, I will find Grand Empyrean to judge." Divinity Xiaoyin snorted. "Don't use my master to scare me. My disciple died here, so you are responsible. Since that is the case, your people will no longer need to step into transcendence. Transcendence cannot protect them." Divinity Xiaoyin was furious. "Are you going against me? It is you who is going against transcendence." After a moment of silence, Divinity Xiaoyin said coldly, "No matter what, my disciple died here. If I don't do anything, others will think that I am easy to bully. What do you want?" "I hope you will support my suggestion," Divinity Xiaoyin said. "Thank you. Yuanfei 1985. Be obedient. Surrounding stars, just say what you want. Brother, I will give you a reward. Thank you." Yufang, Lu Yin, and Bai Qian's cooperation had been confirmed. The first thing Yufang wanted to know was what kind of cultivation technique Zijing was researching. The research of cultivation techniques had always been kept secret, and even if the Yu clan tried their best to investigate, they couldn't find anything. If he didn't even know what cultivation technique the other party was researching, how could he deal with them? This was what Yufang had told Lu Yin. It was this sentence that made Lu Yin certain that Yufang wasn't targeting Ran, but rather that ruler. Zijing's research had already been handed over to that ruler, so how could Ran lead the research on sequence particles? Since that was the case, Yufang's intentions couldn't be any more obvious. He wasn't afraid of telling Lu Yin. After all, Lu Yin had killed Xiao Qingfeng, and Yufang had evidence that could be used against him. Lu Yin wanted Yufang to believe this so that they could truly cooperate. After all, Yufang's target was that ruler as well. If you want to know what cultivation technique they're researching, you'll have to go to the place where Zijing was, Lu Yin said to Yufang. Yufang frowned. There's a super analysis mode there that even extreme powerhouses can't enter. I can turn off that mode, but that's the same as telling Ran that I did it. I hope that you can find out through Zijing. Didn't she tell you? Lu Yin shook his head. There's always someone watching our meetings. The only time we met was at the Hexagon Training Hall, and it was Senior Yu Teng who brought her there. You can ask Senior Yu Teng if he heard anything about her cultivation technique. How could he tell Yufang that he knew about the research on sequence particles? He still needed the Yu clan's help. Yufang was helpless. He knew Yu Ting too well, and he knew that Yu Ting wouldn't eavesdrop. However, since Xianqi had said so, it was likely that she hadn't mentioned anything about cultivation techniques. I'll create an opportunity for you to perform meritorious deeds in front of Ran. Think of a way to meet Zijing again. Lu Yin replied, It's useless. Uncle Imo was watching her the last time we met. Yufang fell into deep thought. Lu Yin said, I have a way to enter that place. Yufang was confused. What way? There's a group of cultivators in the drift cloud space that's been trying to save Lu Yun. Do you know about them? Yufang asked. Yufang replied, I do. Those people are being monitored by the super analysis mode, and their every move can't escape surveillance. Luin continued, I can use them to rush into that place. In any case, hyperspace already knows that they're behind this and they'll just let them rush in. No one will know even if I sneak in, and I'll destroy the super analysis mode as soon as I enter. Even if they find out that someone else has entered, they'll just think that it's a spy. They won't be able to guess that it's me, and there's no evidence that points to the Yu clan either. Yu Fang's eyes lit up. How do you plan on using them? They're not stupid. Luin looked up. Send me to the drift cloud space. Lu Yin's first stop after entering the Hexagon Association was the hyperspace, and his second stop was the drift cloud space. After entering the hyperspace, he was brought to the drift cloud space after Zi Jing agreed to his research. There, he saw the carrier for the art of gift and was shocked by the power of hyperspace's cultivation technique. He also saw the cruel side of hyperspace. He had met a woman from the drift cloud space in the art of gift, and through her, he had learned about what hyperspace had done to the drift cloud space. At this moment, he had come to the drift cloud space to find this woman. How could he allow the cultivators of the drift cloud space to enter his research area? Only someone from the drift cloud space could do such a thing. Before coming here, he had asked Yu Fang to investigate the cultivators of the drift cloud space who had fought in the art of gift. Fortunately, that woman was still alive. The cultivators of the drift cloud space were always at the forefront, and it was normal for them to die. It was already rare for her to be able to last for a few years, and it should be related to her innate gift. The black beam of light tore through the void, and the water-like power was stirred up to turn the heavens and the earth upside down, reflecting a batch of the flowing cloud space. The cultivators fell into despair and died. With the help of the Yu family, Lu Yin boarded the art of gift and arrived at the cultivators area of the drift cloud space. Here, although there were many cultivators in the drifting cloud space, they were all silent. No one spoke and the atmosphere was shrouded in despair. People kept dying here and people kept coming to take their places. Day after day passed. Not long after, the battle slowed down, and a group of cultivators from the drift cloud space returned. Most of them were injured. Luin saw the woman. Compared to their first meeting, she had become much stronger, and the coldness in her eyes had also increased. She was sitting alone in a corner, lost in thought. Why didn't you help them? Luin asked as he sat down beside her. The woman was startled and subconsciously retreated as she stared at Luin warily. The people around them acted as if they did not see Luin, and they all sat there silently. The woman stared at Luin in a daze. It's you? Luin smiled at her. Long time no see. The woman was stunned. Why are you here? I'm here to look for you. Find me? She did not understand. Luin raised a hand and instantly pressed down on her shoulder. The woman was clearly an enlighter, but she could not resist at all. She watched as the void was torn apart, and she was taken away by Luin to Ionian Kingdom. He released her hand and she continuously retreated as she stared at Luin in fear. Her entire body was cold and motes of light were swimming around her. Have you forgotten the first time we met? Luin teased. The woman was stunned and the motes of light dissipated. Right, it was useless for her to attack him as she was not his opponent at all. Who are you? Why are you looking for me? Luin replied, to cooperate with you. Cooperate? The woman was confused. Luin clasped his hands behind his back and calmly explained, there's a forbidden area in the hyperspace. Due to a mistake in the mining of resources, no living beings can survive there. It's truly a land of death. However, there's a research base there and I want to enter that base to look for something. What does that have to do with me? The woman was even more confused now. Luin smiled. I can't enter by myself. I accidentally learned that there's a group of cultivators from the drifting cloud space hiding in the hyperspace. Every once in a while they'll charge into that forbidden area. Their goal is to save Drifting Cloud. The woman's pupils shrank and she stepped forward to stare at Luin. Lord Drifting Cloud? Luin nodded. That's what they call him. Lord Drifting Cloud should be an extremely strong powerhouse who's been imprisoned in the hyperspace. Unfortunately, they've never succeeded. The woman was excited. Lord Drifting Cloud is imprisoned there? Is that true? If you don't believe me, I can take you to that group of people from the Drifting Cloud space. They've failed every time, but more cultivators from the Drifting Cloud space have joined them. I'm sure you know about this since the cultivators who joined the Drifting Cloud space come from the Drifting Cloud space. The woman did not reply as she did not know whether Luin was telling the truth or not. Before arriving at the carrier of the Art of Gift, the cultivators from the drifting cloud space had indeed been divided into two groups. One group obeyed the orders of the hyperspace while the other went into hiding to enter the hyperspace to save Lord Drifting Cloud. Powerhouses from the drifting cloud space could freely enter and exit the hyperspace. This was a top secret. She could have gone to the hyperspace as well, but because she wanted to protect her family, she could only hide her innate gift and come to the carrier of the Art of Gift. However, her family had all died and she could not save them. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2675. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not. I'll take you to meet those people from the drifting cloud space and help you break into the forbidden area. I don't mind telling you that I'm using you to attract the attention of the hyperspace dimension and achieve my goal. The woman stared at him. What you're looking for is there as well? Luin nodded. Yes, I can rush in alone, but I'll attract the attention of the hyperspace dimension, so I need someone to share the attention. This is your only chance to save Drifting Cloud. I know the forbidden area very well and I can at least let you see Drifting Cloud. It's up to you whether you want to cooperate or not. The woman thought about it. I want to see my companions first. Companions? Luin looked at her. This was a rare form of address. Luin placed his hand on her shoulder again and took her to the hyperspace dimension. Yufeng naturally knew the whereabouts of the people from the drifting cloud space. Those people thought that they were hiding, but they were actually test subjects. They were data that Zijing's teacher wanted to observe, and he had specifically asked a powerhouse from the drifting cloud space to imprint their spacetime coordinates so that they could travel back and forth between the drifting cloud space and the hyperspace dimension. He had deliberately pretended to be deaf and mute so that they could rush into the forbidden area and even see the drifting cloud space. This was torture for these cultivators, but it was also torture for the drifting cloud space. The hyperspace dimension had obtained perfect data. When the day came when the data was no longer needed, these cultivators from the drifting cloud space would all perish. They had no other path to take, not from the moment the drifting cloud space had been conquered by the hyperspace dimension. They were all demi-humans. This was the sorrow of the weak. Every time Luin saw a cultivator from the drifting cloud space, he thought of the Genesis space. He did not want the Genesis space to be conquered, and he did not want his friends and family to become demi-humans. On the way to find the cultivators from the drifting cloud space, Luin asked the woman his first question. Why didn't you help them? With the woman's years of experience fighting in the Art of Gift, she could help some people. She calmly replied, they're going to die anyway. Helping them will only make them suffer for a longer time. The woman's resigned answer reflected her helplessness. Luin did not say anything else and took her to find the cultivators from the drifting cloud space. These cultivators thought that they were hiding, but they were shining brightly. Not long after, Luin and the woman found the cultivators from the drifting cloud space. At first, they hadn't been willing to cooperate, but after Luin revealed his understanding of transcendence and told them about Lu Yun's location, they finally believed him. They believed that Luin had unlocked the forbidden zone, but they definitely didn't trust him. Even if Luin didn't belong to the hyperspace dimension, he didn't belong to the drifting cloud space either. After so many years of struggle, the cultivators of the drifting cloud space had lost all trust in them. All that was left was to use them. They wanted to use Luin to find Lu Yun, which was why Luin had clearly told them that he would be using him. To them, trust and sympathy were all nonsense. After several days of discussion, they decided to break into the forbidden area the next day. It was at this point that Luin learned the girl's name, Ame. That night, Ame found Luin and immediately took off her clothes. Luin was stunned and he hurriedly stopped her. Ame was disappointed. You don't like me? I'll find someone else. Wait, what do you want? What are you doing? Luin asked. To be honest, Ame wasn't pretty, but she wasn't ugly either. She was the type that was easy to look at and was very delicate. Especially after struggling on the battlefield for so many years, she had a tenacity that was different from other girls. Ame calmly replied, I'm offering myself to you. I hope that you can help us at a critical moment. Luin replied, I already said that we're using each other. Without you, I wouldn't be able to get what I want. Don't worry. Ame looked at Luin. You should be a very capable person. I'm doing this in hopes of releasing some of your kindness. Even if we can't save Lord Lu Yun in the end, we can still let more people live. Don't worry, I'm very clean. Luin stopped her again. Go back, I won't accept you. Ame replied, I'll find someone else. There's a pretty one. Go back. Luin barked. Ame froze and tidied her hair. Sorry. As he watched her leave, Luin felt as if something was stuck in his heart. This woman had sacrificed her innocence in exchange for a bit of kindness. Luin could see their sorrow, but he couldn't see how deep the abyss of sorrow was. His heart felt heavy and he couldn't rest. This was a forbidden area that no one in the hyperspace continuum had ever set foot in. Anyone who saw this from the outside would unconsciously retreat, afraid of touching the swamp. The swamp covered almost an entire star system, but in the depths of the swamp was the complete opposite. Countless humanoid machines were walking back and forth, filled with a sense of cultivation. This was clearly a research base, and the entire base was filled with invisible detection devices. These were only the surface, and they were for the people from the drifting cloud space to see. The real detection devices were in a super analytical mode that no one could see. Only the higher-ups of the hyperspace continuum knew where they were. The base had 17 floors, and on the 16th floor, dozens of people in research uniforms were busy. In a corner, Little Hai was staring at a screen with a serious expression. He was the most serious person in the base, and even though he didn't have any outstanding research talent, his seriousness had allowed him to become a student of the research team's leader. He could be considered Zijing's senior. Little Hai, how is it? Someone asked as they walked over to the screen. Little Hai grunted and replied seriously, they're not here yet, but they should be soon. The person laughed. How many floors do you think these cultivators from the drifting cloud space can reach? Little Hai raised his hand and pressed the screen to begin his analysis. The person helplessly replied, we're just guessing. There's no need to be so serious. Someone heard this and became interested. He walked over and said, I'm guessing the 11th floor. Last time they attacked the 11th floor, and last time they attacked all the way to the bottom floor and lost all their elites. The researchers around him were either dead or injured, and only a few were conscious. Lu Yin's domain suddenly pressed down, causing everyone to faint, including Little Hai. The hyperspace disappeared and Lu Yin relaxed. The people from the drifting cloud space were stunned. Lu Yin had pierced through the 15th level with just one attack, which was something that none of them had ever done before. How could he be so strong? What are you all standing around for? Continue. Do you want me to lead the way? Lu Yin reminded them. The people from the drifting cloud space reacted and hurriedly entered the 16th level through the hole that Lu Yin had created. They had not spent all these years in vain, and they knew that there was a 17th level where Lu Yun was imprisoned. How's the drift cloud space? Little May's voice was hoarse as she replied, it was conquered by a space-time warp machine, and our people became the first line of defense against the Eternals. Lu Yun listened quietly as he had already expected all of this to happen. Currently, the drifting cloud space only retained 1% of its original power level, and it had completely declined. If he could return to the drifting cloud space, it would recover sooner or later. However, he still looked at Lu Yin. Who exactly are you? Why did you save me? Lu Yin laughed. Get this straight. I'm not saving you. I'm trying to control you. Little May glared at Lu Yin. You want to control Lord Lu Yun? Lu Yin replied, we're just using each other. I helped you bring him out, so what happens next is my own business. You're using us to hide yourself. Little May wasn't stupid. With Lu Yin's strength, he could have easily entered the base, but he had still chosen to stay with them. There could only be one reason, to disguise himself. Lu Yun waved a hand and pushed Little May away. Stay away. I don't believe that he can control me. He then stared at Lu Yin. Kid, I'm very grateful that you brought me out. I can give you a chance to try and control me. If you can't do it, then we'll be even. He then tried to expel the Grim Reaper's seal from his body. Impossible. He continued to suppress the 1,000 streams Tao break, and over 1,000 attacks came crashing down at the same time. However, this was meaningless to Lu Yin, who had an innate gift of space. Even if over 1,000 attacks came crashing down at the same time, he could still use space to instantly shatter them. Space could not help him escape, but it could help him face them head-on. The tighter the seal of the 1,000 streams Tao break, the easier it would be for him to scatter it with the slippers. Lu Yun could only blame himself for being unlucky. His attacks were simply too suited for being whipped by the slippers. If it had been Xia Xinji who had an endless divine sword domain and the power of time, Lu Yin would have had a hard time dealing with him. He would have had to rely on caged WRM and I Chi, but that was not the case against Lu Yun. Lu Yin had not yet fought with the progenitors of the Six Paths Society, but for now Xia Xinji and the others were not considered weak even among the progenitors of the Six Paths Society. In fact, they might even exceed Lu Yin's expectations. However, no matter how strong Lu Yun was, it was useless in the Eternal Kingdom. There was death energy underground. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2678. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000 streams of Tao had been scattered by the slipper, turning into liquid that spilled onto the ground. The liquid reflected the Divine Seal Catalog's golden light, making Lu Yin look like a god looking down on the earth. The Thunder Sealing clan immediately knelt down. Amei's mouth was wide open as she stared blankly. This person actually had the power to fight against Lord Lu Yun? Who was he? Lu Yun's eyes narrowed as he stared at Lu Yin, his face filled with disbelief. The strongest power that he could unleash right now was the 1,000 Streams Tao Breaker. To put it bluntly, even if there were more than 1,000 half-martial ancestors standing here, the 1,000 Streams Tao Breaker would still be able to destroy them. Could that slipper have been obtained from a Grand Empyrean? Who are you? Lu Yun asked in shock, looking at Lu Yin in a completely different light. Lu Yin's lips curled up as Nong Yi walked out from behind him. A hoe suddenly appeared in his hand and he swung it down, using the Nong family's battle technique, farming. The hoe seemed like a child's play, but it gave Lu Yun a strong sense of danger. This was a hoe that the Nong family's ancestor had wielded with the power of a progenitor. Farming was a rather strange battle technique, as anyone who used this technique could be used by Nong Yi. The figures continuously overlapped as if there were countless people farming. They instantly merged together and pressed down on Lu Yun. Above Lu Yun's head, a physical attack slammed into him from below. There was a thump as the void exploded, and an invisible darkness appeared. This was a world of nothingness that was slowly being torn apart. Lu Yin took advantage of this opportunity to strike out with a palm. The black substance's undying palm force sent Lu Yun flying and crashing into the ground. Lu Yun crashed into the ground and sank deep into the earth. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, but his heart was still shaken. This person had not only cultivated a power that could affect the laws, but his own power was also extremely strong. Even those in the hyperspace continuum who used black energy sources might not be able to injure him. Lu Yin looked up and looked down at him. What do you think now? Lu Yun's mouth was bleeding, but he gritted his teeth. If not for my limbs being crippled, my blade would be enough to kill you. You know blade techniques as well? Lu Yin was astonished. Lu Yun sighed helplessly. My blade once cut down an extremely strong person who transcended spacetime. That's why my limbs were crippled. My blade is my strongest weapon. You won with an unfair advantage. You're the one who's being controlled, so what's there to talk about? If you're not convinced, we can continue. Actually, I never planned on saving you. If you weren't of any use to me, I would have killed you right now. No, Amei shouted. She ran over and knelt on the ground. Please don't hurt Lord Lu Yun, I beg you. Lu Yun gritted his teeth. Get up. The people of the drifting cloud space don't need anyone's pity. Amei did not listen and continued to plead. Lu Yin looked at Amei and then at Lu Yun. Don't you want to save the drifting cloud space? Amei's pleading stopped. Underground, Lu Yun's eyes trembled. He thought of the space of Lu Yun, of those who worshipped him and followed him to cultivate, and of those who sacrificed themselves behind the metal door. The screams of those people kept ringing in his ears. Although he could not see them, Lu Yun could feel their despair deeply. How many cultivators had died over the years? It was just that hyperspace needed data and experiments. He did not treat them as humans at all. Those people's deaths were something he could never forget, and he could never forgive hyperspace. They have the freedom to live. Some people were too naive, resulting in irreversible consequences. Lu Yin had things he needed to do, and there were people he needed to protect. For this reason, no matter how ruthless he was, there was nothing he could do. How great would it have been if the Genesis space had never made contact with the Six Directions Society? How great would it be if the Genesis space had never made contact with the everlasting race? This was the cruel universe. Once exposed, unless one tried their best to survive, they would either be conquered or destroyed. The Genesis space didn't need a benevolent ruler. They needed someone who could lead them to survive and control their own freedom. Lu Yun's gaze turned sinister. I will never join the hyperspace. I just want to destroy it. You shouldn't destroy the hyperspace, but rather the people who reduced the cultivators of the drifting cloud space to demi-humans. They were the ones who experimented on them. Most of the people in the hyperspace are innocent. My Lu family was exiled to the everlasting race by the Six-Way Association, and their fate is unknown. I can't take revenge on the entire Six-Way Association, Lu Yin said. He didn't want to save a lunatic. Lu Yun stared blankly at Lu Yin. Your family is gone as well? Lu Yin sighed. You'll find out soon enough. So, are you willing to become a god? Lu Yun looked deeply at Lu Yin. Yes. Ah Mei's body trembled and her gaze became complicated. She didn't know what the consequences of becoming a god would be, but this person kept saying that he would be controlled. Once he became a god, Lord Lu Yun would be controlled. Ah Mei wanted to stop him, but what could she do? Even Lord Lu Yun couldn't resist. She didn't want Lord Lu Yun to die. He was the symbol of the drifting cloud space, and without him, the drifting cloud space would truly be gone. Was it acceptable to be controlled by someone else in order to survive? Ah Mei didn't know, and she didn't need to know. Lu Yun had already thought things through, and he slowly floated up to face Lu Yin. His expression was numb, but there was a bone-chilling coldness in the depths of his eyes. I can be controlled by you, but I hope to have a chance to take revenge. My drifting cloud space has been controlled by the Hyperspace Association, which means that I have some value. If possible, let me bring some people over. Rather than calling it a request, it was more like a plea. A dignified progenitor had fallen to the point where he needed to beg. If not for the people of the drifting cloud space, he would have happily died. Lu Yin thought back to Ah Mei's despair and helplessness that night, as well as Lu Yun's current numbness. Weaklings were like this, and Lu Yin never wanted to become one. The golden light from the Divine Seal catalog grew even more resplendent. Where there was light, there was also darkness. Under the illumination of the golden light, Lu Yun's figure moved. Lu Yun, are you willing to become a god? Lu Yin asked. His voice was different from usual, it was now more solemn and sacred. Lu Yun took a deep breath and replied in a low voice, yes. Are you willing to become a god? Lu Yin asked again. Yes, Lu Yun replied quickly this time. Since he had made his decision, he would not go back on it. The next moment, the figure behind him moved towards the Divine Seal catalog. Once it entered the Divine Seal catalog, Lu Yin could borrow this figure to fight, regardless of whether or not he was Lu Yun's enemy. The first person to attempt to become a god was Senior Mu Xie, but he had failed. Senior Mu Xie's power level was too high, and Lu Yin could not withstand the backlash. The second person to attempt to become a god was Nong Yi. That success had given Lu Yin the confidence to attempt to become a god. Lu Yun might not necessarily be stronger than Nong Yi, and Lu Yin himself was much stronger than before. As for Chunlu, Lu Yin did not want to reveal too much, and Chunlu would definitely not be willing to become a god from the bottom of his heart. With a boom, Lu Yin's mind shook, and he felt as if something had appeared in his mind. The figure then entered the Divine Seal catalog. Godhood, success. From now on, there was one more person in the Divine Seal catalog. Lu Yun, who possessed the Thousand Streams Tao break. Lu Yun looked at the new figure in the Divine Seal catalog and was filled with shock. This person could really borrow his strength. The Divine Seal catalog was such a supreme name. Was this an innate gift? If this person had it, then his clansmen should have it as well. Even so, why had such a powerful family been exiled? It should not have been the Chronos Transcendents. Even the Chronos Transcendents had trouble dealing with Lu Yin, let alone such a terrifying family. Could it be that Grand Empyrean? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2679. The Divine Seal catalog was put away, and Lu Yin opened his eyes and calmly looked at Lu Yun. He had said so much just to get Lu Yun to willingly become a god. Otherwise, if Lu Yun was unwilling, the ascension would not succeed. If Lu Yin really wanted to control Lu Yun, he could have just asked his senior to do it. After saying so much nonsense, it had finally worked. If Lu Yun was willing to become a god, it meant that Lu Yun did not have any other thoughts. From what he knew, becoming a god was equivalent to being controlled. I will do my best to save the drifting cloud space, and I will also help you take revenge, Lu Yin promised. Lu Yun relaxed. Thank you. After that, Lu Yin told Lu Yun about his identity and the origin space's sky sect, which left Lu Yun dumbfounded. He had not expected Lu Yin's status to be so high that he had more than one progenitor backing him. Moreover, such a person had actually infiltrated the Six Paths Society and become one of its most sought-after figures. This series of events left Lu Yun completely dumbfounded, and Ame was also dumbfounded. Lu Yin always felt that the people of the drifting cloud space were not smart enough. They had been so focused on that forbidden area that they did not even realize that they had been played. Lu Yun was the same, he was a one-track mind. It was no wonder that these people had been subdued by transcendence. When I first discovered the passage to transcendence, I didn't think too much about it and went over. Transcendence also expressed its goodwill, but who would have thought that when I agreed to let the bearer of the feed technique enter the drifting cloud space, an irreversible change occurred. Lu Yun recounted how they had been subdued. The more Lu Yin listened, the more certain he became that these people were not very smart. At the same time, he was also glad that Guyu had chosen not to seal the passage. With the fifth mainland strength of only 7 half-progenitors, how could they resist 3 monarch spacetimes? Mo Hayuan would be able to sweep through the fifth mainland. The cosmic tree would not care about the fifth mainland's survival at all. You said that you're good with the blade? Wouldn't you be even more powerful if your limbs could heal? Lu Yin asked. Lu Yin replied, of course. Healing my limbs isn't that difficult. I'm an extreme powerhouse after all, and I just need some time. When the time comes, I'll be even stronger. After all, I was able to cut down an expert from the black energy source. Lu Yin nodded. Let's go. From today onwards, you are the third elder of the above heaven sect. The first 2 were naturally the blood ancestor and Elder Chan. Lu Yun did not know that the divine seal catalog could not control him, and Lu Yin did not elaborate. From now on, the above the sky sect would have another progenitor. Although this progenitor could not compare to 9 mountains and 8 seas, he was still a hidden trump card of the above the sky sect. Lu Yin believed that he would be able to give the 4 cardinal scales a pleasant surprise. Ame was also brought to the above heaven sect to follow Lu Yun. On the other side, Flowing Cloud was taken away. Hyperspace was shocked, and he lost her composure. First, Xiao Qingfeng was killed. Now Lu Yun was missing. The Yu family supported by Qian. Everything seemed to be turning against her at the same time. Within the research base, Little C and the others had already woken up. Seeing the ruins of the base, all of them were terrified. After Little C awoke, the first thing he did was to report that he had discovered a strength that didn't belong to Flowing Cloud space. But, he inadvertently saw the characters on his palm and his expression changed. He buried this matter deep in his heart, not daring to do anything. Over the next few days, many people from hyperspace investigated the research base. They wanted to find out what had happened, but no one could say anything. They were immediately knocked unconscious. The powerhouse who had arrived at the research base didn't see Lu Yin either. When he arrived, Lu Yin had just left with Ame. The people from Flowing Cloud space had all been killed by him, and not a single one of them had survived. Iran was furious and she cursed this person for being stupid. Of course, she could only curse behind his back. She had guessed that it might be related to the Yu family, but she couldn't find any evidence. Yu Feng hadn't left the Zio realm at that time, and Yu Ting had been at the 6-way training hall. She couldn't point to the Yu family. Ran felt that there was a hand secretly controlling everything, but she couldn't find the source of this hand. Oh, who could it be? Lu Yin secretly went to the Zio realm and met up with Yu Feng. If I hadn't acted quickly, I would have been killed. Fortunately, I left before that expert with the black energy source arrived. Lu Yin was afraid. What about Lu Yun? How did he leave? Yu Feng asked, looking at Lu Yin suspiciously. Lu Yin replied, how would I know? I was looking for research materials on the 16th level. I don't know what happened below. Yu Feng frowned. Did Lu Yun leave on his own? Lu Yin looked at him. You're not suspecting that I took Lu Yun away, are you? I don't have that ability. Lu Yun is an extreme powerhouse, and the entire lower level is filled with his power. Unless I'm also an extreme powerhouse, I wouldn't even dare to touch it. Yu Feng retracted his gaze. Although he said that, he still felt that it was too much of a coincidence. If Xian Qi could really take Lu Yun away, then he must have hidden himself, but that was impossible. No matter how well he hid, he couldn't possibly be an extreme powerhouse. There was only one other explanation. An extreme powerhouse had taken action and taken Lu Yun away. In any case, Lu Yun's departure has nothing to do with me. I only destroyed half of the base and looked for information. I didn't touch anything else. Yu Feng's heart skipped a beat. Destroyed half of the base? He remembered that Lu Yun had been imprisoned using the feasting technique. which had been set up by the Yu family. To facilitate the transfer, the feasting technique could be closed. Could it be that his destruction of the base had caused the feasting technique to close? It wasn't impossible. But that wasn't important. What are Zijing and the others researching? Did you find anything? Luyin shook his head. Nope. Yu Fang was disappointed. But in the base I saw 4 words that might be related to research. Luyin thought for a moment. Sequence particles. Yu Fang was shocked. Sequence particles? Are you sure you saw those words? Luyin nodded. Yes. He wanted to borrow the Yu family's strength, so he naturally had to tell them about the research on sequence particles. Even if he didn't say anything, Yu Fang would definitely be able to find out. Is the research on sequence particles that important? You're overreacting. Yu Fang's expression was solemn like never before. This research was proposed by that person a long time ago, but it hasn't been implemented yet. The Yu family's ancestor has instructed that once this research starts, the Yu family must participate and not slack off. I don't know what sequence particles are, but the ancestor has instructed us to do as he says. You don't know? Luyin didn't believe him. As the Yu family's patriarch, how could he blindly follow the ancestor's instructions? But if Yu Fang didn't say anything, Luyin couldn't ask. I never thought that He Ran's research would be on sequence particles. No wonder they kept it from me. Yu Fang's expression was gloomy. So what do we do now? Luyin asked. Yu Fang replied seriously, Xianqi, Zijing's situation is more troublesome than we thought. She's researching sequence particles, and this isn't something that He Ran can lead. There must be that person behind her. Luyin replied, I know. You said that without that person's permission, Zijing couldn't have been hidden. Even the Yu family can't find her. I underestimated the severity of the situation. Yu Fang sighed. Go back first and let me think about what to do. This research is too important. Luyin nodded and left the Zio realm. He didn't know what Yu Fang wanted to do, but neither Yu Fang nor He Ran would sincerely cooperate with him. They both had their own goals and Luyin was the same. It all depended on whose methods were better. Bai Qian was the cleanest of them all. She seemed to be in the middle of this whirlpool, but she was the loneliest. No one would have thought that she had an ally like Luyin and the backing of the Above Heaven sect. The impact of Lu Yun's disappearance was getting worse and worse, and it had already spread throughout the universe. Everyone knew that Lu Yun had been imprisoned and was still missing. This matter was a huge blow to He Ran's side. An even bigger blow came from Zijing's teacher, the leader of the energy research team. It seemed like the old man was just a leader, but he was in charge of the research of sequence particles. This was currently known to humanity, or at least to Lu Yun's knowledge, and it involved the universe's sequence laws. His position was not as simple as it seemed. At the bottom of the stairs, He Ran didn't act all high and mighty. The old man roared angrily for an hour, and even Uncle Mo didn't dare to interrupt. Elder, please calm down. I promise to find Lu Yun and ensure that you get the most perfect data, He Ran said courteously. She didn't dare to offend this old man. She really didn't dare. The old man glared at He Ran. That better be the case, or don't blame me for being impolite. I can decide your victory with a single word. Even if Master Wei was here, I would still say the same thing. He Ran paled and bowed deeply. I understand. Elder, please calm down. I will definitely handle this matter well. The old man turned and left. No one knew that this unremarkable, seemingly insane old man who was usually very courteous to He Ran actually had such a high status, directly reprimanding He Ran. This was something that even Yu Fang couldn't do. After the old man left, He Ran sighed in relief. Have He Shu contact Chu Jian immediately. Bai Qian can't be a threat to me. Uncle Mo asked in a low voice, how do we quell the elder's anger? He Ran felt a headache coming on. If she wanted to quell the elder's anger, she would have to find Lu Yun and make up for her losses. But where would she find Lu Yun? She didn't even know who had done it. The only thing she could do was prevent the elder from supporting Bai Qian. Otherwise, if the elder changed his mind, she would lose. The elder had this kind of influence. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2680. Not long after, Luyin left the Red Domain in the Void God spacetime. He had captured a spy and made his presence known. He could not stay in seclusion forever, and the matters of the Heaven's Reflection Manor were very important. Over the next period of time, he seemed to be busy searching for spies, but he was actually waiting for news from Yu Fang. Very soon Yu Fang sent someone to contact Lu Yin and tell him that He Ran had gone to the Zio realm. She had spoken to him again, but the results were the same as before. He Ran had taken the initiative to contact Yu Fang, which meant that she had admitted defeat and would no longer target the Yu family. She had also apologized for not being able to stop the incident with Luo Jun. Even so, Yu Fang still did not agree and firmly supported Bai Qian. He did not support Bai Qian because of Bai Qian, and He Ran knew this as well, which was why she had gone to talk to him. Lu Yin went to the Zio realm to find out what Yu Fang planned to do next. He Ran wants me to give up so easily? What a joke. After Lu Yin arrived, Yu Fang treated him to the best wine and food, and his expression was not as serious as before. Lu Yin took the opportunity to ask, "Senior, what do you plan to do?" "I'm talking about the sequence particles." Yu Fang replied, "There's no rush. This is related to the research of the sequence particles, so I need to think about it." Lu Yin nodded. "What about He Ran? She's come to the Zio realm twice in a row, and Senior still supports Bai Qian?" Yu Fang smiled. "Unless she cooperates with me, then her value will naturally surpass Bai Qian's. Unfortunately, that's impossible. She's very smart, and not only will she not cooperate with me, but she'll also tell that person everything she said after coming to the Zio realm. Otherwise she'll end up like Bai Qian." Lu Yin suddenly felt that something was amiss. "Senior, what do you mean? What do you mean by He Ran won't cooperate with you?" Yu Fang looked at Lu Yin with a sardonic smile. "Young man, your brain works very quickly. There's no need to play dumb. Can't you see the situation in this space?" Lu Yin shook his head and replied seriously, "I don't see it clearly. Please enlighten me." Yu Fang could not help but laugh. "It's fine if you can't see it clearly. In short, the most important thing for us now is the research on sequence particles. I'll think of a way to find out and interfere as much as possible. In the future I'll help you bring Zijing out. Everything else is not important." He Ran's side is already unhappy because of Liu Yun's disappearance. Lu Yin did not pay much attention to Yu Fang's words, and he continued to ask, "Senior, since we're already working together, there's no need to hide anything from me. Please tell me about the situation in hyperspace so that I can take control of it in time." Yu Fang met Lu Yin's gaze. "You really can't see clearly?" Lu Yin shook his head. "I haven't interacted much with him, so I can't see clearly." Yu Fang nodded. "Alright, then I'll tell you." He paused for a moment before continuing, "I don't care about He Ran and I don't care about Bai Qian either. What I care about is that person and the research on sequence particles. For this reason, I have to do something to make that person remember the existence of my Yu family. This is the order of my Yu family's ancestor, and we have to join the research on sequence particles. Before this, I knew what that person was researching, but I couldn't find out anything. Thus, I could only join the battle between He Ran and Bai Qian and change the originally clear situation. Only then would that person see my Yu family. Do you understand?" Lu Yin understood. "I always thought that Senior hated He Ran for allowing Lord Luo to attack the Zio realm and even diverting Wenshur away, leaving the Zio realm alone and without help." Yu Fang sneered. "What can a mere Lord Luo do to my Zio realm? He Ran only used a few tricks. If that person had agreed to let my Yu family participate in the research from the start, then the sequence particles would have been fine. Our Yu clan will continue to be the same as before, regardless of whether it's He Ran or Bai Qian. It doesn't matter who wins, but that person is underestimating our Yu clan. That person relied on energy sources, while my Yu family relied on the feeding technique. The next generation's leader will definitely be the research of the sequence particles. If my Yu family doesn't participate, then we'll be eliminated and eventually fall. That's not something we want to see. As for He Ran, she knew of my Yu family's plans and kept us in the dark from the start. Now it's even more impossible for her to cooperate with us. Otherwise there would be no need for her to compete with Bai Qian." Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. "What about Bai Qian? She's already cooperating with us." Yu Fang didn't mind. "It's just a woman. As long as I can get that person to include my Yu family in the research of the sequence particles, then it doesn't matter who wins. Since He Ran already saw the situation clearly, why is she still worried about Bai Qian? She should be able to tell that since Bai Qian is cooperating with us, she can't win." Lu Yin didn't understand. Yu Fang explained, "She can only see the situation clearly, but she can't be absolutely certain. She can't see through that person's heart, so she doesn't dare to take the risk. Bai Qian was already bound to lose, but now that there's a chance of winning, it's different from her. It's like a gamble. She wants to bet 10,000 ultra crystals on one ultra crystal from Bai Qian. Do you think she'll be willing to accept that? She's 90% sure that Bai Qian can't win, but she can't see through my Yu family. Even if there's only a 10% chance, she doesn't dare to gamble. Lu Yin understood. In the end, Ran wanted to have an absolute chance of winning, which was why she had approached the Yu family. She wanted to resolve the conflict between them, but she couldn't allow herself to be eliminated just because of a 10% chance of winning. With this mindset, Ran had already placed herself on the same level as Bai Qian. Their battle had already begun anew. This was Yu Fang's brilliance. Even if Ran could see the situation clearly, she would still be influenced by him. Yu Fang looked at Lu Yin strangely. You seem to care more about Bai Qian. Why, have you taken a fancy to her? Lu Yin smiled. How could that be? I'm just curious about my role in Senior's plan. Yu Fang's expression was solemn. You are different from Bai Qian. She's just a chess piece, but you can be the game player. Because your innate talent is extraordinary, you will definitely become an extreme powerhouse in the future. Right now, you control the Void God spacetime and the Three Monarchs spacetime. Chen Le sent a large number of Hui crystals, and Lu Yin went into seclusion. It was time to continue rolling the die, and enhance was always the best. He had spent 3 months in seclusion, but 11 years had passed since then. He had rolled 4 pips 11 times and 6 pips 4 times. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to fuse it with any of his spies. Of the people he had fused with, one of them was suspected to be the target of the spies, but that person couldn't be detected. Lu Yin stared at this target, and through verification with Chen Lu, he confirmed the spy and captured him. This could be considered as increasing his presence in the Three Sovereigns universe. Here, Lu Yin did not dare to show too much for fear of attracting Luo Jun. Su Wuwei did not recognize him, but it was impossible for Luo Jun not to recognize him. That was the biggest hidden danger. During these 3 months, nothing major happened in spacetime transference. Whether it was Ran or the Yu family, they were all brewing something. After Lu Yin ended his seclusion, he contacted Xiaohai in spacetime transference. Ever since the forbidden area was broken, Xiaohai had been frowning. Of course, he did not look any different from before. He looked dull, but he did not work as hard as before. He looked at his hand dozens of times every day, and the words left on his hand made him restless. He wished he could leave spacetime transference. This torture lasted for more than 3 months, and finally on this day the same words appeared on the screen. Thank you, Desert Dust and Eisen CC. Just say what you want. Brother's reward, I'll give it to you. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2681. Little Hai's eyes widened as he looked at the screen. He quickly connected and asked, "Who are you? We've made a deal before. We've always been the one asking you this question." It was impossible to tell if the person was male or female, but it sounded exactly like Little Hai. Little Hai's face went pale. He had found the other party's location, but he didn't know who it was. This person was hiding in the shadows. In the past, Lu Yin hadn't known who the seller was, so he had to rely on Luo Lao to contact him. Little Hai could also tell that it was Luo Ho who had contacted him, but now that he knew who the seller was, he naturally had a way to contact him. He couldn't hide his identity as Little Hai could locate him through spacetime. This was his ability, but there was no way for him to know who Lu Yin was. "What do you want?" Little Hai asked. He was nervous, but he wasn't afraid. This person knew that he was selling information, but he hadn't revealed it. There could only be one reason: this person needed him. Lu Yin's lips curled up. "I need information on a spy." After a long time the screen dimmed. Little Hai wiped the sweat off his forehead and his eyes flickered. Could this person be from the Yu family? Information on spies was most important to the Heaven's Reflection Manor, and the manor belonged to the Yu family. If this person was from the Yu family, then did that mean that the person who had attacked the Forbidden Zone and caused Lu Yun's disappearance was from the Yu family? The Yu family had actually done such a thing. Were they targeting Ran? Little Hai didn't think about Lu Yin, as he had been chased out of the hyperspace by the Yu family and no longer belonged to the Heaven's Reflection Manor. Little Hai naturally thought of the Yu family. However, if Lu Yin used Little Hai's information to capture spies, then Little Hai would definitely be able to guess that the attack on the Forbidden Zone had something to do with him. Lu Yin didn't plan on immediately finding out who the spies were. Although Little Hai had given him many spies, they weren't important. Either they were hiding or Lu Yin couldn't find them. Lu Yin decided to wait until Little Hai was no longer of any use before searching him. There were undercurrents surging in the hyperspace and no one knew what would happen next. The Yu family's participation in the competition between He Ran and Bai Qian had split the decision-making process in two, and everyone was waiting to see what would happen next. Lu Yin was no exception. However, instead of receiving news from the hyperspace, he received an invitation from the Heaven's Reflection Manor. Director Gan of the Mu Spacetime Horizon Manor had personally invited Lu Yin to assist in the capture of a spy. This news stunned Lu Yin, as he had never imagined that the Mu Spacetime Horizon Manor would invite him. The invitation from the Transdimensional Heaven's Reflection Manor was something he had personally facilitated. The invitation from the three sovereigns to the Transdimensional Heaven's Reflection Manor was also because Lord Luo wanted to investigate Xiaohai. It had nothing to do with him. The Heaven's Reflection Manor's position in the Six Directions Guild was rather awkward. Mu Shi's Heaven's Reflection Manor had never been an exception. This invitation had nothing to do with Lu Yin at all. It had really been an invitation from Mu Shiyong's Heaven's Reflection Hall, and it had even been an invitation from the Hall Master himself. The invitation wasn't sent directly to Lu Yin. Instead, it was sent to Su Wuji, who then brought it to Lu Yin. Manor Lord Gan, why did you invite me? Lu Yin was puzzled. Void Extreme was also puzzled. I don't know much about Gan. The current Yu family was completely different from the Yu family in their memories, and it was as if they had bared their fangs. He Ran was helpless against the Yu family's attacks, and she didn't even know how to deal with them. Bai Qian isn't coming out? He Ran's face was gloomy, but even so, her face was still so perfect that it was mesmerizing. He Shu said, we've tried everything but Bai Qian just won't come out. Even the members of the council who deliberately sided with the Yu family couldn't lure her out. It's the same for Tu Ko. Why isn't she coming out? The Yu family must have taken precautions against her. He Ran clenched her fists. She wanted to scream at the top of her lungs. She felt powerless. She hadn't cared about the Yu family at first, but now that the Yu family had revealed their true strength, she couldn't retaliate at all. She regretted it now. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have schemed against the Yu family. Sis, Bai Qian is cooperating with the Yu family. Logically speaking, it's impossible for her to win. She'll be eliminated if she goes to Master Wei. If things don't work out, there's no need for us to take the risk, He Shu said. He Ran angrily rebuked, what do you know? Is the Yu family an ordinary family? They're the behemoth that worked with Master Wei to bring transcendence to its current status. No one knows what they have in their hands. If the Yu family is determined to support Bai Qian, even Master Wei might have to give them face. How many years has it been? It's already the 93rd generation when it's my turn to compete with Bai Qian. Master Wei doesn't care about me and Bai Qian, but he cares about the Yu family. Even if he doesn't like Bai Qian cooperating with the Yu family, as long as the Yu family is willing to pay the price, it won't be difficult to sacrifice me. He Shu gritted his teeth and made up his mind. His gaze was fierce. I'll try again. I'll definitely lure her out. His position came from He Ran, and if something happened to her, he would lose everything. He Ran was powerless. She held her forehead with her hand, feeling a headache coming on. He Shu didn't say anything and just stood there. Uncle Amo, how many people in the council still support us? He Ran asked calmly. Uncle Amo walked out, exactly 12 people. He Ran opened her eyes, more than half. If these people don't rebel against me, no matter how you look at it, I've won. He Shu was helpless. The Yu family had only just made a move, and almost half of them had already rebelled against He Ran. How could he guarantee that these people wouldn't rebel? Uncle Mo, go. He Ran seemed to have made arrangements and said quietly. Uncle Mo's gaze turned cold. Yes. A few days later, a piece of news suddenly exploded, shocking the Six Direction Society and the Yu family. There had been a massacre in the council. All members of the council who had sided with the Yu family had died, and only one member who had deliberately sided with the Yu family was unharmed. 10 members of the council had died, and their blood stained the ground. This was a massacre that had never happened before. On the surface, the council was the pinnacle of Transcendence's power and could decide all matters in Transcendence. They were high above and judged everything, but half of them had died. The spearhead of this murder case was pointed at He Ran. Those who had died were all supporters of the Yu family. If it wasn't He Ran, who else could it be? He Ran didn't deny it, as she was the one who had done it. To be more precise, it was Uncle Mo who had done it. Her goal was to make everyone remember that only death awaited those who betrayed her. She wanted to completely control the remaining 13 people and ensure that the council supported her. Only then would she have a chance of winning. The council would decide the outcome of the competition between her and Bai Qian. No matter what the Yu family did, only the council would decide the outcome. This was something that even the Yu family couldn't avoid. The remaining 13 people were locked up by He Ran, including Tu Ku. He stopped pretending, as He Ran was basically telling everyone that Tu Ku was also one of her people. She had shed all pretense of cordiality and put the competition out in the open without caring about what the others in Transcendence thought. Yu Fang praised, "This woman isn't bad. She's ruthless, decisive and decisive. No wonder Master Wei took a liking to her. Not only does she have a perfect body, not bad." Eulele frowned, "You're still praising her? We're not even in the council anymore. How can we let Bai Qian win?" Yu Fang laughed, "We don't need to care about who wins. This massacre is enough to draw Master Wei out. I want to see what he plans to do." "How do you think Master Wei will deal with He Ran?" Eulele's eyes lit up as he asked. Yu Fang shook his head. "He won't. To Master Wei, the people in the council have no value. He doesn't care if they live or die. What he cares about is He Ran herself. If He Ran's beauty gets angry, Master Wei will admire her even more. As long as he appears, we're on the right path. Master Wei will come to the Zio realm soon. He Ran is the key to uncovering Master Wei's veil." "What about Bai Qian?" Eulele asked. Yu Fang didn't mind, "She's just a tool. It doesn't matter if she's there or not. Her existence will only serve to highlight He Ran's value." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2682. Lu Yin quickly found out about the trans-dimensional massacre and was shocked. He had never thought that He Ran would have such a side to her. He Ran had destroyed half of the decision-making team in a fit of rage, and the rest of the people didn't dare to betray her. She had stabilized the situation, and no matter what the Yu family did or how clever their methods were, He Ran's focus was on the decision-making team. As long as she could secure the votes of the decision-making team, she would be the winner. He had thought that this woman was only good-looking and was high and mighty. He hadn't expected her to be so decisive and cause such a shocking massacre. Suyu was shocked that He Ran is so ruthless. "Brother, do you think Lele will be fine?" Suji was afraid. The decision-making team is full of powerful people who can represent the entire trans-dimensional aristocracy. She's actually so daring to destroy half of them. Isn't she afraid that countless people from the trans-dimensional aristocracy will gang up on her? She's ruthless. "Brother, will Lele be fine?" Suyu was worried. Suji shook his head. "I don't know, you can ask the acting governor." Suyu looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin shrugged. "She's the Yu family's princess. No matter how crazy He Ran is, she won't do anything to you, Lele. Don't worry, she was fine when Lord Luo captured you, Lele. Speaking of which, why are you so concerned about her? Do you want to eat dandruff?" Suyu was disgusted. "Don't mention that to me." Lu Yin looked outside and wondered if he had underestimated He Ran all this time. As he thought about it, he started to understand more about He Ran. In a short time, Lu Yin found out a lot about He Ran, most of which were things that the outside world couldn't find. He obtained some from Xiaohai and some from the Yu family, which was how he learned a lot about He Ran. Looking at He Ran's experiences, Lu Yin knew that he had indeed underestimated her. She relied not only on the position bestowed by the maintainer, but also on her own abilities. When He Ran was confirmed as the maintainer's spokesperson, the first thing she did was nurture Uncle Imo. Bai Qian hadn't competed with her back then, and in many cases, as long as there was no competition at the start, someone like her would always be the winner. It was rare for someone like her to join the competition halfway. However, she still nurtured Uncle Imo first, and because of this, her position was no longer limited to the maintainer's favor. Uncle Imo, an extremely powerhouse, was a great deterrent. This was one of the reasons why she always had an advantage over Bai Qian. She had always been fighting against the competitors of nothingness. This was also the reason why Yu Fang had been able to control He Ran's mind. He understood He Ran too well, and he knew that this woman would not allow her position to be threatened in the slightest. This woman's thoughts were meticulous and her methods were decisive and ruthless. Yet, she had a perfect appearance and a superior temperament. All of these were in line with Master Vader's requirements. Lu Yin sighed. If he hadn't interfered with the Yu family, then even if Bai Qian hadn't been captured by Tu Shuangshuang, she wouldn't have been able to win against He Ran. She wasn't just for show. His understanding of He Ran made him look forward to what she would do next. Now that both sides had shed all pretense of cordiality, she would definitely go all out to deal with the Yu family. Was this what Master Wei wanted to see? Ran didn't make him wait for too long, and she quickly pushed out a group of people who were qualified to become members of the decision-making team. It was as if these people had been there for a long time, and regardless of their status or qualifications, they were definitely qualified to become members of the decision-making team. At the same time, another group of people who had been killed in hyperspace were also qualified to become members. He was a member of the decision-making team. Ran was too ruthless. Among the group of people who had been killed, there were those who had dealings with the Yu family, and there were also those who hadn't. She directly killed them all, and those who didn't belong to her were all enemies. The Yu family's reaction wasn't slow either, and they found reasons why those who supported Ran couldn't join the decision-making team. The Yu family was too deeply rooted in hyperspace, and it wasn't difficult for them to find reasons. This was something that Ran could never compare to. The Yu family was also able to monitor the entire hyperspace. Both sides fought over the decision-making team for 2 months. Although there wasn't much bloodshed, it was enough to turn hyperspace upside down, and the aristocratic families changed over and over again. Everyone had to pick a side. Uncle Mo's deterrence caused those who hated Ran to not dare speak out, for fear of being exterminated. In the long run, the influence wouldn't just revolve around the decision-making team, but would also extend to every corner of hyperspace. The other members of the Six-Way gang couldn't interfere in this battle. As long as there weren't any extreme powerhouses fighting each other, even the reincarnation spacetime couldn't interfere. Just as the competition was getting intense, Uncle Mo appeared outside the red domain, requesting to see Lu Yin. Sister, he is looking for me? Lu Yin was surprised, not understanding why Ran was looking for him at this time. Uncle Mo asked politely, "May I ask the acting manor master to come with me?" Lu Yin nodded. "Since sister he is looking for me, of course I won't refuse." "Thank you," Uncle Mo said. Soon after, Lu Yin followed Uncle Mo to hyperspace and met with Ran. Compared to a few months ago, Ran was much more tired now. Her originally clear eyes had dimmed a little, but that didn't affect her perfection. She was like a languid beauty. "Sister Lu Yin called out as soon as he arrived. Ran looked at him and forced a smile. "You're here." Lu Yin was concerned. "Sister you're tired." Ran held her forehead and replied tiredly, "Yes, I am. Little brother, what do you think of the Yu family?" Lu Yin's eyes widened. "I can't wait to get rid of them." Ran looked at him. "Because they chased you away?" Lu Yin replied, "Of course not. I don't care how the Yu family treats me, but they're targeting you right now. Who does Bai Chen think he is? What right does he have to compete with you? The Yu family actually openly supported Bai Chen. That's too much. I can't forgive them for forcing you to work so hard. Sister if you need me, I can contact brother Su Heng and big sister Su Lung to demand an explanation from the Yu family. Academy head Su Wuji will also go. You won't let the Yu family off so easily." Ran was tempted, but she knew that it would be useless. Even if Su Wuji personally appeared, it wouldn't matter. This was hyperspace, not the Void God space. It was not a place where people from the Void God space could do whatever they wanted. There's no need. Favors are limited. You can keep their favor. Lu Yin hurriedly replied, "Sister just tell me what you need. There's nothing to help with. Your problem is my problem." Ran smiled. Her smile was beautiful, and the more tired she looked, the more heart-wrenching her smile was. Even Lu Yin had the urge to protect her, and Bai Chen's words unconsciously appeared in his mind. He had profaned her. "I want you to prove that something came from the Yu family." Uncle Mo walked over and handed a pair of dark green spectacles to Lu Yin. Lu Yin accepted it and was puzzled. "What's this?" "It's Luo Ho's." Lu Yin raised a brow. "Second brother Luo?" Ran smiled. "I heard that you have a good relationship with him." Lu Yin replied, "We fought together in the drifting cloud space and also went to the Hexway training hall. He's a smooth talker, but he's well informed." Ran continued, "I hope that you can prove that this thing came from the Yu family. Think about all the details. Can you help?" Lu Yin looked at the spectacles. Ran's goal was obvious. She wanted the Yu family to bear the suspicion of Mu Jun's disappearance. As long as they could confirm that Luo Ho had gone to the Yu family, they would be able to shift the blame to the Yu family. Ran was anxious. Her many years of accumulation were useless against the Yu family, and even an extreme powerhouse like Uncle Mo couldn't give her a sense of security. She had to deal with Bai Qian and completely cut off any possibility of Bai Qian defeating her while also dealing with the Yu family. Lu Yin's reputation for capturing spies was now He Ran's weapon. Outsiders might not believe what others said, but if he said it himself, many people would believe him. This was because he had captured so many spies and that was his reputation. Right, Tuku is a spy. He's been captured and is being interrogated, He Ran suddenly said. Lu Yin raised a brow. Tuku has been captured? He Ran smiled. That's right. Didn't you say that he was a spy? Lu Yin replied, he's only suspected of being a spy, but it hasn't been confirmed yet. He suddenly thought of something and his expression turned unnatural. Sister Ran, I heard that Tuku is also one of our people. I was just looking for a reason to deal with him, but I didn't expect that. He Ran stopped Lu Yin from continuing. Little brother, you're the acting manner master of the Void God universe, the Three Sovereigns universe and the Heaven's Reflection manner. Once the Yu family is gone, you'll be the acting manner master of my Ultra Space Horizon manner. If you say that someone is a spy, then that person is a spy. You can't be wrong, right? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This was He Ran's way of creating momentum for him so that she could pin Mu Jun's disappearance on the Yu family. She was even willing to sacrifice Tuku for this. Sister Ran is right. I understand, Lu Yin said. He Ran smiled. Then are you willing to help me? The Yu family is pushing us too far. Although Luo Jun and I are certain that Mu Jun's disappearance was caused by them, they're very cautious and didn't leave behind any clues. We can only rely on this method. Lu Yin raised his head. Sometimes you don't have to worry about trifles when you do things. Sister Ran, when will you tell me? He Ran was delighted. Thank you for helping me. Lu Yin replied, there's no need to thank me, but this isn't easy. If we want to pin the Yu family down, I'll have to go back and think about the details. Of course, the Yu family is very smart. Little brother, you must think about everything. Once you've thought it through, let me know. I'll arrange the time. Lu Yin nodded and left. After he left, Uncle Mo asked, Sir, do you really believe that this kid will help us? He Ran replied, if he doesn't help us, is he going to help the Yu family? Uncle Mo was worried. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that this kid isn't that simple. He Ran's eyes flickered. Not simple? No matter what, he wouldn't cooperate with the Yu family. Yu Fang understood her and she understood Yu Fang as well. With Yu Fang's intelligence, he wouldn't easily cooperate with anyone, especially Xian Qi. No matter how she looked at it, Xian Qi was close to her, so Yu Fang wouldn't trust him. Whether it was simple or not, this was a battle between her and the Yu family. No matter what, Xian Qi wouldn't be able to harm her. After leaving He Ran's place, Lu Yin returned to the Red Domain and looked for Luo Lauer. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2683. Luo Lauer recognized the frame as the one that he had once used and left behind in the Three Monarchs universe. The origin of this frame was very clear. Luo Jun and He Ran had cooperated to deal with the Yu family. Luo Jun had interfered in the battle of spacetime. On one hand, he suspected that Mu Jun's disappearance was related to the Yu family, and on the other hand, he probably wanted to borrow He Ran's strength. As long as He Ran defeated Bai Qian, he would have some support in the spacetime continuum. When he thought of this, Lu Yin looked down on Luo Jun. The Three Monarchs universe was too weak, so weak that he wanted to help He Ran. From what he had done, he definitely had no intention of plotting against the spacetime continuum. He had neither the strength nor the structure. Although Lu Yin wasn't an extreme powerhouse, he still dared to plot against the spacetime continuum. At this time, someone from the Yu family came to find Lu Yin and asked him to make a trip to the ZU world. On the same day, He Ran finished searching the Yu family. Lu Yin suspected that both sides had planted people to monitor each other. Yu Fang's purpose was simple. He wanted Lu Yin to accuse He Ran of being a spy. Lu Yin was stunned. Accuse He Ran of being a spy? Yu Fang nodded. This woman's actions are ruthless, and she completely controls the decision-making team. The more she opposes me, the more likely it is that she'll gain the support of Vader. Normal methods won't be able to influence her, so this is the only way. I'll have to attack her directly. Lu Yin felt strange. Did Yu Fang know what He Ran wanted him to do? Or did they have a common advisor? He Ran wanted him to frame the Yu family, and Yu Fang wanted him to frame He Ran. Both sides needed his reputation. Could it be that He Ran's attitude towards him and Yu Fang's cooperation was because of his reputation for capturing spies? It wasn't impossible. Xian Qi, there's no need to hide. I don't need you to publicly support Bai Qian, but capturing spies is your responsibility. There's no need to get close to He Ran. I want to give her the final word, Yu Fang said solemnly. Lu Yin hesitated. Are you sure? That's the only way, Yu Fang said solemnly. Otherwise it'll be too late if we wait until the Dimensional Master asks the decision-making team to vote. It doesn't matter who wins between He Ran and Bai Qian, but we need to have the ability to influence the Dimensional Master. Only then will we be able to interfere with the Dimensional Master's research and help you rescue Zijing. Xianqi, once the research on the sequence particles is successful, it'll be comparable to the reincarnation time and space's 3 saints. It's a glorious achievement. In the entire Six Directions Society, only my Yu clan is qualified to participate in it. If you cooperate with us, you'll be able to participate in it. Don't hesitate, He Ran and Bai Qian are worthless. Let me go back and think about it. What are you hesitating about? Yu Fang was puzzled. Lu Yin looked at him. Fame is something that can only be used once. If you fail, it's gone. Yu Fang laughed. It's useful. Once is enough. Are you still counting on this to break through to the Apex Realm? Lu Yin smiled bitterly. I understand. Don't worry, I'll do it. But we have to consider all the details so that we won't be exposed. You need a reason to deal with He Ran, not a joke. Yu Fang nodded. Of course, but time is of the essence. The Dimensional Master can change the voting time at any time. Once he discovers our goal, he might even vote today so that I can't influence He Ran. If He Ran wins, even if you're sure that she's a spy, we won't be able to make a move. Lu Yin nodded. I understand. Lu Yin returned to the red domain. On the same day he traveled back and forth 4 times, receiving nearly the same mission. Things were unpredictable. Between He Ran and Yu Fang, Lu Yin could only choose to help Yu Fang. Yu Fang's intelligence lay in not asking about the process. He could deduce the outcome based on the beginning, and no matter how unbelievable the process was, he could accept it. Lu Yin wasn't sure how far Yu Fang had guessed his identity. When they had first worked together, Yu Fang had never mentioned the Genesis space again. The more this was the case, the more uneasy Lu Yin felt. Furthermore, he was the one who had killed Xiao Qingfeng, and this was something that Yu Fang could use against him. Compared to He Ran, Lu Yin could only choose to work with Yu Fang. He had killed Xiao Qingfeng in order to convince Yu Fang that he could only work with Yu Fang. This was also the result that Lu Yin wanted. However, Lu Yin had discovered that Yu Fang had changed and he no longer wanted to work with the Yu family. The changes in the Yu family either meant that their foundation was too deep and they could contend against the Dimensional Master, or they had someone backing them. Regardless of the situation, Lu Yin didn't want to participate in it. If he had discovered this earlier, he wouldn't have given Yu Fang any information. If this matter wasn't handled properly, Xianqi's identity would be in danger, and it would implicate Divinity Xiaoyin. She might be able to recognize Lu Yin's identity, but Lu Yin wasn't sure if Divinity Xiaoyin had seen him before. No, Lu Yin suddenly had a flash of inspiration. So what if he had information on Xianqi? As long as Xianqi didn't exist, any information would be useless. Yes, as long as Xianqi didn't exist. Lu Yin silently stared at the sky, deep in thought. A few days later, he found He Ran and discussed the details of framing the Yu family. He Ran was delighted as Lu Yin's plan was more comprehensive than hers. This proved that Lu Yin was seriously considering the matter. Half a day later, Lu Yin left with a large amount of ultra crystals and a white energy source. This was the reward He Ran had given him. She had said that she would help, but how could she help for free? This was also why Lu Yin had come here. There were hundreds of millions of ultra crystals, and they were definitely worth enough. He Ran had been quite generous in this regard, and Lu Yin had seen her wealth. Following that, Lu Yin went to the Yu family and discussed the various details of framing He Ran with Yu Fang. Along the way, he had thought of a way to get Bai Qian to come to the Ziyou realm and help her hide Luo Lauer's frame. This was a backup plan that he had left for Bai Qian. He Ran could see the situation clearly, and even though she didn't dare to take the risk due to her personality, this situation should be right. In that case, Bai Qian was courting death by cooperating with the Yu family. There had to be a way to get her out of this mess. When He Ran asked Lu Yin to frame the Yu family, he had already considered this. With that order, the Transcendence Society began to move. Within Yu Qizi's Transcendence world, the countless miniature carriers of the Art of Gift continuously gathered and merged together, gradually forming a massive carrier that followed Yu Fang. There were carriers of the Art of Gift in every corner of the Transcendence Society, and at this moment, They appeared and merged with the nearby carriers. The Yu family's countless years of accumulation had finally appeared. He stood on the stairs and stared at the screen. Have one sure stopped them. Uncle Mo's face sank. The Yu family had actually used a spy as an excuse to attack He-Ran. They were actually this aggressive, even more aggressive than He-Ran when he massacred the decision-making team. Had the Yu family gone mad? Why were they doing this? They had been obedient for so many years, and they had never done anything like this before. No one could figure out what Yu Fang was trying to do. He-Ran was still wondering why Qian-Chi had identified him as a spy. Suddenly, news spread that someone had discovered something belonging to Rahu in the Transcendence world. This news startled He-Ran. Uncle Mo ordered, begin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2684. He-Ran activated the means she had arranged for this day, and the image of the Luoho mirror frame appeared on the countless light screens of ultra spacetime. He-Ran accused the Yu family of ignoring the righteousness of humanity and attacking Mu Jun, causing the three monarchs to be unable to defend against the eternal race. She was bound to be a sinner of humanity. He-Ran ordered Wenshi to take control of the Yu family and wait for the six-party assembly's decision. The Yu family wanted to capture He-Ran in the name of being a spy, and He-Ran wanted to deal with the Yu family in the name of destroying the three monarchs' spacetime. The conflict in the ultra spacetime finally erupted at this moment, forming a fierce battle that swept through the entire ultra spacetime. Wenshi wanted to stop the Yu clan, but he was blocked by Yu Teng. Black energy continued to wreak havoc, bombarding the Yu clan. Yu Fang was blocked by Uncle Mo. Although Uncle Mo wasn't a match for Yu Fang, he was still able to hold on. On the surface, hyperspace had 5 black energy sources. They were in the hands of Yu Fang, Uncle Mo, Qiu Zhan, Wenshi, and the person from the Guardian Energy Research Group. Against the Eternals, hyperspace had provided a large number of feed and white energy sources. However, there were very few black energy sources. Qiu Zhan was the only one who appeared at the front line against the Eternals. The 4 black energy sources of hyperspace were left to guard hyperspace itself. But at this moment, hyperspace was equivalent to internal strife. Luo Jun had also come to ultra spacetime. Luo Ho's item was hidden in the Zio world, which was equivalent to evidence. No one could stop him from causing trouble for the Yu family. The starry skies were overturned, and the beam of light from the art of bestowment swept across the starry skies. Yu Fang and Yu Ting fought against Luo Jun and Uncle Mo, setting off a battle that was not inferior to the front lines. This war was enough to determine the situation in hyperspace. The chaos in the outside world no longer had anything to do with Lu Yin. He didn't kill Qian-Chi, but he wouldn't do anything for the time being either. He just wanted Qian-Chi to disappear for a while. He found some time to look for Little C. Little Hai had provided too little information on the spies, and Lu Yin had not believed her. This time he had come to deal with this hidden danger. When the Forbidden Land was broken, Little Hai was ordered to move to another research site. Now he was in a research base not too far away from the Zio realm. He was asked to restore all the data in the previous research base. Little C stared at the distorted screen of light. He yearned for a great battle in outer space. He didn't care who won or lost as it had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to determine who the person who knew his identity was, but he had never been able to find out who that person was. The earth trembled and dust fell. Little C looked at the dusty cup and smashed it on the ground in annoyance. He also wanted to follow the elder to a secret place for research. Unfortunately, the elder did not like him. He worked very hard and was appreciated by the elder, but that place was not a place where hard work could get him to. Bad luck. You don't seem happy. A voice sounded behind him. Of course, Little C said subconsciously. But then he suddenly paused and turned around to see Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled at him. Little Hai, right? You are? At this moment, Lu Yin had concealed his appearance, and with Xiao Hai's strength, it was impossible for her to see him. You should be able to guess who I am. Xiao Hai's expression kept changing. It's you, the one who let Lu Yin go. The information you're selling is very detailed, but unfortunately there's nothing that I want, Lu Yin said indifferently. Xiao Hai's face turned even paler. I don't know what you're talking about. He raised his glasses and opened the screen. It was all the information that Xiao Hai had given him about the spies. Seeing this, Little C confirmed that the person in front of him was the one who had left the handwriting on his palm. He was the only one who knew. He was the one who sold him information. What do you want? I've given you everything I know. Little C was nervous. Lu Yin approached him step by step, exerting an intense pressure. Little C thought about how this person had easily destroyed the Forbidden Zone and even let Lu Yin go. This person was too powerful, unimaginably powerful. In front of him, Little C was no different from an ant. I'm curious, why are you selling information? Lu Yin asked. Little C replied, resources. No one would complain about having more resources. I need them for my experiments. Is that all? Yes. Why didn't you escape? How could I escape from you? Lu Yin continued, I mean, why didn't you escape after discovering the handwriting? Why did you stay in the hyperspace? Little C gulped. I can't leave this place. This is my home. Nonsense. I have no value if I leave this place and I don't have any cultivation. That's why I want to save up enough resources to buy a good energy source before leaving. Lu Yin sighed. I could have spared your life, but you didn't tell me the truth, so it's over. Little C was shocked and retreated. Wait, you want to kill me? I have value and I can help you investigate and monitor others. I know a lot of things and I'll tell you anything you ask. I'll help you find out even if I don't know anything. Why do you need resources? Why don't you escape and information on all the spies? You didn't answer any of these questions honestly, so there's no point in keeping you alive. I'll find the answers from your corpse. Lu Yin took a step forward, bringing with him an intense pressure. Not too far away, a screen was showing the battle between two peak cosmic realm powerhouses, and Little C felt as if he was on the verge of death. He was just a cultivation researcher who had never experienced life and death. How could he resist such pressure? All right, I'll tell you everything. Lu Yin stood there quietly, waiting for Little C's answer. Little C gulped again. I didn't escape because you didn't tell anyone about my identity. This means that I have value to you and I won't be in trouble so quickly. Also, I wanted to find out who you were, so I didn't escape. Resources. It's really because I need them for research. Teacher thinks that Zijing is the most talented person in the field of sequential particles, but I actually understand her research. I can also research it. Lu Yin was surprised. You can research sequential particles as well? Little C nodded. Give me time and give me an answer and I can reverse engineer sequential particles. Teacher and the others don't know that I have this ability, and they all think that I'm very hardworking. However, hard work can never lead to such a research technique. They didn't even take me with them when they left. They underestimated me. Lu Yin's lips curled up. So you're really confident that you can reverse engineer sequential particles? Little C looked at Lu Yin fearfully and nodded. Lu Yin and Little C looked at each other, but they didn't speak. He looked at Little C's fearful eyes and suddenly turned around, striking out with a palm. At the same time, a cold gaze appeared behind him, and when Lu Yin turned around, his eyes widened in disbelief. Had this person discovered him? Bang! There was a soft sound as the void exploded. Lu Yin's palm viciously slammed into the person who had suddenly appeared behind him, pressing him into the ground. The palm print passed through his back and shattered the void. Whoosh! Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood from the attacker who had suddenly appeared. Lu Yin took a good look at the newcomer. It was an old man with a deathly pale face. The moment Lu Yin pressed him into the ground, the old man's eyes suddenly turned scarlet, then gray and then green. His physical body was 100 times stronger than before. Unfortunately, the old man was only at the third tribulation origin stage, so even if his physical body was 100 times stronger, he could at most rival someone at the sixth tribulation origin stage. He was far too weak compared to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's palm was like a mountain that pressed down on the old man. The old man struggled to get up, but he couldn't move. Little C stared blankly. Had he failed? How could this be? I noticed you a long time ago, Lu Yin barked, turning to look at Little C. He's the real reason why you didn't escape, and he's also the reason why you've been collecting resources. Little C trembled as she watched the old man struggle. Lu Yin exerted more force and the old man's body shook once more. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his struggling gradually stopped. Soon he was no longer breathing. Lu Yin didn't question the old man's intentions, as he had already cultivated the Corpse King transformation. It was impossible to get anything out of him as his mindset had already changed. He was just a puppet of the everlasting race, no different from a Corpse King. Lu Yin slowly stood up and walked over to Little C. This time Little C was truly terrified. Don't kill me, I'll tell you. I didn't escape because of him. He told me that you would definitely come to see me, and that as long as I found you, I would be able to deal with you. He said that he would definitely be able to deal with you. Lu Yun was crippled a long time ago and you don't have that much strength. Lu Yun frowned. Change bodies? The first thing he thought of was the brains in the technocracy. Those brains were the main body, and the bodies were just tools or clothes that could be changed at will. Little C trembled as she explained what Lu Yun had said, and she also explained why she had been collecting resources. Just like the technocracy, Little C was collecting resources to exchange for a new body, one that could use the black energy source. Little C's true body wasn't even an explorer, and he was at most a melder, which was far too weak. Like most people in the hyperspace continuum, he didn't pursue cultivation, but he was ambitious and wanted to possess the power of an extreme powerhouse. In the hyperspace continuum, it wasn't impossible to possess the power of an extreme powerhouse without cultivating. As long as one could use the black energy source, they would instantly become an extreme powerhouse. However, it wasn't that easy to use the black energy source, and there weren't many people in the hyperspace continuum who could do it. Even He Shu and the others could only use the white energy source. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2685. Lu Yun placed a hand on Little Hai's shoulder. Take me there. Little Hai hurriedly replied, Teacher's laboratory has been moved to an unknown area, and I can't find it now. Lu Yun exerted more force and with a crack Little Hai's shoulder shattered. The intense pain almost caused Little Hai to faint. How could someone like him endure such pain? Are you joking with me? Say it again, take me there, Lu Yun said coldly. Little Hai's body twitched from the pain, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He hurriedly nodded, got it, I'll get it immediately. The battle was still ongoing and it had already affected a fifth of the region. The battle between several extreme powerhouses had attracted the attention of the entire Six Direction Society, and even the reincarnation spacetime could not interfere. Lu Yun did not even look at the battle. He only had eyes for the black energy source. Another black energy source was equivalent to another extreme powerhouse in the above heaven sect, and that was the most important thing. Little Hai's teacher was the elder who had scolded He Ran. This person had a high status, and in Little Hai's words he could see Master Wei at any time. This was something that even Yu Fang could not do. Even the Yu family could not find Master Wei. There was only one reason why this elder had lived for so long without cultivating. He had been constantly changing bodies to achieve immortality. Everyone knew that the elder had a high status, but no one had thought that he would also have a black energy source. It was said that this black energy source had been bestowed by Master Wei, but no one knew about it. Only the elder did not care about it and did not plan to use it. Otherwise, the Transcendence Society would have gained another extreme powerhouse. Outsiders had underestimated the Transcendence Society too much. There had to be a considerable number of people who could use the black energy source, and as long as those people's bodies were replaced with those with the black energy source, they would be able to make up for the Transcendence Society's weakness. The Transcendence Society had the ability to instantly increase the number of extreme powerhouses to 10 or even more, which was not something that the three monarchs could compare to. With the feed technique, the Transcendence Society was not inferior to the other civilizations in the Six Direction Society. Ordinary people could not enter the Elder's laboratory, but Little Hai could. Otherwise, Lu Yun would have had to force his way in, but that would not have attracted Master Wei's attention. After all, the Elder had a special relationship with Master Wei, and no one knew what he was researching. Lu Yun's eyes lit up as he stared at the black energy source in front of him. Little Hai's face was ashen. This was his dream and he had worked towards it for so many years. But in the end he had lost it. Lu Yun reached out and grabbed the black energy source, but all of a sudden he felt a sense of danger that caused his scalp to go numb. He did not hesitate to activate a spatial line and walk out. The next moment, a destructive light swept across the laboratory, and everything in it, including Xiao Hai, was instantly annihilated without even being able to react. Outside the laboratory, Lu Yun walked out and looked around. He couldn't see anything from where he was, but he had clearly seen Xiao Hai turn to ash the moment he had fled. The appearance of this power gave Lu Yun a familiar feeling. It was the super analytical mode which was not present in this place, but it had not been activated yet. The moment one came into contact with the black energy source, that super analytical mode could instantly obliterate a person. It was different from the super analytical mode in the Forbidden Zone, which could only be used for analysis. The one here was connected to a power that could even kill a progenitor. There was a huge bearer of the art of feeding underground that was constantly activated. This should have been set up specifically to protect that elder. Otherwise, it would have been activated the moment he entered the laboratory. Lu Yin looked at the black energy source in his hand and exerted a bit of force, causing it to turn into powder. Sunken, was this a trap? Lu Yin frowned, as he had been happy for nothing. No, Xiaohai was not stupid. He had been working with spies for so many years to gather resources, and it was impossible that he had done so just for a fake black energy source. He must have confirmed that it was the real thing, which was why he was willing to pay such a huge price. A stupid person would not be able to freely enter that elder's laboratory. When he thought about this, the miniature candle god appeared on Lu Yin's shoulder, and his pupils turned into runes. He was not in a hurry to act and instead waited. His only fear was the mysterious dimensional master, and if the dimensional master did not appear in this great battle in outer space, then it would be a waste of the Yu family's efforts. Only when the dimensional master appeared would Lu Yin be able to make a move. Lu Yin did not have to wait for long, as the battle had already been going on for quite some time. If the battle was allowed to continue, then even more regions in the hyperspace would be affected. Up until now, many of the Yu family's bearers of the art of feeding had been destroyed. These bearers had been the Yu family's foundation for many years, and they could also be considered the foundation of the hyperspace. With so many art of feeding destroyed, it was enough to lure the dimensional master out. The sky above the space-time darkened the moment a figure descended. Everyone looked up and felt that the hyperspace had suddenly changed. The air was scorching hot and it was difficult to breathe. The silent pressure caused Yu Fang and the others to stop attacking and look in a certain direction. There stood a man with long hair that reached his waist. His face was handsome and natural, and his eyes were as bright as the stars. If Qingfen was described as handsome, then this person could be praised as well. Regardless of appearance or temperament, this person was not inferior to Qingfen. Compared to Qingfen, this person had an even more domineering aura. The moment he appeared, he naturally became the center of the universe and attracted everyone's attention. Under his gaze, even Luo Shan stopped what he was doing. "Greetings, Dimensional Master." Uncle Mo hurriedly bowed. Wen Shi, Yu Ting and the others bowed in unison. Yu Fang slowly bowed. "Greetings, Dimensional Master." His seniority was much lower than the Dimensional Master's, who was of the same generation as the Yu family's ancestor. Luo Shan calmly looked at the Dimensional Master. As one of the three sovereigns, he naturally did not need to bow, but he still had to show respect to the Dimensional Master. "Senior, sorry to disturb you." At this moment, the entire ultra-spacetime, including the other civilizations of the Hexagon, were all staring at the Dimensional Master. The Dimensional Master was too mysterious, and he had not appeared for many years. Whether it was the war with the Eternals or the Grand Empyrean Tea Party, he had never appeared. Even Yu Fang had only seen him a few times. The others in ultra-spacetime were even more excited to see the Dimensional Master. Lu Yin looked at the Dimensional Master on the screen. Was he the ultra-spacetime dominator? The Dimensional Master looked like a young man, but very few knew how old he actually was. He had existed for a very long time, and he could be traced back to a vague period that could not be recorded in history. "Lord Luo, why have you come to ultra-spacetime?" The Dimensional Master asked with a faint smile, as if this matter was not important to him. Luo Shan replied, "My unfilial son Luo Ho's belongings were discovered in the Zio realm. Little Mu's disappearance is directly related to the Yu family. The Yu family must provide an explanation." The Dimensional Master looked at Yu Fang. "Speak." Yu Fang bowed again. "The Yu family definitely did not act against Mu Jun, and we do not know the reason for her disappearance. This time we acted because of he ran. Xian Qi from the Horizon Manor discovered that he ran was a spy, but he was killed. She should be investigated. He ran was not here, she was still at the bottom of the stairs." She bowed to the Dimensional Master from afar without speaking. Everyone fell silent, waiting for the Dimensional Master's decision. "Is Xian Qi dead?" the Dimensional Master asked as he looked at Yu Fang. Yu Fang respectfully replied, "I don't know. Xian Qi disappeared at that moment. I don't know if he was turned to dust or if he simply disappeared." Lu Yin looked at the screen and narrowed his eyes. What did this mean? Could it be that the Dimensional Master was watching him? Lu Yin immediately felt uncomfortable with this thought. "No way." The Dimensional Master calmly replied, "If he ran was a spy, why would I let her sit in that position?" Yu Fang solemnly replied, "Dimensional Master, he ran might not have been a spy at first, but it's hard to say now. Qianqi's ability to capture spies is known throughout the entire Six Directions Society. He was the one who purged the spies from the Void God universe, and he also discovered that there were many spies in the Hyperspace universe and the Three Monarchs universe. Even the Wood universe's Horizon Manor's Lord Gon invited him to investigate. In the entire Six Directions Society, no one is better than him when it comes to capturing spies. He confirmed that He-Ran was a spy, but he was killed the next moment. He-Ran is the most suspicious, so please hand her over to the Horizon Manor for interrogation. Uncle Mo bowed. Reporting to the Dimensional Master, Yu Fang's words have no evidence, and Qianqi's death has nothing to do with us. Perhaps Yu Fang threatened Qianqi to frame Lady He-Ran and then killed Qianqi in order to support Bai Qian. Yu Fang raised his head and looked at Uncle Mo. What does Bai Qian have to do with me? I supported her only to force He-Ran to reveal her flaws so that Qianqi could discover that she was a spy. Now that Qianqi has found out, He-Ran killed him to silence him. Uncle Mo, there's no need for you to quibble. Uncle Mo stared at Yu Fang. How can you decide who is right and who is wrong with just a few words? If you confirm that Lady He-Ran was a spy, then please provide evidence. The evidence is that Qianqi was killed by you. Nonsense. Qianqi's death was caused by your Yu family. Ridiculous. Dimensional Master's voice rang out. I will handle He-Ran's matter. There's no need for the Yu family. Yu Fang's expression turned ugly. Understood. Dimensional Master looked at Luo Shan. Are you sure that Mu Jun's disappearance is related to the Yu family? Luo Shan replied, at the very least, Luo Ho's items are in the Zio realm. Bring them here, Dimensional Master ordered. Luo Ho's items in the Zio realm had been discovered by He-Ran's men. She had asked Luin to place the items in the Zio realm and then sent people to search for them. The plan had not changed, but she did not understand why Luin had turned around and accused her of being a spy. She had even been killed. Uncle Mo's words were actually He-Ran's conjecture. She immediately suspected that the Yu family had forced Luin to frame her and even killed him. Otherwise, why would Luin place Luo Ho's items in the Zio realm? No matter how she looked at it, Luin was helping her and accusing her of being forced by the Yu family. Luo Ho's picture frame was brought over. Dimensional Master took it and looked at it. This is your son's item? Luo Shan's expression turned ugly. That's right. Dimensional Master looked at it again. Everyone could tell that Dimensional Master was siding with He-Ran and suppressing the Yu family. Now that there was evidence, everyone was trying to guess what Dimensional Master would do. The evidence is conclusive. What do you say, Yu Fang? Dimensional Master spoke up and glanced at the Yu family, his gaze gradually turning cold. Yu Fang suddenly looked up. This is a false accusation. Luo Shan shouted. Luo Ho appeared in the Zio realm back then and there's evidence. You still say that this is a false accusation? Then who would dare to frame your Yu family? Who would be able to place this item under the Yu family's surveillance? Yu Fang's eyes flickered. He did not know how Luo Ho's items had appeared in the Zio realm. Just as Luo Shan had said, who would dare to frame the Yu family? This was a huge game of chess and He-Ran had been played from start to finish. The Yu family had colluded with Lu Yin, Bai Qian, He-Ran, and Luo Shan to form the current situation. Lu Yin, Bai Qian, and He-Ran had all been chess pieces that the Yu family had used to deal with Master Wei. The Yu family, how ruthless. But would Wei Zhu be defeated so easily? The situation had already taken shape, and the final outcome would depend on whether the Yu family could defeat Wei Zhu. Wei Zhu had created the energy source and brought hyperspace out with his own strength. He had continuously researched cultivation techniques and turned hyperspace into one of the hexagon civilizations that was not inferior to the Void God spacetime or the Wood spacetime. At this moment, Lu Yin could finally see how strong Wei Zhu was. As Yu Fang and Yu Ting attacked, Wei Zhu relied on his black energy to easily block them both. Your Yu family is truly a pack of wolves. Yu Fang berated, my Yu family created the bestow technique. On the surface you seem to respect us, but in reality, any elite that appears in my Yu family will be killed by you. Do you really think that we don't know how the Yu family's ancestor died? Do you really think that we don't know how you plan to scheme against Lele? Wei Zhu, you were the one who threw the heaven's reflection manor to my Yu family. You were the one who continuously destroyed my Yu family's authority over the bestow technique. You were also the one who transferred the largest bestow of the bestow technique to an outsider, reducing my Yu family's influence and making us your puppet. Wei Zhu coldly replied, There can only be one ruler in hyperspace. Well said, someone shouted. The void tore open and an elder walked out. Ruler, it's time for a change. It's my Yu family's turn. Uncle Emo exclaimed, Yu Xian? He ran stared blankly at the screen. Yu Xian? That prodigal son of the Yu family? How was that possible? Wasn't he dead? No one had expected that the dead Yu Xian would appear. Everyone knew that Yu Xian was a prodigal son who had squandered away all of the Yu family's wealth, causing the Yu family to decline for 2 generations before finally dying of depression. The appearance of Yu Xian made everyone completely dumbfounded. Even Wei Zhu was shocked. Yu Xian? You're not dead? Yu Xian laughed. If I'm not dead, how can you be at ease? If I hadn't been a prodigal son, my Yu family would have been gone a long time ago. Wei Zhu, today Yu Xian will change the world. Black energy surged from his body and transformed into a blade of light that slashed towards Wei Zhu. The Yu family had 3 black energy sources. The one with the most energy had originally been Yu Fang's, but now it had been Yu Xian's. Yu Fang had given his black energy source, which was enough to deal with Luo Shan, to Yu Xian so that he could attack. Wei Zhu shook his head. I was the one who created this energy source. If you want to defeat me with it, it's impossible. How long can your bestowment technique seal me? The black blade of light descended, piercing through the distorted void and slashing at Wei Zhu. Wei Zhu's originally nonchalant expression suddenly changed. The blade of light had caused his upper body to split open. His pupils constricted as he stared at Yu Xian. Yu Xian laughed. This body is just a backup. The person you truly valued escaped, leaving you with an opening. If not for that, my Yu family would not have been able to rebel against you no matter how unwilling we were. At your peak, you were far from being a match for my Yu family. Do you really think that we don't know that you have the power of an extremely strong powerhouse? No one knew Wei Zhu's true strength except for the Yu family. They had never underestimated Wei Zhu and had always believed that he was an extremely strong powerhouse. Otherwise, how could he have created this energy source? Only the Yu family knew how difficult it was to create the bestowment technique, and this energy source was even more difficult than the bestowment technique. Wei Zhu had to be an extremely strong powerhouse. Unfortunately, this powerhouse had even greater ambitions, which resulted in an even greater opening. Wei Zhu roared, You're courting death. As he spoke, the hyperspace suddenly trembled, and an indescribable feeling descended upon everyone's heads. This feeling caused everyone to feel uneasy. They could not see anything, but it was difficult to describe. Lu Yin looked up and felt as if he had seen an inconceivable scene. This was a materialized thought. How could there be a materialized thought here? Was this not Huizu's power? This was an ability from the technocracy that could trap a half-martial ancestor and allow the technocracy to see through everything. This was clearly Huizu's power, so why could it be seen in the hyperspace? Wei Zhu and Huizu? What was their relationship? Lu Yin had not expected to see a materialized thought in the hyperspace. Back in the technocracy, Lu Yin had learned that the materialized thought was Huizu's innate gift. Huizu had left behind a materialized thought that was similar to the rune lines left behind by the rune progenitor. They had both acted when humanity was at its most dangerous and helped humanity avoid a calamity. However, were innate gifts the same? There were. The Lu family's direct descendants had innate gifts like General Platform and the Divine Seal Catalog, but those were from the same bloodline. Huizu and Wei Zhu? How could they have the same bloodline and origin? How could they have the exact same innate gifts? Not only that, but there was also the bestowment technique that was similar to the sealed source box array. This made Lu Yin even more suspicious. Could Huizu have been here before? Lu Yin's suspicions only lasted for a moment. He saw that Wei Zhu had been exposed within the screen and wanted to rely on his materialized thought to break through the bestowment technique. Lu Yin took the opportunity to envelop the Elder's laboratory with rune lines and attack. There was a loud boom as the Elder's laboratory shattered. The bestowment technique continuously absorbed the source boxes and was about to unleash an attack that even extreme powerhouses would be wary of. Lu Yin stirred up spatial lines and directly appeared beside the bestowment technique. With a single palm strike, it shattered. Without the protection of an extreme powerhouse, the bestowment technique would be nothing more than a target. At the same time, Wei Zhu suddenly looked in the direction of the Elder's laboratory with an ominous glint in his eyes. He had been keeping an eye on that place since the beginning, and nothing could happen to the Elder. Now, that place had actually been broken through. Fortunately, the Elder was not there, so he could temporarily put the matter aside. The materialized thought was like a consciousness being injected into the sky. The moment it appeared, a formless energy continuously corroded Yu Xian, Yu Fang, Yu Teng, and even Luo Shan. All of the bestowment techniques carriers under the Yu family's control shattered. Luo Shan was astonished. Was this Wei Zhu's power? This power was troublesome for him. As expected of Wei Zhu. The materialized thought made it difficult for them to move, but the bestowment technique that had trapped Wei Zhu had already been broken, and he would be able to break free soon. How long are you going to wait? Yu Xian roared. Wei Zhu's gaze changed and his heart sank. There was still someone else. It was definitely an expert, or else Yu Xian would not have spoken at this time. Who was it? He did not see that behind him, a broken fragment of the bestowment techniques carrier moved. It turned into a stream of light and struck Wei Zhu's back without him noticing. In an instant, Wei Zhu's pupils contracted. The shadow spread like a spider's claws from his shoulders, waist, and even his legs, covering his entire body. Wei Zhu was furious. Shaoyin, Supreme God. Wen Shi and Uncle Mo hurriedly tried to save Wei Zhu, but it was already too late. They could not even connect to Wei Zhu, let alone save him. Yu Xian bombarded him with black energy again. Wei Zhu's body cracked even more. Reincarnation time and space actually interfered in our battle. You have violated the Six-Party Society's agreement. Supreme God Shaoyin, you will not have a good ending. Wei Zhu roared. Yu Xian shouted, Wei Zhu, you're crazy. Which eye of yours saw Supreme God Shaoyin appear? At the bottom of the stairs he ran was completely powerless. Supreme God Shaoyin? It was actually him. What? Luo Shan and Supreme God Shaoyin were like this? It was obvious that the people who cooperated with her were all working together with the Yu family to deal with Wei Zhu. Could it be that their cooperation from the beginning? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2687. Luyin saw it as well. They couldn't see Divinity Shaoyin himself, but Wei Zhu couldn't speak carelessly. The power that covered his body definitely belonged to Divinity Shaoyin. No matter how powerful Wei Zhu was, even if he could rival 9 mountains and 8 seas, it would be difficult for him to surpass Divinity Shaoyin. Warp Dimension mainly focused on developing cultivation techniques and researching sequence particles. If a Grand Empyrean was comparable to a primogenitor, then 3 Grand Empyreans were likely comparable to the 3 realms and 6 Daos. This wasn't a power that Wei Zhu could resist, not to mention that this power was almost a sneak attack. Lu Yin couldn't understand what Divinity Shaoyin was doing, but he could tell that Wei Zhu was done for. His defeat wasn't unjust. The Yu family had prepared far too much for this day. They had been preparing since Yu Xian's generation, or perhaps even before that. The Yu family, Luo Shan, Divinity Shaoyin, he ran by Qian and himself. How could an ordinary person break through the plans of so many people? This was an extremely terrifying scheme. From now on, Lu Yin would be 120% careful when dealing with the Yu family. As he thought about it, a black energy source appeared in his hand. There really was a black energy source here. Sensing the boundless black energy, Lu Yin grabbed it and left. Even if Wei Zhu was defeated, he wouldn't be defeated too quickly. He had to take advantage of this time to do as much as he could. In the distance, Wei Zhu's screams shocked everyone who heard them. Countless people in Warp Dimension despaired. Once Wei Zhu died, no one knew what Warp Dimension's future would be like. Uncle Mo couldn't save Wei Zhu, so he left without hesitation. He had to at least take Wei Zhu with him, or else he would only be waiting for death. Luo Shan watched Uncle Mo leave and didn't stop him. All he had to do was act with the Yu family from the beginning and help them set up the trap. As for how the Yu family would deal with Wei Zhu, that had nothing to do with him. Divinity Shaoyin, how are you going to explain yourself to the Grand Empyrean for interfering in Warp Dimension's battle? Wei Zhu bellowed. Yu Xian sneered, nonsense. Only my Yu family has been dealing with you since the beginning. He then continued to attack. Wei Zhu's body continued to break apart, and the shadows that covered his body continued to tear his body apart. He couldn't even use his thoughts as if they had been frozen. On the other side at the bottom of the stairs, he ran helplessly looked at this scene. Once Master Wei was defeated, she wouldn't have an easy time either. How could this be? How could the Yu family hide so deeply? How laughable. She thought that she had always been fighting with the Yu family and had always been suppressing the Yu family. Who would have thought that she had always been a chess piece of the Yu family? No, if she stayed here she would only be waiting for death. Master Wei was bound to lose. She couldn't die. He ran shouted, Ku Jian. Ku Jian hadn't been far from he ran, and he was also immersed in shock. When he heard He-Ran's shout, he hurried over. "My lord, take me away." He-Ran's face was pale. Kujian looked at the screen. Could he walk? Once he left, it meant that he would never be able to return. "Kujian, take me away." He-Ran shouted angrily. Kujian instinctively wanted to obey He-Ran's orders, but reason told him not to leave. He was different from He-Ran. He-Ran had to leave. She was the enemy of the Yu clan, a person of the maintainer. However, Kujian did not have to belong to the maintainer. As long as the Yu clan was willing to accept him, he would be a member of the Yu clan. Once Dimensional Master died, he could only rely on the Yu family. The Yu family would not be worried about him because Ultra Space Dimension belonged to the Yu family. Kujian he hesitated. He didn't want to leave and wanted to stay in the Ultra Space Dimension. If he left, he wouldn't be able to replenish the white energy and would lose his current status. He-Ran's expression changed. "Kujian, take me away. I still have a white energy source. I can give you another one." Kujian looked at He-Ran, not thinking about whether he should leave or not. He was thinking about how to express his loyalty. He could capture He-Ran and give her to the Yu clan to prove his loyalty. Wait, that wouldn't work either. How could the Yu clan accept a traitor like him? Kujian was stuck in a dilemma and didn't know what to do. At that moment, a hand pressed down on Kujian's shoulder. "Looks like you want to betray Sister Ran." Kujian's expression changed and he turned around in shock. "Xianqi." He-Ran also looked at him in shock. "Xianqi? You're not dead?" Luin smiled. "Sister Ran, do you want me dead?" He-Ran looked at him in confusion. What's going on? What's going on? Xianqi wasn't dead, which meant that he was deliberately framing her. Was he also working with the Yu clan? But why did he leave Luo Shan's things with the Yu clan? Right, He-Ran felt bitter. Luo Shan had always been working with the Yu clan, and this had all been a show. Kujian stared at Luin. "You were sent by the Yu clan?" His thoughts were the same as He-Ran's. Lu Yin's lips curled up. "You guessed wrong." He then exerted force with his hand, and there was a crack as Kujian's body was pressed to the ground. Kujian subconsciously used the white energy to resist, but he still couldn't escape from Lu Yin's grasp. Kujian was shocked, and he endured the boundless pain as he stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. "You?" Lu Yin casually flung Kujian away, and there was a thump as Kujian's body was sent flying into the distance. "If you didn't betray He-Ran, I might have thought more highly of you. Unfortunately, you're just a traitor." Lu Yin pointed his palm at Kujian from afar and bent his fingers. The white energy source left Kujian's heart and flew into Lu Yin's hand. "Another one." He-Ran looked on calmly. She couldn't understand what Lu Yin represented, and his actions didn't seem to belong to the Yu clan. "Who are you?" He-Ran asked. Being able to defeat Kujian so easily wasn't something that could be done in just a few years. Had this person been hiding all this time? She suddenly thought of a ridiculous guess. Had this person and Zijing been plotting against her from the start? How was that possible? Lu Yin looked at the screen and saw that Master Wei was on his last struggle. He took a step forward and looked at He-Ran's perfect face. He raised a hand and placed it on He-Ran's face. It was smooth to the touch and he praised, "What a good mascot. My above heaven sect needs it." He-Ran's expression changed again and her mouth fell open. "You're from the above heaven sect? Don't you have a grudge with that Lu Yin?" Lu Yin smiled and put He-Ran away into Mount Supreme. He then stepped forward and disappeared. The next moment, Uncle Mo arrived, but all he saw was Kujian's corpse. He-Ran had already disappeared and he couldn't find her. Before looking for He-Ran, Lu Yin had wanted to take Bai Qian with him. After all, the Master Vindicator had failed, and neither He-Ran nor Bai Qian had any value. However, he couldn't contact Bai Qian, which made him uneasy. Bai Qian should be under the Yu clan's control, and since he couldn't find her now, he could only wait until after this battle and use Xianqi's identity to find the Yu clan. No matter what the Yu clan thought of Xianqi's identity, they couldn't do anything about it. This identity involved many powerhouses. If not for Lu Yin's warning, Su Heng, Su Lung, and even Su Wuji might have appeared the moment the Master Vindicator pretended to be dead. Nonsense. In outer space, the Master Vindicator's resistance grew weaker and weaker. The shadow covering his body was like a devouring monster, making it difficult for him to move. Your Yu clan colluded with outsiders to plot against the Master Vindicator. Yuxian, how can you face your ancestors? Will this Master Vindicator still be the original Master Vindicator? The Master Vindicator bellowed. Yuxian and the rest remained unmoved. The shadow grew even more sinister. I can die and you can obtain the Master Vindicator, but you will never obtain the complete Master Vindicator. I know what your Yu clan wants, but you'll never be able to enter. You'll never be able to spy on that cultivation technique. Never. Yu Fang's eyes trembled. The Master Vindicator was naturally referring to the research on the sequence particle, which had been hidden by the Master Vindicator. If the Master Vindicator said this, then did it mean that no one else besides him could find it? Where's Uncle Imo? You Ting, go find Uncle Imo, and he ran. You must capture them. Yu Fang barked. Yu Ting hurriedly broke away from Wen Shi and went to find Uncle Imo. The Master Vindicator bellowed, "No one but me can open that place. You'll never be able to obtain it. Once the cultivation technique is developed, I'll appear again, and your Yu clan will be exterminated. Reverend Shaoyin, I want you to die." There was a violent explosion as the Master Vindicator self-destructed. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying power was produced that tore through the void, causing a huge void to appear in the Master Vindicator. Everyone retreated. When Luo Shan saw the void, fear was hidden in the depths of her eyes. She retreated faster than anyone else and didn't even dare to tear through the void to leave. The void devoured a large part of the starry sky, and the one closest to it was the Reverend Shaoyin. Even though he didn't appear in front of the world, everyone knew that the power was definitely the Reverend Shaoyin. Other than the three reverends, who else could immobilize the Master Vindicator? The Master Vindicator had been forced to commit suicide. The Reverend Shaoyin didn't expect the Master Vindicator to commit suicide. He was almost sucked into the void, and even though he managed to escape, he was heavily injured. He appeared far away, his golden robe torn apart as he coughed out blood that corroded the void. The Reverend Shaoyin stared coldly at the void and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Lunatic. The Master Vindicator was the ruler of the Master Vindicator after all. Who would have thought that he would commit suicide so decisively? Even Yu Xian and the others didn't expect this. They thought that the Master Vindicator had a backup plan. I can only say that the person who escaped back then caused too much damage to the Master Vindicator, Yu Xian lamented as he looked at the void. Yu Fang said, not only did that person injure the Master Vindicator, but he also brought great losses to the Yu family. Yu Xian let out a long sigh as he watched the void shrink. This Master Vindicator belongs to the Yu family. With that, they returned to the Zio world. The Yu family's manpower spread throughout the Master Vindicator were fully mobilized. Under Euleilei's command, they purged the Master Vindicator's loyalists while maintaining order in the Master Vindicator. Even though this was a rebellion, the Yu family had been preparing for this for a long time. It was enough to stabilize the situation in the Master Vindicator in the shortest time possible. Yu Xian and the others returned to the Zio world. They could control the situation in the Master Vindicator, but they had to consider the Reverend Shaoyin and the others. These people didn't help for nothing. Euleilei stood in the middle of all the surveillance screens, constantly giving out orders. This great victory of the Yu family had turned her into a true princess of super spacetime. She no longer had her previous sloppy appearance. It was as if she had been reborn, becoming beautiful and intelligent. This was the real Euleilei, not the crazy woman who only knew how to research cultivation techniques and shed dandruff. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2688. Can't find them? Euleilei kept looking at the screen as he spoke to Yu Ting. They can't just leave the hyperspace. Dimensional Master's last words also said that no one else knows about the research site of the hidden sequence particle, and he ran is no exception. Find them. What's going on? Yu Xian and Yu Fang returned and asked. Euleilei said, Uncle Ting can't find he ran and Uncle Imo. Yu Xian frowned. Help him find them. Search the hyperspace. We have to find them. What about Divine Sovereign Shaoyin? Yu Fang asked. Euleilei looked at a screen and zoomed in. Divine Sovereign Shaoyin was on the screen, and he seemed to sense that the Yu family was looking at him. He met Euleilei's gaze and said something before tearing through the void and leaving. He can't openly interfere with the hyperspace's matters. Dimensional Master revealed his identity, so he has to go back, Yu Fang said. Euleilei said, he said that First Jian is already here. He then looked at Yu Xian and Yu Fang. Where's Bai Qian? Yu Fang replied, she's under my control. She's a gift for First Jian. They're here, Euleilei reminded. A screen opened, and a spacecraft appeared outside the celestial traversing realm. It wasn't fast and it slowly entered the celestial traversing realm. Bring Bai Qian here, Yu Xian said. Soon enough Bai Qian was brought out. She had been under the Yu family's control since long before Lu Yin had identified he ran as a spy. The Yu family had calculated every step, and they had been on guard against Lu Yin. After all, Lu Yin was from the primordial space. The spacecraft flew steadily through the celestial traversing realm. Inside were the Yu family's servants, but there was one person who stood out. It was a young man with a smile on his face. At first glance there was nothing special about him. He wasn't as handsome as Qingfen, nor did he have Dimensional Master's domineering aura. However, anyone who saw him would subconsciously be unable to look him in the eye. It was as if this person stood there representing the highest. He was First Jian, the disciple of Reincarnation Spacetime's Grand Empyrean. He was known as the perfect young sovereign. He had created countless cultivation legends in Reincarnation Spacetime and refreshed countless people's understanding of cultivation. He was also a genius that even Grand Empyreans praise. He was given the surname Chu. Originally, there should have been a large number of miniature bestow techniques, which were the embodiment of the Yu family's foundation. It's a pity that they were all destroyed in this battle. If these things were used in the battle against the eternal race, they would have been enough to defeat them, Chu Jian muttered to himself. It seemed like no one else could hear him, but everyone in the Yu family could hear him. Yu Fang disdainfully replied, "What a hypocrite. He didn't even reject our cooperation. If Master Vader were to die for the sake of humanity, then he would at least be able to kill an extremely strong corpse king." Yu Xian continued, "Back when I visited the Heaven's Reflection Manor, I noticed that the reincarnation spacetime was the most hypocritical, but they were also the most powerful. Once the research on the sequence particle succeeds, it's hard to say who's stronger and who's weaker. We have to find Zijing and the others," Yu Fang said. "Don't waste time, bring him here," Yu Xian said. Yulu tapped lightly with his finger and the spacecraft suddenly sped up. The people inside didn't understand what was happening. Only Xiao Zun shook his head. "I wanted to see the scenery of the celestial traveling world. What a pity." With that, he stepped out and disappeared. This disappearance actually caused the Yu family to be unable to find a trace of him, until he appeared not far away from Yu Xian and the others. The Yu family members looked at each other in shock. This Xiao Zun's speed was too fast. Even they couldn't react in time. It was only after he arrived that they realized that there was an outsider. Although they didn't activate the black energy, this Xiao Zun wasn't an extremely strong person. "Senior Yu Xian, congratulations on coming back from the dead." Chu Jian smiled at Yu Xian. Yu Xian smiled. "I'm the one who should congratulate Xiao Zun for getting what he wanted." With that, he looked in a certain direction. There, Bai Qian stood quietly like a lotus flower, untainted by dust. Chu Jian looked over and saw Bai Qian. His eyes flashed with passion. Bai Qian calmly walked over. No one had expected the Yu family's scheme. Although she had guessed that the Yu family would deal with Master Vader, she hadn't expected it to be so fast. They had thought that they were insiders, but the Yu family's plan had been completed a long time ago. She hadn't expected it, nor could she have expected it. And behind all of this was the Yu family, Chu Jian and Xiaoyin. Luo Shan was pulled in by them. Otherwise, how could the Yu family pull Luo Shan in? "We meet again," Chu Jian said to Bai Qian. Bai Qian looked at Chu Jian. "Master Vader has been defeated. I'm probably useless now." Chu Jian replied, "You're mine." Bai Qian was confused. "What do you mean?" Yu Xian smiled. "Bai Qian, you should thank Xiao Zun. If it weren't for him, you would indeed be useless. But now that he values you, your future is immeasurable." Bai Qian looked at Chu Jian in shock. Chu Jian smiled. "I couldn't forget you from the first time I saw you. Come with me, Bai Qian." Bai Qian hadn't expected this at all. She knew that He Shu had always liked her, but she had never thought that this Xiao Zun, whom she had only met once, would like her as well. Suddenly she figured it out. Could Tuku's reason for inviting him over be the same as her wanting him to defile He Ran? To let this Xiao Zun defile her? "Xiao Zun, we can do what we promised you. If you help us deal with Master Vader, the Yu family will give you the black energy source and the bearer of the gift technique. We also promise to help you with something in the future. As for Bai Qian, just treat it as a gift from the Yu family," Yu Xian said. Chu Jian looked at Yu Xian. "Senior, you fulfilled my conditions, but you haven't fulfilled Senior Xiao Zun's." Yu Xian and Yu Fang exchanged glances. "You were the one who brought Divinity Xiaoyin in, so we only agreed to your conditions. As for how you managed to convince Divinity Xiaoyin, that has nothing to do with the Yu family." Yu Lele stared at Chu Jian. He knew that this guy was up to no good. Both Divinity Xiao Yin and Luo Shan had been pulled in to deal with Master Vader. Chu Jian laughed. I don't have enough face to invite Senior Xiao Yin and Senior Luo Shan. The one who asked them to help deal with Master Vader was your Yu family, or more accurately, Ultra. Chu Jian, what are you trying to say? Yu Fang's tone turned cold. Chu Jian said, the energy source and the method to create the gift technique. Yu Fang's expression darkened. You want to steal Ultra? Chu Jian shrugged. It's just the method to create it. How can that be considered stealing Ultra? We don't want anything from Ultra. Aren't you asking too much? The energy source and the gift technique are the foundation of Ultra's survival. Giving it to you is equivalent to robbing Ultra of its purpose, Yu Xian said. Chu Jian smiled. Let's not beat around the bush. Do you really think we can't understand what Master Vader said before he died? I'm not interested in knowing what Ultra is researching. I don't think you can get it that easily. I just want the energy source and the method to create the gift technique. That's all. It's not just me. Divinity Shaoyin also needs it. Everyone knows the rules of the Six Direction Society. This time, Senior has broken the rules and might even be punished by Master. But even so, he still wants to help you. You should pay a sufficient price, otherwise I really don't know what Senior would do. This was a threat. It was inconvenient for Divinity Shaoyin to show himself, so Chu Jian could only threaten them. The Yu family had already seen Divinity Shaoyin's strength. This kind of threat was very effective after Master Vader was killed. Bai Qian watched calmly. Xiao Zun's schemes were no less than the Yu family's. Although he didn't want Ultra, he could create another one if he got what he wanted. Everyone said that Xiao Zun could replace one of the three sovereigns in the future, but based on his current ambitions, perhaps he didn't want to be one of the three sovereigns. He wanted to be a ruler like Master Vader. Perhaps this was why Divinity Shaoyin was willing to help him. After all, he had the highest chance of replacing Divinity Shaoyin among the three sovereigns. Lotus Sovereign's influence was too great. Divinity Shaoyin couldn't compare to her, and the other one couldn't be replaced either. Yu Xian sighed. Xiao Zun, is there no room for discussion? We can tell you how to create the gift technique, but we don't know how to create the energy source. Chu Jian laughed. I believe you. If Divinity Shaoyin doesn't believe me, then there's nothing I can do. Yu Xian looked at Chu Jian helplessly. We've already formed a friendship by working together to deal with Master Wei. If Xiao Zun has any orders in the future, the Yu family will definitely not refuse. Xiao Zun, you should know how valuable this promise is. Chu Jian clasped his hands behind his back. I'm very grateful for the Yu family's promise, but it won't move Divinity Shaoyin. You mentioned Divinity Shaoyin in front of every sentence. Do you really think that he can threaten the Yu family? Yu Fang's tone was cold. Chu Jian raised an eyebrow. Do you mean that you've thought of a way? He then sighed in admiration. If the Yu family can scheme against Master Vader, then they can scheme against us as well. Then, Senior, show me what you've got. Yu Fang stared at Chu Jian. Sometimes, some things aren't necessarily good for everyone. We've given you what we promised, and the Yu family still owes you a favor. Isn't that good? Chu Jian smiled. It's not likely that you'll be able to get rid of Divinity Shaoyin without paying a price. Yu Fang looked at Yu Xian helplessly. Yu Xian exhaled and retrieved something from his cosmic ring. It was a palm-sized object that looked like a weapon. When he saw it, Chu Jian's expression changed and he looked deeply at Yu Xian. Why do you have this? Yu Xian replied, Is it enough? Chu Jian took a deep breath and laughed. Yu family, haha. As expected of the Yu family. Not only did you scheme against Master Vader, but you've also schemed against us. It seems like you've already thought of a backup plan. Alright, it's enough. With this, we'll be able to answer to Divinity Shaoyin. Yu Xian put the item away. If we had any other choice, we wouldn't have used it. After all, we only have one chance. Chu Jian looked at Yu Xian with bright eyes. I'm looking forward to your promise. You've given me a lot of confidence. To be honest, the value of this promise doesn't lie in that item, but in the brains of the Yu family. Thank you for thinking so highly of us, Xiao Zun, Yu Fang said. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2689. Chu Jian looked at the nearby Bai Qian. Let's do as we agreed. I'll take Bai Qian with me. Thank you. Yu Xian and the rest watched on calmly. Neither He Ran nor Bai Qian had any value to them, and Chu Jian's gift was their only value. Bai Qian watched as Chu Jian approached him and frowned. This situation was completely unexpected. What about Luin? Where was he? He was probably a pawn of the Yu family, but this pawn was far from what the Yu family had seen. Suddenly, Chu Jian stopped, and his gaze turned from passionate to shocked and then to incredulous. Similarly, Yu Xian, Yu Fang, and Yu Li all looked in Bai Qian's direction with pale faces. Bai Qian turned her head and glanced behind her. Unknowingly, a silhouette appeared and stood there. This was a man, an extremely unfamiliar man. However, Bai Qian recognized him with a single glance. This man was none other than Wei Zhu. Not only Bai Qian but Chu Jian, Yu Xian and the rest recognized him as well. That aura and gaze were exactly the same as Dimensional's, and that indescribable feeling only belonged to Dimensional. How was this possible? Wasn't Dimensional dead? The atmosphere was silent. Everyone looked at the man behind Bai Qian. The Yu family members' hearts sank. They were wrong. Dimensional wasn't dead. Dimensional was still alive. They had been tricked. Dimensional wasn't dead at all. He had been faking it. Yu Xian, you're very smart, the man said. His voice was calm, and it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. Your Yu family is very smart. You actually schemed against me and made me lose one of my bodies. Luckily, I hid this body from everyone for so many years or else I really would have been finished. Impossible. Yu Xian was shocked. That body of yours has the power of an extreme powerhouse. How could you have two bodies at the same time? And that body has the ability to materialize thoughts. That's your unique innate gift, and it can't be changed even if you switch bodies. That's you. The man smiled. That's what you know of me, including your Yu family's ancestor. Yu Xian's eyes narrowed. He understood. They were the ones who had been tricked. From the very beginning, Dimensional Lord had deceived everyone, including the Yu family's patriarch. He had been hiding a body. The Yu family had studied Dimensional Lord for countless years, but they had only confirmed the body that he was willing to let others know. They had also confirmed the power that others knew. Innate gift? Why must you confirm that it's an innate gift? Did I tell you that it's an innate gift? The man said again. Yu Xian's fingers trembled. His body and talent were all fake. They were all illusions created by the Dimensional Guardian. This was a trap that the Dimensional Guardian had set up to guard against everyone, a trap that was enough to revive him. The Yu clan's scheme was successful this time. If not for Master Wei's countless years of planning, the Yu clan would not only have taken control of ultra space-time, but they would also have chased away Reverend Shaoyin and the others, replacing Master Wei as the ruler. Unfortunately, they were one step behind. It wasn't that Master Wei was brilliant, but that this scheme was set up too early. It was so early that even the Yu family's patriarch didn't expect Master Wei to have such a hidden card. Chu Jian bowed to Master Wei. Congratulations on clearing the chaos, Senior. This junior is impressed. Dimensional Lord looked at Chu Jian coldly. Since when did you have the right to meddle in my ultra spacetime's business? Chu Jian didn't care and smiled. If I win, we won't interfere. If I lose, I'll go to Master and ask for punishment. Senior, please don't be angry. Master will definitely give me a punishment that will satisfy you. Master Wei narrowed his eyes. If it wasn't for the Grand Empyrean, you would already be dead. I understand. In that case, it's not convenient for me to listen to what you're going to say next. I'll take my leave. Chu Jian bowed again, straightened up and looked at Bai Qian. He thought for a moment but didn't say anything and left. Master Wei didn't stop him. He couldn't touch the Grand Empyrean's disciple. The more he understood the Grand Empyrean, the more he didn't dare to touch him. In the Sixth Direction Society, no matter how much people hated him, they couldn't touch him because he was the Grand Empyrean's disciple and the perfect young master. Even Reverend Shaoyin had to be polite to him. After Chu Jian left, Master Wei looked at the three members of the Yu clan. He waved his hand and a corpse fell from the void. Was Yu Ting. Yu Xian, Yu Fang and Yu Lele were silent as they watched Yu Ting die. I could tell from Yu Ji that the Yu clan is a traitor, so I've been thinking of ways to weaken your clan's influence. Unfortunately, you still made a move in the end. Don't blame me for that, Master Wei said coldly. Yu Xian said bitterly, you've been weakening my clan. Ancestor Yu Ji also knew that you had the intention to destroy my clan. You and my clan are destined to be one. Master Wei sighed. Now that I think about it, Yu Ji was willing to die. Every generation of the Yu family, as long as an elite descendant appears, I would think of a way to kill them. They were all willing, all for this day. Yu Xian pretended to be a prodigal son and Yu Lele pretended to be crazy. It was all an act. Your Yu family is really something and your scheme succeeded. I really did lose a body to force out my trump card. Everyone is a pawn of the Yu clan. Unfortunately, it would have been great if you had sincerely helped me. With your clan's help, the research on the sequence particle would have been much easier. Yu Fang sneered. You want my clan to participate in the research on the sequence particle? What a joke. Master Wei looked up. Your clan's ending came from Yu Ji. He was the one who showed me your traitorous nature. He was the one who forced me to make a move against the Yu clan. You want to become a ruler like the three sovereigns and suppress my clan, yet you turn around and criticize our ancestor. Hypocrite. Yu Lele shouted. Master Wei didn't care and looked at Yu Xian. I didn't see wrong. The weapon you used to threaten First Gen was the weapon of Heavenly Lord Victor. Bai Qian was shocked. Heavenly Lord Victor? So that was the case. No wonder First Gen had backed down and was certain that Divine Lord Shaoyin would do the same. There were 3 sovereigns and 9 saints in the reincarnation time-space. Among them, Heavenly Lord Victor was the only one who was called a Heavenly Lord and had been recognized by a Grand Empyrean. His battle prowess was extremely strong, and everyone who knew him only had one word to describe him: invincible. Just like his title, Heavenly Lord Victor, he would win every battle. First Jian was the disciple of a Grand Empyrean and could very well replace one of the 3 sovereigns in the future. However, he definitely couldn't be Heavenly Lord Victor. That was an existence that even Master Wei feared. He was a peerless expert. How could Yu Xian have Heavenly Lord Victor's weapon? Yu Xian took out another item and opened his hand for Master Wei to see. His eyes were filled with reverence. That's right, this is Heavenly Lord Victor's weapon. It can be exchanged for a Heavenly Lord to attack once. Master Wei, do you think you can use this body to block Heavenly Lord Victor? You should know that no rules can bind Heavenly Lord Victor. He is the only one who dares to say no to a Grand Empyrean. Master Wei stared at the item in Yu Xian's hand and nodded. I don't fear Heavenly Lord Victor, but I don't want to fight to the death with him. His promise is worth it for me to let the Yu family go. Yu Xian sighed. But... Master Wei looked at Yu Xian. Heavenly Lord Victor's promise must be fulfilled. He used it to help me transcend time, but Yu Xian will die. No. Yu Fang shouted. Yu Xian shouted, fine. Yu Fang looked at Yu Xian. Grandfather. Great-grandfather. Yu Lele couldn't help but shout. Yu Xian raised his hand and sighed. The Yu family must pay the price for betraying Master Wei. I was the mastermind behind this betrayal, so it's worth it to pay the price with my life. Yu Fang clenched his fists. We can ask for Heavenly Lord Victor's help. Yu Xian smiled bitterly. He had only been trying to scare Master Wei. If he had really made a promise in exchange for Heavenly Lord Victor's help, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Master Wei, and he wouldn't have been able to pass the Grand Empyrean. At that time, it wouldn't have been Heavenly Lord Victor fighting Master Wei, but Grand Empyrean suppressing Heavenly Lord Victor. Moreover, once this promise was used up, who would be afraid of the Yu family in the future? Divine Sovereign Shaoyin couldn't take this lying down. This promise couldn't erase this betrayal. He and Master Wei were both aware of this. In fact, Yu Fang and the others were aware of this, but they were unwilling to accept this. The Yu family had been plotting for too many years. Ancestor Yu Ji, who had created the bestow technique, had already started planning. They had spent their entire lives researching Master Wei, sending people to their deaths and plotting. In the end, they had reached their current situation. They hadn't lost to Master Wei but to time. If Ancestor Yu Ji had created the bestow technique earlier, even if he was from the same era as Master Wei, he would have known that Master Wei had this body. Master Wei left and took Bai Qian with him. When he left, Yu Xian had also died. He had committed suicide. Heavenly Lord Victor's weapon had been given to Yu Fang. This was the Yu family's trump card for self-protection. They wouldn't use it easily. Yu Xian's death could only be said to be a partial price. After this, the Yu family would completely lose their right to speak in ultra space-time, including the right to control the bearer of the bestow technique. These weren't things that the Yu family could touch. They would become idlers. At this moment, Master Wei brought Bai Qian to the bottom of the stairs. He saw the dead Ku Jian, but he couldn't see. He ran. He investigated ultra space-time and used his consciousness to search, but he couldn't find. He ran. Where did he ran go? Master Wei frowned. He went to the Yu family again, wanting to get an answer from Yu Fang. However, Yu Fang didn't know that their goal this time was to use the excuse of capturing He Ran to lure Master Wei out. As for He Ran herself, it wasn't important. However, when Yu Fang heard that He Ran was missing, the first person he thought of was Shen Qi. The Yu family didn't know why Luoho's item had appeared in Zio world. Luo Shan was helping Chu Jian, not the Yu family. He didn't have any connections with the Yu family, so there were some things that he didn't need to explain to them. Because of this, no one had noticed that the Yu family was working with Luo Shan, and Master Wei hadn't been alarmed. Now that he thought about it, the only person who had the opportunity to place Luoho's item in Zio world was Xian Qi. This was in line with Yu Fang's guess. Xian Qi was related to Mu Jun's disappearance, which was why he had helped He Ran frame the Yu family. Otherwise, why would Xian Qi help He Ran? Although Yu Fang guessed that it was Lu Yin, he didn't say anything to Master Wei. He hated Master Wei, so why would he help him? Besides, it was useless to say anything. No one knew whether Xian Qi was dead or alive, so no one would link him to Lu Yin. However, if it really was Xian Qi, Yu Fang's eyes flashed. His vigilance was correct, and this Xian Qi was definitely not ordinary in the Genesis space. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2690. In the Ionian Kingdom, Lu Yin took out Mount Supreme and released He Ran. He Ran looked around, but she couldn't recognize where she was. Who are you? He Ran asked as she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin returned to his original appearance. Above one sect, Lu Yin. He Ran's expression changed. She had guessed Lu Yin's identity the moment she had been captured, but she had never expected him to be Lu Yin. You're that above one sect's Lu Yin from the Genesis space? Lu Yin smiled. Long time no see, Sister Ran. He Ran smiled. It was a self-deprecating smile that was somewhat bitter. She had thought it through. From the very beginning, Zi Jing had deliberately been captured and brought to hyperspace in order to bring this person here. From the very beginning, the Six Paths sect had been schemed against by this person. To think that they had looked down on the Genesis space, thinking that the above one sect was just a frog at the bottom of a well. To think that she had never cared about Lu Yin, but he had been standing right in front of her for a long time and had played her too many times. How many people from the Six Direction Association had been played? How many powerhouses had been among them? She thought back to the things that this person had said and done. She had thought that this person was stupid, but she had been the stupid one. Scenes from the past flashed through her mind, and the more she thought about it, the redder her face became. She looked at Lu Yin with even more hatred. She was perfect. Her appearance, figure, personality, temperament, and intelligence were all perfect. However, this perfection was completely destroyed by the man in front of her. This man must be laughing at her. He had been laughing at her from the beginning. Lu Yin's expression kept changing as he looked at He Ran, and he praised, "It was the right decision to make you the above one sex mascot. You're so beautiful that you'll be useful if I keep you." He Ran glared at him. "You're mocking me." Lu Yin replied, "I'm just looking for an excuse to keep you here." He Ran glared at him, wanting to say something, but she couldn't say anything. She had nothing left, and Uncle Mo couldn't find this place. Her greatest support had been the Dimensional Guardian, but the Dimensional Guardian had most likely met with disaster. The Yu family's scheme had been flawless, and she had lost everything. At this moment, He Ran was disheartened, and she didn't know where she should go. "Why did you capture me?" she asked in a dejected tone. Lu Yin replied, "I told you to be a mascot. You're really beautiful, and it's a pity that you're dead." He Ran felt bitter. She was only useful as a mascot? Of course, if you have any other uses you can tell me. It's better to increase your own value than to have no value at all. For example, you can tell me Zijing's location, Lu Yin said. He didn't know what value He Ran had. In fact, this woman was just a caged bird raised by Master Wei. Beautiful, but useless. Although she was a little scheming, decisive, and far-sighted, it was useless outside of hyperspace. He Ran replied bitterly, "I don't know where Zijing is. It's a parallel space-time and the flow of time is different. Other than the elders and Master Wei, no one else knows." "Then you're really worthless," Lu Yin said casually. He Ran was sad. Master Wei was dead, who would help her? She herself didn't have any cultivation. The only thing that was valuable was his understanding of hyperspace and the resources he might have, that was all. The main reason Lu Yin had captured her was because she had always been high and mighty, and her aloof temperament needed to be profaned. Bai Qian's words still had an effect on Lu Yin, as he watched the goddess from the 9 heavens being desecrated by him. This feeling was truly enjoyable. Blasphemy didn't necessarily mean taking advantage of her. At this moment, He Ran was trying her best to increase her value, which was also blasphemy. He was trying to make a goddess fall to the mortal world. He Ran didn't know what Lu Yin was thinking. She was only thinking about what she should do. She didn't want to die, but she didn't want to live in humiliation either. She glanced at Lu Yin. This person had definitely captured her for that purpose. She was very confident about this point. Who wouldn't like her? This person was definitely the same. However, this person was the above heaven sect's Tao master and could be considered the ruler of the primordial space. He wasn't much weaker than Master Wei and was worthy of her. However, she couldn't let him off so easily. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that she had seen through Lu Yin's thoughts. In the next moment she knew what she should do. People who controlled everything looked down on the weak. They needed people who could help them. When she thought about this, took a deep breath and suppressed her complicated thoughts. Her temperament changed and she looked at Lu Yin coldly. What do you want? Lu Yin was puzzled. This woman had been uneasy, angry, and afraid just a moment ago. Why did she suddenly change? Why was she like when she was on the stairs? Even her gaze was the same? Lu Yin was at a loss. Was this woman really that mentally strong? That made sense. If she wasn't mentally strong, how could she have nurtured an extreme powerhouse like Uncle Mo? How could she have wrestled with the Yu family? However, the stronger she was, the more Lu Yin wanted to conquer her. Go to the above heaven sect and be a mascot. It's best if you have some other value. Otherwise, you won't be able to be a mascot for long. Sneered inwardly. This person was clearly trying to trap her and force her to throw herself into his arms. Perhaps this was also a test. How childish. Whatever. Her cold temperament seemed to lead Lu Yin down the stairs. This woman was just as cold. How interesting. Lu Yin looked at This temperament was very suitable for the above heaven sect. He then brought her to the above heaven sect and placed her beside the cauldron. You can be a mascot here. Smile more when you have nothing to do. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something. Right, Bai Qian is also one of my people. That last sentence stunned Her high and mighty temperament instantly disappeared, and she stared blankly at the above heaven sect's stairs. Bai Qian was also one of his people? Did that mean that this person had already schemed against hyperspace? Had he also calculated that Bai Qian would be chosen by the Dimensional Guardian to compete with her? Impossible, absolutely impossible. No one could predict the Dimensional Guardian's thoughts. But why was Bai Qian one of his people? Coincidence? That was even more impossible. She did not believe in such a coincidence. Lu Yin's last sentence caused Rant's expression to change. Is there such a thing? To them, an energy source that transcended time was an unimaginable power. It was a shortcut to the progenitor realm, and no one had ever thought that it would be so easy to reach it. When Lu Yin had first come into contact with a civilization that transcended time, he had not dared to believe it either, but now he was used to it. Master Shan was the most suitable person to accept the black energy source. First, he was loyal enough that he would risk his life to undergo his origin tribulation at Lu Yin's request. Second, his power was most suitable for protection, as he had been known as the half-progenitor with the strongest defenses. As for Lu Bujing and the others, they were all preparing to break through to the progenitor realm. It would not be good to give them the black energy source as it would lead them astray. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2691. The four-side scale, including the Six Directions Society, had a clearer understanding of the above heaven sect. Lu Bujing and the others had long since been targeted, but Master Shan was different. Who would target a cripple? They would never have dreamed that this cripple could display the power of a progenitor. This was what it meant to be caught off guard. Master Shan didn't refuse, as he considered himself a servant of the Lu family. He could accept anything that the young master bestowed upon him. When he sensed the black energy, his eyes turned red. Which cultivator didn't want to break through to the progenitor realm? That was the lifelong dream of every cultivator, but it had been impossible from the moment he had been imprisoned, especially when he had promised the young master that he would use his origin tribulation to stop by Wang Yuan and the others. He had never thought that he would still possess such power. Thank you for your gift, young master. Master Shan bowed deeply. Lu Yin helped him up. I'll have to trouble Master Shan to protect the above heaven sect. Master Shan solemnly replied, Don't worry, young master. Even if I die, I won't let the above heaven sect suffer any harm. It's not that serious. The most important thing is still your own life. Lu Yin smiled. From then on, the above heaven sect had gained another powerhouse. Master Shan was different from those who had used the black energy in the hyperspace dimension. He had cultivated step by step, and he was only one step away from breaking through to the progenitor realm. Although he had failed, his battle awareness wasn't any weaker than a progenitor's. Coupled with his battle techniques, Master Shan wouldn't be any weaker than the martial ancestor or secret ancestor. In the hyperspace dimension, He-Ran had disappeared, and the most fearful person was He-Shu. With He-Ran in power, He-Shu could do whatever he wanted in the hyperspace dimension. He didn't care about anyone, and he even dared to scheme against Bai Qian. However, now that He-Ran had disappeared, he had to flee. Otherwise, the people he had offended in the past wouldn't let him off, especially the Yu family. He didn't know that Master Wei was still alive and that he had given up the Yu family's authority. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so afraid. Did you find it? He-Shu barked, anxiously staring at Xia Wu, who was rushing over. Xia Wu replied, I brought it all. You brought all the resources from the 3 places? He-Shu snatched the cosmic rings from Xia Wu's hands. There were more than 10 of them, and they contained the resources that he had collected over the years. He-Ran was promoted to an extremely high position by Master Wei, but she still nurtured Uncle Mo to fight against non-existent competitors just to stabilize her position. He-Shu was very similar to He-Ran in this aspect. They were good at preparing for a rainy day. Under He-Ran's care for so many years, he had forcibly hidden away a large amount of resources, including a white energy source. This white energy source belonged to the Mu Duo family. Back then, the Mu family had been swindled by a person surnamed Bai, and that person had been instructed by He-Shu. He-Shu relied on He-Ran's influence to do many things. Some were discovered by others while some were not. Looking at the resources in the cosmic ring, He-Shu's breathing quickened. With these, he could live well even if his sister wasn't around. The first step was to find Xiao Zun. It was a pity that Xiao Qingfeng was dead. Otherwise, it would have been the best choice. He-Shu tore through the void and was about to leave. As for Xia Wu, he was already about to leave, so there was no point in bringing this dog along. Suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness and his vision blurred. An intense pain spread through his heart as if insects were biting him. Not good, he had been poisoned. He looked back and tried to mobilize the energy source in his heart, but Xia Wu was faster. Or rather, he had been waiting for this moment. A sharp blade pierced through He-Shu's body, and blood flowed along the blade. In outer space. From a distance, the two of them seemed to be hugging each other. He-Shu's face was pale and he stared at Xia Wu in disbelief. You, what? Xia Wu sneered. If I don't kill you, I'll always be your dog. He-Shu's energy dissipated. He was far stronger than Xia Wu, but he had been poisoned, so he couldn't resist at all. I've never thought of you as a brother. Xia Wu laughed and pulled back his blade. He didn't hesitate to slash again, this time diagonally down He-Shu's neck. Who sent me to the beast arena? The blade slashed down again and blood spurted out and swirled around He-Shu's body. Who humiliated my sister? The stench of blood filled Xia Wu's nose, making him even crazier. He slashed down again. Who ordered the beast arena to torture me? Who is the one laughing in the beast arena? Who is the one who wants me dead? Who? Slash after slash, slash after slash, Xia Wu vented all the resentment he had accumulated over the years. He used to be a dog so he could endure it. However, ever since he was sent to the beast arena, he was no longer a dog but a wolf. A wolf that wanted to devour its master. He-Shu was cut into 1,000 pieces and turned into countless fragments that scattered through outer space. Xia Wu panted heavily. His face, body, and even his blade were covered in He-Shu's flesh, making him look extremely cruel. Xia Wu loosened his grip on the hilt, grabbed the cosmic ring and left. From that moment onwards, Xia Wu would no longer exist in the hyperspace dimension. Far away, Dimensional Master Wei brought Bai Qian with him as he descended from an enormous vessel for the art of bestowment. Ultra Spacetime only has 3 of them. One is in the flowing cloud space, one is on the front lines, and one is right here. Do you know why the Yu family didn't use this bestow vessel when they rebelled? Dimensional Master Wei asked. Bai Qian respectfully replied, I don't know. Because they can't move. Dimensional Master Wei looked into the distance. Hyperspace is the only civilization in the parallel universe of the Six Directions Association that can defeat the Eternals. It's because of this vessel that more than half of the large source boxes that we found in the past have been preserved here. We once tore apart an extremely strong Corpse King with our attacks. Look ahead. Bai Qian looked over. She knew where this was. This was where hyperspace and the Eternals fought, similar to the Rainbow Wall of the Three Sovereigns. However, there were no corpse kings as far as the eye could see. There was clearly a large empty area in front of them, which should be the Eternals' territory. However, the Eternals had not come because they were afraid of hyperspace's cultivation techniques. Cultivation techniques were not people. What they had to pay was resources, not cultivators. This was hyperspace's greatest advantage over the Eternals. The foundation of hyperspace's civilization has always been cultivation techniques. Even if I have an extremely strong cultivation base, even if cultivators of the same level are far stronger than energy users, I will not change hyperspace's direction, Dimensional Master Wei said. Bai Qian remained calm and did not speak, waiting for Dimensional Master Wei to continue. He went missing. It wasn't the Yu family's doing, and I can't think of anyone else. When I fought with the Yu family, the Elder's laboratory was destroyed and a black energy source was stolen, Dimensional Master Wei said. Bai Qian's eyes twitched. It was Lu Yin. It had to be him. The Yu family's betrayal hurt hyperspace greatly. Fortunately, the Yu family borrowed the power of the Shaoyin divinity in Luoshan. They relied on hyperspace's power to fight against me. Otherwise it would have been troublesome. Even so, hyperspace still suffered great losses. At the very least, we lost the Yu family's foundation. Under these circumstances, outsiders cannot see this. If Iran was here, she would still be in charge of hyperspace, but she's not. Give me a reason to replace her, Dimensional Master Wei said with his back to Bai Qian. He wanted Bai Qian to replace Iran, but his attitude had changed ever since Bai Qian had cooperated with the Yu family. Now that Iran had gone missing, someone had to replace her. He didn't have any newcomers, so it could only be Bai Qian. The reason was simple. Hiran had not gone missing, but rather she was suspected of being a spy. This was something that Qianqi had confirmed, so he would let outsiders think otherwise. This would also increase Dimensional Master Wei's prestige, as anyone suspected of being a spy was an enemy of humanity. Bai Qian bowed to Dimensional Master Wei. I was the one who placed Luo Ho's item in the Zio realm. Dimensional Master Wei turned around and looked at Bai Qian in surprise. It was you. Bai Qian replied, yes. How did you get it? How did you do it and why? Dimensional Master Wei asked 3 questions in a row. His attitude towards Bai Qian had changed because she had cooperated with the Yu family. If she had not, then it would have been logical for her to replace Hiran. Bai Qian replied, Qianqi has never trusted the Yu family, and Hiran has always had the advantage when competing with me. If I want to make a comeback, I can only rely on external help. The Yu family cannot do that, so Qianqi is my only choice, so... Bai Qian had thought about this excuse for a long time, and she had decided to push all the blame onto Lu Yin, while she had cooperated with him. Dimensional Master Wei listened quietly, and after a while he said, the Yu family allowed Qianqi to see that Hiran had framed him, so he used this opportunity to cooperate with Qianqi. Qianqi then took advantage of the situation and allowed you to act when Hiran asked him to frame the Yu family. Bai Qian replied, I did this to show you that I am not cooperating with the Yu family, but that we are just using each other. Hiran has approached the Yu family several times, and although she has not cooperated with them, she has still lowered her head. Dimensional Master Wei smiled, that's right, she's afraid. The Yu family is a colossus, and once they fully support you, even with her personality, she can't guarantee that she will win, even if she understands my intentions. It's a pity that Qianqi is dead, or I would have liked to see this genius. The only mistake Hiran made was trying to suppress Qianqi and frame him for exposing Luoshan. She forced the Yu family to expel Qianqi, which caused Qianqi to be displeased. She wanted to be high and mighty and wanted everyone to submit to her, but she didn't know that humans are the most complicated. Whether it's cultivation talent or scheming, this person is top-notch. There aren't many people who can fool the Yu family, and even I was tricked. Bai Qian continued, Qianqi might not be dead, as he already knew that the Yu family was not simple. He should have left himself a way out, but the Yu family is too powerful. They forced Qianqi to frame Hiran and even captured me. We are powerless to resist. Dimensional Master Wei nodded. Since he already cooperated with you and framed the Yu family, he naturally has a way out. I hope he's not dead. He did not suspect that Lu Yin had captured Hiran and destroyed the Elder's laboratory. Everyone's impression of Lu Yin was that he did not have such strength. Ku Jian had been easily killed, and the Elder's gift technique had been destroyed as well. Only an extreme powerhouse could have done such a thing, and it was impossible for Qianqi to have such strength. Dimensional Master Wei was not Yu Feng, and he did not make inferences based on the results. Yu Feng had been able to deduce many things from Lu Yin's abnormal actions and origins without any evidence. This was something that most people would not be able to do. Dimensional Master Wei was now suspicious of Chu Jian. This perfect young master had been watching hyperspace all this time, and he could not rule out the possibility that he had secretly acted. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2692. Looking behind him, Master Vader's gaze turned cold as his consciousness materialized once more. The entire hyperspace once again felt the fear of being controlled. Yu Feng raised his head. Master Wei's strength was unfathomable. If the Yu clan failed this time, they would never be able to make a comeback in the future. Uncle Mo walked out from a corner of ultra spacetime. He looked at the starry sky with a frightened expression. Suddenly, the materialized thoughts converged in front of Uncle Mo in the shape of a funnel, forming the appearance of Dimensional Master. When Uncle Mo saw Master Wei, he bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Master. Do you have any clues about He Ran's disappearance?" Vader asked. Uncle Mo's expression turned ugly. "No, Kujin was killed by a single palm strike. That palm strike was extremely powerful, and even I can't do that. It must be an extremely strong person." "Hand over the energy source," Vader said calmly. Uncle Mo's expression changed and he looked towards Master Vader. "Master, this lowly one hopes that with my current strength, I will be able to find you." "This lowly one. Hand over the energy source." Master Vader frowned. Even he could not find the culprit, much less this Uncle Mo. This person's black energy source was given to He Ran by him. He Ran was the one who nurtured this person. Now that He Ran was missing, it meant that he couldn't find her. He couldn't let this black energy source go to waste. Uncle Mo gritted his teeth. He had guessed Master Wei's intentions. Asking him to hand over the black energy source was equivalent to giving up on He Ran. No, Master could not just disappear like this. He had to find her, but without the black energy source, how could he find her? Uncle Mo placed his hand over his heart, and a black energy appeared on the surface of his body. He tore through the void and was about to leave. He could only find He Ran if he protected this energy. Otherwise, how could he find He Ran if he didn't even have the strength of an extreme powerhouse? Master Wei coldly snorted, "You don't know the meaning of death." As he spoke, he materialized his consciousness and attacked Uncle Mo's brain. It was as if his entire head had been smashed to pieces. His action of tearing through the void stopped, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. Master Wei looked down from above. "Seeing that you have served He Ran wholeheartedly, I will spare your life." With a wave of his hand, the black energy source in Uncle Mo's heart flew up and landed in Master Wei's hand. Uncle Mo despaired. "Ruler, I beg of you, let me find my lord. I'll definitely find him." Master Vader casually tossed a white energy source to Uncle Mo. "Go find it yourself." With that, his body materialized and his consciousness disappeared. Uncle Mo grabbed the white energy source with great difficulty. This amount of energy was far from enough, but he knew that the reason why the Dimensional Master did not kill him was because he hoped that he would be able to find some clues. As long as there were clues, he would be able to tell the Dimensional Master. He would not give up. He had to find the Lord. Master Wei took the black energy source and gave it to Bai Qian. "From today onwards, you will take He Ran's place in charge of hyperspace. This energy source will help you, and I've also taken care of the Yu family's threat for you." Bai Qian was grateful. "Thank you, ruler." Master Wei looked at Bai Qian. "Back then I thought highly of you because you not only had He Ran's perfection, but also the potential for cultivation. Don't disappoint me." Bai Qian's eyes flashed. "Got it." Not long after, Dimensional Master officially announced that Bai Qian had become the overseer of transdimensional space. All parties in hyperspace paid their respects. Yu Feng looked at the screen and said bitterly, "I never thought that she would be the one to win in the end." This person that he had always viewed as a chess piece was now sitting high above the 9 heavens, while the Yu family had completely fallen into the abyss. He Ran's fate was unknown, and the situation of the entire ultra spacetime had suddenly changed. Bai Qian went to the place where He Ran had been and looked at the high stairs. She walked up one step at a time and slowly sat down. This place's line of sight was not too high. Countless voices of worship entered Bai Qian's ears, but she was not too excited. Back on Earth, she had been the most elite and she had been the first to reach Neptune. Everyone on Earth had looked up to her, and after leaving Earth she had increased her cultivation with Starsabil's help and joined Astral, one of the Astral Combat Academy. Even the challengers from the cosmic ocean were no match for her. Although it seemed like Lu Yin had stepped onto the path of a legend, she had not lagged behind by much. Later on, she did not know what had happened, but Lu Yin had left everyone in the dust and was far beyond her ability to catch up. However, compared to her peers, she was definitely at the peak, including those who had come from Earth. No matter what opportunities they had, they could not catch up to her. If Lu Yin's experiences were a resplendent legend, then she was like Lu Yin in the shadows. Even though she stood at the peak of hyperspace, she did not have an arrogant attitude. There was still someone above her, and that person was her goal. However, she still had to put on an act or that person would become suspicious. The next moment, Bai Qian's temperament changed. She became lofty and incomparably holy like a goddess. This temperament was exactly the same as Rant's, and with her beautiful face and valiant temperament, she could be considered perfect. "Greetings, Your Excellency." The worker came and bowed respectfully. Bai Qian was indifferent. "Are you willing to help me, Mr. Worker?" The worker was moved. "I am willing to serve Your Excellency." Bai Qian's lips curled up and she opened her hand. The black energy source slowly floated in front of the worker. The worker had climbed up step by step from the bottom. Without the support of a noble family, he was like Tuku and could use the white energy source. Now that Bai Qian had given him the black energy source, it was also an opportunity. She could trust this person. It was also because of this worker that Lu Yin had been able to inform her in time and prevent her from being bullied by Xiao Zun. The worker looked at the black energy source floating in front of him and his breathing quickened. "Are you confident?" Bai Qian asked indifferently. The worker took a deep breath and his old face became much younger. He straightened his back. "I won't hide it from you, Your Excellency. I believe that I can use the black energy source a long time ago." He then reached out to take it and placed it in his heart. A violent and uncontrollable power wreaked havoc in his body. The worker's body trembled and he almost fell over. He stepped forward with his right leg and slowly squatted down, beads of sweat dripping down his face. He was trying to withstand this power. This was an opportunity, and only by grasping it would his family be able to escape their previous predicament. Otherwise, once he left the decision-making team, his family would be liquidated. His family was not a proper noble family to begin with. There was a low roar as the black energy erupted and surrounded the worker. The worker exhaled and distorted the void as he sensed the boundless power within his body. Was this the black energy? Was this the power of an extreme powerhouse? He bowed excitedly to Bai Qian. "Your subordinate is willing to serve Your Excellency to the death." Bai Qian nodded. The worker consciously hid himself in the void just like Uncle Mo. At this moment, Bai Qian finally had the capital to back her up. An extreme powerhouse was her capital, but this capital was far from hers. Lu Yin's side was her true capital, and he should be returning soon. Half a month later, Lu Yin returned to the Void God spacetime, and as soon as he returned, he was shocked to learn of the events that had transpired in the hyperspace continuum. He had not learned much about the hyperspace continuum during this time, and he had assumed that the Yu family would definitely win. However, the results had left him shocked. The Yu family had actually been defeated, and the Dimensional Master had returned and appointed Bai Qian to control the hyperspace continuum? All of this felt like a dream to Lu Yin. He had actually come here to investigate Bai Qian's whereabouts, but he had not expected her to suddenly take over Rant's place. Capturing Ran had been the right decision. However, the Yu family's schemes had actually been defeated. The Dimensional Master had concealed himself even more deeply than the Yu family. Lu Yin was glad that he had not participated too much, or he would have been unlucky as well. The Yu family had invited the Shaoyin divinity to take action, but the Dimensional Master had suppressed them instead. The Dimensional Master's strength should be comparable to 3 divinities. This was the true strength of a hexagon. Even the Dimensional Master, who was not proficient in cultivation, was mysterious and unfathomable. After Lu Yin returned to the Void God spacetime, he quickly greeted Su Heng and Su Lung to prevent them from worrying. He then went to the hyperspace continuum to understand the current situation. It was still the same staircase with blooming flowers, but the one sitting at the top was not Ran but Bai Qian. One was looking down while the other was looking up. Life was truly strange and Lu Yin had not expected Bai Qian to actually win. He had been worried about Bai Qian since he had tried to contact her before capturing Ran, but he had not been able to contact her. "Xianqi, thank you for your help. The Yu family has been defeated. From now on, you will be the Hyperspace Horizon Prefecture's prefecture master. Bai Qian smiled and looked at Lu Yin with bright eyes. Lu Yin raised a brow. Did this mean that she had already revealed everything to the outside world? If that was the case, then the Yu family already knew that he had schemed against them. Had they told the Shaoyin divinity that he had killed Xiao Qingfeng? Actually, He Ran's framing of the Yu family had been part of the Yu family's plan, but they had not known who had placed Rahu's item in the Zio realm. Now they must have known. Lu Yin's thoughts raced and he looked at Bai Qian. Where's He Ran? Bai Qian replied, I don't know. She's missing. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity. What a pity. She's pretty good to me. Bai Qian smiled. Pretty good? Looks like you admire her a lot. Lu Yin shrugged. Just SOSO. So how should I address you? Lady Bai Qian? Bai Qian replied, anything. You can also call me Sister Bai. Lu Yin smiled and looked to the side. I didn't expect you to be here as well, Lord. Lord walked out and beamed at Lu Yin. My Lord thinks highly of me and gave me a chance to protect you. Lu Yin nodded. I didn't expect Lord to be able to use a black energy source. The hyperspace horizon really is filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Lord Justice replied, it's just using it, but it's still far from what the future prefecture master can achieve. Lord Justice was very grateful to Lu Yin, and he could faintly guess that the reason he had been valued was because of Lu Yin. Lu Yin and Bai Qian had an inexplicable relationship. Not long after, Lu Yin left as there was nothing more to be said. Yi Fuqian went to the Zio realm. He wanted to confirm the Yu clan's thoughts. Yu Feng might have guessed something but Master Wei didn't know. This meant that the Yu clan didn't say anything. Yi Fuqian had to make a trip there. The main reason was that the Yu clan hadn't told Xiao Qingfeng's death to divinity Xiao Yin. When they met again, things had changed. What surprised Lu Yin the most was Yu Lele. She had changed from her previous sloppiness to a completely different person. She was clean and tidy and her gaze was deep. If I didn't know you, I would have thought that you were a fake Yu Lele, Lu Yin teased. Yu Lele looked at him calmly. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Lu Yin asked, you know that I'm still alive. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2693. Yu Feng replied, we've activated the super analysis mode here, so even the maintainer can't monitor us. If you have anything to say, just say it. Lu Yin found it strange. Your Yu family can actually use the super analysis method? Master Wei didn't confiscate it? We've lost more than half of the Zio realm, and my Yu clan has also lost control of all the carriers of the feeding technique. I've even been chased out and can't research it. From then on, the Yu clan can be considered to be in dire straits, Yul said. Lu Yin looked at Yu Feng. But I can see that you guys are still in good spirits. I'm curious, how did you guys manage to survive under Vader's attack? Yu Feng stared at him. Bai Qian didn't tell you? Lu Yin shook his head. Yu Feng's tone was calm. You've been working with Bai Qian for a long time, right? It was Bai Qian who placed Rahu's items in the Zio realm. You're Lu Yin's subordinate. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Don't spout nonsense. Lu Yin and I are irreconcilable enemies in the primordial space. Yu Feng sneered. Perhaps. How is He Ran? Lu Yin asked. Isn't He Ran missing? Yu Feng looked at Lu Yin with a mocking gaze. Others might not have thought of you, but I knew it was you. Shen-Chi, you've hidden yourself well. From the very beginning, you approached my Yu family and tried to get us to invite you to the hyperspace continuum. You've been scheming against my Yu family, against He Ran, and against everyone else. I don't care how illogical the process is, but my guess is that you've been scheming against the entire hyperspace continuum. Lu Yin didn't say anything and he just looked at Yu Feng, wondering if he should silence him. The most disgusting thing about this guy was that he didn't follow common sense and only followed the results. Who could stand that? Don't be in such a hurry to deny it. My guess is that you're helping Lu Yin scheme against hyperspace. Maybe it's not just hyperspace. I heard that you're doing well in the Three Monarchs universe and have Chen Li's full support. Can I guess that you're also helping Lu Yin scheme against the Three Monarchs universe? The funny thing is that the Yuan sage keeps saying that the origin space is stagnant and doesn't know anything about the outside world. However, he doesn't know that you are already plotting against the samsara spacetime, Yu Feng said. Lu Yin's gaze turned even colder as he looked at Yu Feng. This guy had no evidence to back up his theory, and he had only been able to make conjectures based on the results. This isn't the first time I've suspected you. Do you know why I arrested Bai Qian when you identified he ran as a spy? It was to guard against you, Yu Fang said with a solemn expression. To be honest, if you're really as I've guessed, there really isn't anyone in the entire hyperspace who can stop you from doing things. Master Wei and Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin can, but I can't tell them. I can only hide Bai Qian, and when Bai Qian is gone you'll capture he ran. I'm sure it was you. Lu Yin stood up and slowly walked towards the place where the Yu family had been monitoring the entire space-time continuum. He did not say anything, but from the looks of it, Yu Fang had indeed not told deity Xiaoyin that Lu Yin had killed Xiao Qingfeng. Yu Fang continued to speak. His speculations were close to the truth, but some of them were wrong. For example, he had speculated that Su Heng and Su Leng knew the truth and were his helpers in the Void God spacetime. Both sides had reached an agreement. He had also speculated that every civilization in the six-party society had sent people to help Lu Yin, and he had even boldly speculated that a Yuan sage was helping Lu Yin. Yu Fang made many speculations, and he continued to observe Lu Yin as he spoke. However, he was disappointed, as Lu Yin didn't show any reaction at all. After Yu Fang finished speaking, Lu Yin simply said, "There's no evidence." In the past, the Yu family did not need evidence to speak, but now they couldn't even leave the space-time continuum. They were completely isolated by the dimensional guardian. After all, who would be able to hear them? Lu Yin was even considering whether or not to silence them. Shen Qi were in a cooperative relationship. We were in the past and we are now, Yu Fang suddenly said. Lu Yin looked at him. What qualifications does the current Yu family have to cooperate with me? What do we have to do if we cooperate? Do you still want to scheme against the dimensional guardian? Yu Fang seriously replied. In the past, the Yu family could do some things, but there were also some things that they could not do because they were too obvious. Now, however, there are some things that they can do. No one cares about the current Yu family, but the Yu family still controls some things. For example? Lu Yin was curious. For example, Xiao Qingfeng's death. For example, you're from the primordial space, but I'm not sure about the other space-time continuums of the six-party society. For example, this. Yu Fang took out Celestial Champion Star's weapon. Lu Yin looked at it, puzzled. Have you heard of Celestial Champion Star? Yu Fang asked. Lu Yin's expression changed. The publicly acknowledged leader of the three sovereigns? How could he not have heard of Celestial Champion Star? That was the leader of the three sovereigns and 9 sages of the reincarnation spacetime. Although he was nameless, he was known as the Lesser Sovereign. There were only greater sovereigns and lesser sovereigns, and Celestial Champion Star was a lesser sovereign. This is the promise that Celestial Champion Star gave. No matter what it is, as long as it doesn't go against principles or the interests of humanity, it can be done. Celestial Champion Star values promises the most, and one of his promises is worth 10 powerhouses combined, Yu Fang said solemnly. Lu Yin was shocked. 10 powerhouses was an exaggeration, but if the legends of Celestial Champion Star were true, then this person was definitely comparable to the 3 realms and 6 Daos. The promise of such a person was invaluable. You used this to force the dimensional guardian away? Lu Yin asked. Yu Fang replied, not just the dimensional guardian, but also First Encounter and Sovereign Xiaoyin. First Encounter? Lu Yin raised his brows. Why did this name sound so similar to Chu Yuan's? Eulele was disgusted. That Xiao sovereign from the reincarnation spacetime is said to have an absolutely perfect cultivation talent. Even extreme powerhouses are shocked by his cultivation talent, but he's actually a despicable person. I don't know why the greater sovereign accepted him as a disciple. Lu Yin didn't care about the greater sovereign's disciple. He only cared about the name First Encounter. Why was it called that? Did it have any meaning? Chu Yuan was the primogenitor's disciple, and First Encounter was the greater sovereign's disciple. What was the relationship between the greater sovereign and the primogenitor? Why were all their disciples surnamed Chu? What did the word first represent? Was it the beginning of the world? This surname was not ordinary, and the greater sovereign's status was even more so. Shen Qi, even though my Yu clan has been defeated and lost everything, our understanding of ultra space and time is incomparable to Bai Qian's. Besides, Victor the Celestial's promise isn't something that just anyone can obtain. Victor the Celestial's promise can't be changed. He only promised my Yu clan once. That's enough for me to cooperate with you, right? Lu Yin looked at Yu Fang. There's nothing to cooperate with. What your Yu family wants to do has nothing to do with me. I'm just here to hand over the heavens reflection manners matters. I need the Yu family's cooperation in capturing the spies. There's no need to say anything else. Lu Yin quickly left the Zio realm and returned to the Void God spacetime continuum. Although he hadn't explicitly said it, Yu Feng knew that he hadn't rejected the offer. Lu Yin hadn't thought that the Yu family would still be useful to him. Elsewhere, Eulele was worried. Father, we promised the Dimensional Guardian that we would use this promise to benefit the hyperspace continuum. Bai Qian heard it too. Yu Feng looked at Eulele. I know. He then turned and left without waiting for Eulele's reply. Sometimes it was better to shoulder some things on one's own. As long as Xian Qi could help the Yu family survive this crisis, nothing else mattered. The Yu family couldn't stay in the hyperspace continuum and wait to die. His target of cooperation wasn't Xian Qi, but rather the primordial space. After returning to the Red Domain, Lu Yin met up with Su Heng and Su Leng. Both of them had a bad attitude towards the Yu family, as they believed that the Yu family had forced Lu Yin to identify he ran. I told you that the Yu family has a bad reputation and that you had to be extra careful. Fortunately, you were smart enough to see through the Yu family's plans. Otherwise, things would have boded ill for you, Su Leng reprimanded. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. I've made you guys worry. It's my fault. I never thought that the Yu family would be so scheming that they would betray the Dimensional Guardian and even drag in Sovereign Xiaoyin and Luo Shan. That means that half of the Six Paths gang is involved and I'm just a pawn of the Yu family. Su Leng snorted. Those fellows only know how to scheme, but they still ended up dead in the end. Did they really think that a spacetime ruler was that easy to deal with? Su Heng sighed. Even now, I still don't know how the Dimensional Guardian won. Actually, the Yu family could have won with their schemes. Sovereign Xiaoyin, Luo Shan, and the Yu family had a total of 5 powerhouses, but the Dimensional Guardian still self-destructed in front of everyone. I can only say that some things are fated. He then looked at Lu Yin. Bro, don't get involved in the affairs of the hyperspace continuum in the future. Dimensional Guardian isn't that simple. That's right. Su Wuji returned and said to Lu Yin, if you hadn't warned us beforehand, the three of us would have killed our way into the hyperspace continuum. The Eternals would have benefited then. Su Leng rolled his eyes. They would definitely go to the hyperspace continuum for revenge, but Su Wuji might not. Who knew what that old fellow was thinking? The group left after berating the Yu family for a bit. You should just stay in the Void God spacetime and raise your cultivation. Think of a way to fulfill your promise to the new inn, Su Wuji said. Lu Yin shrugged. That's difficult. I'm currently the prefecture master of the Hyperspace Horizon Prefecture. Su Wuji was shocked. Prefecture master of the Hyperspace Horizon Prefecture? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Prefecture master, do you think I have a chance of becoming the prefecture master of the Six Direction Association's Horizon Prefecture? Su Wuji sneered. Don't say such stupid things. Reminds me of Yu Xian. He wanted to unify the Horizon Prefecture and become a behemoth outside of the Six Direction Association. What a joke. However, reality has proven that he was just putting on a show for the Dimensional Guardian. Even his act of scattering all of his family's wealth and suicide were all fake. But I'm real. If that day really comes, will the prefecture master support me? Lu Yin asked seriously. Su Wuji thought about it. If that day really comes? He grinned at Lu Yin. Let someone else be the prefecture master. Whoever wants it can be the prefecture master. Lu Yin laughed. Su Wuji laughed happily as well. The next day, Lu Yin received another invitation from the Mu Tiankong Prefecture's Horizon Prefecture, asking him to head to Mu Tiankong to assist in the investigation of the spy. Lu Yin rejected the invitation once again, as he became even more wary of the Mu Tiankong Prefecture. He had only just returned, and the Mu Tiankong Prefecture had already known about it. It was obvious that they were watching him. It would be fine if they really wanted to investigate the spy, but if it had something to do with the Freedom Palace, then Lu Yin would have to be careful. Logically speaking, the Freedom Palace should not have come looking for him. The stone was in Luo Shan, and Qinlu had been the one to hand it over. Lu Yin had not even shown himself from start to finish. However, the Mu Tiankong Prefecture's actions made Lu Yin wary. Perhaps that Mr. Daheng had the ability to manipulate fate, but what could he do? Perhaps Xianjiu was with Starsabil and Mr. Zhu. Xiaoshi, how's your progress? Lu Yin asked from the back mountains of the Above Heavens sect. Xiaoshi had a mushroom head and she looked blankly at Skyminder. Skyminder bitterly replied, Pathmaster, do you think that fate is a mushroom head? Impudent. Fate Daughter arrived and sent a threat at Skyminder, but Luin intercepted it. He flicked his finger, causing the void to distort as the thread mysteriously disappeared. When it reappeared, it had already been severed. Fate Daughter was shocked. This was impossible. Although Luin had always had the strength to fight against progenitors, that had been with the help of various external forces. Against her, it would not be so easy for him to suppress her with his own strength. If the two of them really fought, she did not believe that she would lose. However, in that instant, her thread of fate had been severed. It had been cut off by a power that she could not see. Fate Daughter was a disciple of fate, and she was one of the 12 heavenly gates. During the era of the sect of heaven above, she was almost guaranteed to break through to the progenitor realm. She was a powerhouse at the peak of the half-ancestor realm, and ordinary half-ancestors would not even be able to retaliate against her. She could even fight against ordinary progenitors without panting. By relying on fate's laws, even Qinlu, who had been a peak half-ancestor, would not be her match. Thus, whether it was Fate Daughter, Lu Bujing, or Henexin, all of them were very arrogant. However, Lu Yin's move just now had stunned Fate Daughter, and she could not figure out what was going on. She even forgot to attack Skyminder. Lu Yin looked at her coldly. Do you know where this is? Fate Daughter frowned. She was afraid of Lu Yin, but she also remembered why she had attacked him. She angrily glared at Skyminder. He insulted Master. Skyminder hurriedly apologized. I did not insult fate. It's just that this child's learning of fate's laws is going too smoothly, so smoothly that it's unimaginable. Besides, he can even read the Book of Destiny. Fate Daughter suddenly stared at Xiao Shi. You can read the Book of Destiny? This was the first time Fate Daughter had heard of Xiao Shi's existence. Skyminder had been one step ahead of her, but only by one step. Xiao Shi was afraid of Fate Daughter and hid behind Luin. Fate Daughter did not understand. You've only just started cultivating fate's laws? How old are you? How could you possibly understand the Book of Destiny? She then looked at Luin. Pathmaster this? Luin raised a hand to stop her from being so agitated. To Fate Daughter's knowledge, only fate could understand the Book of Destiny without cultivating it. Skyminder had thought the same back then, but now Xiao Shi's image had completely overturned her understanding and she could not accept it. Luin gave a simple explanation of Xiao Shi's situation, and Fate Daughter was stunned. Could this brat really understand the Book of Destiny? I don't believe you. Me? Luin looked at her and waved his hand. All of you get out. She's someone related to my fate, so why should I leave? I want to know why she's hiding and the truth about the bead. That involves my master. Fate Daughter was unwilling to leave. At this moment, Master Shan arrived and slowly walked in front of Fate Daughter. The young master has asked you to leave. Fate Daughter's face turned cold. Master Lu, there's no reason for you to ask me to leave when it involves my fate. The young master does not need to reason with you. An illusory mountain appeared in front of Master Shan. This was his inner world. Although he could not become a progenitor and had failed his tribulation, which had resulted in irreversible consequences, he had still managed to cultivate his inner world back. Fate Daughter did not care about Master Shan at all. She did not fear anyone at the half-ancestor level. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.